that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Find a way to take it down. After Zhu Xiaoming escaped from the hotel, he found a deserted place and yelled in the direction of the hotel. Damn you, you only dare to treat me like this because Yancheng is your territory. If you have the guts, go to the provincial capital. I'll see if you still have the courage to challenge me then. You even asked me to write an IOU and swear. Do you really think I will give you 100-year-old medicinal herbs? You're dreaming. I just had to compromise to get out of this. I'll remember this grudge. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel down in front of me and beg me. After cursing for a long time, Zhu Xiaoming finally resolved his anger. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was his father Zhu Yuan calling. Dad. After Zhu Xiaoming got through the phone, he wanted to cry to his father about what happened just now, so that he would quickly send a few masters to avenge him. However, Zhu Yuan was very excited and didn't give him a chance to speak. Son, the elixir you sent back is really amazing. You know that I met uncles who are not as talented as you. I can only sit on the position of the head of the family because of my business acumen. My strength has been stuck in the second level of the transformation realm for many years. But I ate the elixir you sent back and broke through one after another. Now I have reached the fourth level of the transformation realm. This is simply a magic elixir. I tell you, it is rare to find someone who can refine this kind of elixir in the world. You must win him over for me. If you can get him to join our Zhu family and refine this kind of elixir for our Zhu family continuously, then we can cultivate a large number of masters. At that time, our Zhu family's status in Jiangbai will be unmatched, and even the Han family will have to bow down to us. This is a great opportunity for our Zhu family to suppress the Han family. Don't mess it up. After listening to Zhu Yuan's words, Zhu Xiaoming's face showed a touch of embarrassment. He never thought that Lu Chuan would be so valuable. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Son, did you hear me? Zhu Yuan asked. When he saw Zhu Xiaoming didn't say anything, Zhu Xiaoming coughed twice and said, Dad, actually that pill was stolen by me, and I just had a falling out with the guy who made the pill. That guy is quite powerful, and I wanted you to send someone to help me get revenge. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Then he roared, you are a useless person who can't do anything good, but always makes trouble. I have really spoiled you over the years. What else can you do besides causing trouble for me? I really want to strangle you to death now. Zhu Xiaoming quickly put the phone away and said aggrievedly, Dad, your son was just beaten into a pig's head. Not only did you not comfort him, but you also scolded me like this. Am I your biological child? Zhu Yuan was furious. I scolded you because you are not in front of me now. If you were in front of me, I would beat you to death. Zhu Xiaoming knew that he really made his father angry. He shrank his neck guiltily and asked, Dad, put aside your desire to beat me. Can you send a few masters to help me avenge this? Zhu Yuan roared, I'll avenge your grandmother's leg. Get back here now, otherwise don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. The banquet was over. Lu Chuan and Zhao Siming walked out accompanied by Qi Zhenan. Qi Zhenan reminded Lu Chuan, although Zhu Xiaoming apologized in the end, he doesn't look like the kind of person who will let it go. You must be more careful recently. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Qi, the richest man, don't worry too much. Although the Zhu family is powerful, it is not so easy for them to reach out to Yancheng. I know my limits. As long as the person sent by the Zhu family to deal with him is still in the realm of transformation, even if it is the 9th level of the realm of transformation, Lu Chuan is confident that he can kill him with one blow with a sword raising good. And the Zhu family would never send this level of master for Zhu Xiaoming's trivial matter. At most, he would be in the 5th or 6th level of the realm of transformation, so Lu Chuan was not that worried. Zhao Siming sighed and said, this is all my fault. If I hadn't shown off, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Chuan smiled and comforted him. Mr. Zhao, don't blame yourself too much. You didn't do anything wrong. It was Zhu Xiaoming who was wrong. We can't take the blame on ourselves just because the Zhu family is strong. At this time, one of Qi Zhen'an's men came and said, "Boss, I just got the news that the young master of the Zhu family bought a high-speed rail ticket back to the provincial capital and has already left on the high-speed rail." Lu Chuan and the other two were all surprised. Left? Did he really put up with this? It doesn't seem like his character. Qi Zhen'an said in disbelief. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Maybe he was scared away. It's good that he left. I don't have to worry about him anymore." Qi Zhen'an also breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lu Chuan with a smile, "Don't worry, I will send someone to keep an eye on the Zhu family's movements. If Zhu Xiaoming makes any move, I will notify you as soon as possible." Lu Chuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Qi. By the way, Mr. Qi, do you know where to find top quality gems that are extraordinary in themselves?" Qi Zhen'an thought for a while and said, "Top quality gems must have something extraordinary. When you mentioned that, I remembered that I heard from others not long ago that the Han family in the provincial capital had collected a piece of dragon soul jade. It is said that the jade is stained with a real dragon's aura, which is very magical. If you put your ear close to it, you can even vaguely hear the sound of a dragon's roar. It is a rare treasure." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. "Dragon soul jade, this is really a top quality gem," Qi Zhen'an said with a smile. "But Lu Chuan, I have to remind you that the Han family's position in Jiangbai province is not weaker than that of the Zhu family. It is not easy for you to get the dragon soul jade from them." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "You can only know if you can get it after trying." Zhu Xiaoming's incident made Lu Chuan determined to refine the Azure Dragon formation as soon as possible. If the Zhuanhu Medical Clinic was protected by the Azure Dragon formation, Zhao Siming would not be beaten when Zhu Xiaoming went to the clinic with bodyguards, and the Zhuan Longpole would not be robbed. So he must find a suitable formation core as soon as possible. In this case, let's go to the provincial capital and go to the Zhu family to collect the debt. Lu Chuan thought secretly in his heart. He did not stay any longer and returned to the Zhuanhu Medical Clinic with Zhao Siming. Came to the room. Lu Chuan muttered about the Han family in the provincial capital and suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the box that his grandfather left for him. He opened the box, took out a stack of marriage certificates, flipped through them, and quickly took out one from it. The three characters Han Kingxi were written in the place of the woman's name on the marriage certificate. After repeated verification, Lu Chuan finally confirmed that this Han Kingxi was the eldest daughter of the Han family in the provincial capital. "I didn't expect that I had this relationship with the Han family. I wonder if they can give me the Dragon Soul Jade for the sake of this marriage certificate." Lu Chuan smiled and said to himself. He thought for a while, if that's the case, then I will take this marriage certificate with me when I go to the provincial capital this time. I will return it when I can, so as not to delay the girl's prime years. Putting away the marriage certificate, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed and planned to practice. At this time, the spiritual energy vortex in his danshan suddenly began to become chaotic. A series of dragon yang forces appeared, stirring his danshan into a mess. He used a lot of strength and finally suppressed these dragon yang forces. The dragon yang force has signs of rioting again. This is really a big trouble. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. In the yard, Su Ming is practicing martial arts. At this time, Munan King walked over with a heavy heart. After seeing this, Su Ming stopped and asked, "Sister-in-law, you look like you are worried." Hearing this, Munan King quickly said, "No, no." Su Ming showed a hint of gossip on his face and quickly approached Munan King, smiling and said, "Don't lie to me. I'm very good at observing words and expressions. You are definitely worried, and if I'm not mistaken, it is still about love." Munan King was obviously a little flustered and said, "You don't talk nonsense. What kind of emotional worries can I have?" But after saying this, she pursed her lips again, hesitated for a while, and asked Su Ming, "Su Ming, let me say, what if you like someone, but you can't express it for various reasons, at this time you see many outstanding opposite sex around him, and you don't have much advantage, what will you do?" Su Ming smiled jokingly and asked, "Then what do you think his attitude towards you is?" Munan King pondered for a moment and said, "I feel he should have feelings for me too." Su Ming smiled and said, if it were me, I would choose to find a way to take him down directly. Mu Nanking's eyes widened. Just take him down. Su Ming nodded. Yes, that's what you want. Just take him down. You said it all. He has feelings for you too. You two just haven't broken the window paper yet. At this time, what you need to do is to break the window paper. Once it's broken, even if he doesn't like you, he will like you. Mu Nanking was stunned. Really? Really do you want to do this? Su Ming said with certainty, of course. Otherwise if you just wait like this, wouldn't you give the opportunity to others? Mu Nanking immediately felt that what Su Ming said made sense. Su Ming asked with a smirk, sister-in-law, when do you plan to break this layer of window paper? Mu Nanking was about to answer, then realized something, blushed and said, bah. Break what window paper? I'm just talking about assumptions. Assumptions. Understand? Su Ming laughed. I understand. I understand. Mu Nanking glared at him and ran away quickly. Su Ming looked at Mu Nanking's back as he ran away and said to himself, brother, for your happiness, I can only help you so far. You must thank me when the time comes. The next morning, when Zhao Siming was dispensing medicine in the pharmacy, Mu Nanking walked in stealthily and even checked to see if there was anyone following him. Zhao Siming saw Mu Nanking coming in and asked with a smile, Nanking, why are you in the pharmacy? Mu Nanking dodged his eyes, looking guilty, and asked, Mr. Zhao, do you have any debridement ointment? Zhao Siming said, yes, but Lu Chuan said that this medicine can easily cause trouble if used incorrectly, so you must ask clearly what it is used for before prescribing the medicine. What do you want the debridement ointment for? Mu Nanking subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes, not daring to look Zhao Siming in the eye, and said, oh, I accidentally scratched my foot yesterday, and I'm afraid of leaving a scar, so I want to use the debridement ointment to wipe it. Chapter 177 Sister-in-law's drink. That afternoon, Lu Chuan called everyone in the clinic and told them about his plan to go to the provincial capital. Zhao Siming said with some concern, Lu Chuan, Zhu Xiaoming did not cause us trouble and returned to the provincial capital. This is a good thing for us. But if you run to the provincial capital now, isn't it a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth? Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Zhao, since I dare to go, I have considered it carefully. Although the Zhu family is strong, the provincial capital is not a lawless place. They dare not do anything to me. And if I go to the provincial capital, Zhu Xiaoming will definitely focus on me, then you will be safe. Su Ming smiled and said, brother, you can go with peace of mind. Leave the clinic to me. I have made some progress in martial arts recently, and I promise not to let anyone come to the clinic to make trouble. Liang Gongyi put down the rag in his hand, stared with big eyes and said, I want to go too. Lu Chuan said, I'm not sure what I will encounter when I go to the provincial capital this time, and I can't bring a burden with me. Liang Gongyi's face was full of loss for a moment. He picked up the rag again, turned around and left. The burden went to work. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl has adapted to the life in the clinic during this period. She works diligently, is well behaved and likable. At first, Mu Nanking was full of hostility towards this girl, but after getting to know each other, she found that this girl was very cute, especially her beautiful big eyes, which would make anyone who saw her feel pity. So she has now become a good sister with Liang Gongyi. Liang Gongyi also likes Mu Nanking, the big-breasted sister, and chases Mu Nanking all day to ask what to eat to promote growth, often making Mu Nanking blush. Because the rooms in the clinic are limited, Liang Gongyi could only sleep in the grocery room when she first came. Now she has a good relationship with Mu Nanking, and the two have slept in the same bed, and they discuss small knowledge about breast development every night. Maybe because she lived in an island country since she was a child. Liang Gongyi is full of curiosity about all kinds of things in China and wants to know everything. So when she heard that Lu Chuan was going to the provincial capital, she wanted to go with him. When Mu Nanking heard that Lu Chuan was going to the provincial capital, her heart tightened and she asked quickly, when are you going to leave? Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, if there is nothing else, we will leave tomorrow. Mu Nanking was a little surprised. Are you in such a hurry? Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, sister-in-law, do you have anything else? Mu Nanking said quickly, no, it's just that Xiao Chuan is going on a long trip, and I'm a little reluctant. Lu Chuan smiled and said, it's just going to the provincial capital. It's not a long trip. I will be back after I finish my business. Mu Nanking didn't say anything else, but lowered his head and began to consider whether he should act immediately. This is also good. After the window paper is broken, Xiao Chuan goes to the provincial capital, and we will have enough time to calm down and accept this matter. In this case, I will act tonight. After making up his mind, Mu Nanking felt a lot more relaxed, and an expectant smile appeared on his face. 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Chuan packed his things, and then planned to sit in meditation and practice, and then set off for the provincial capital early tomorrow morning. At this time, Mu Nanking suddenly knocked on the door and asked, Xiao Chuan, are you thirsty? I made a drink. Do you want to try it? Lu Chuan said, sister-in-law, I'm not thirsty now. Drinking too much water at night makes it easy to go to the toilet. Oh. Mu Nanking replied and turned away. After a while, the knock on the door sounded again, and it was Mu Nanking again. Xiao Chuan, can you help me move some things? Lu Chuan had to leave the room, but he saw Mu Nanking wearing a white shirt, a short skirt, black stockings on her beautiful legs, her hair slightly curled and draped down, her eyes like autumn water, her face rosy, and the whole person exuded the charm of a mature woman. He was stunned. Sister-in-law, you are beautiful. He wanted to say sexy, but it didn't feel right, so he quickly changed his words. Mu Nanking's face showed a hint of shyness. She lifted her hair behind her ears and said, really? This dress is new. I just tried it on. Lu Chuan glanced at the place where Mu Nanking forgot to button his clothes, swallowed his saliva, then quickly looked away and asked, move. What are you moving? Mu Nanking said, the herbs in the warehouse take up a bit of space. I want you to help move them to the corner. Lu Chuan nodded immediately and went to the warehouse. Mu Nanking followed and pointed at the piles of herbs and said, just move them to the corner. They are too heavy. I'm afraid I can't move them by myself. When you go to the provincial capital tomorrow. Lu Chuan took a look at the herbs and thought that there was a strong laborer named Zooming in our clinic, so my sister-in-law didn't have to force me to move them. But thinking that Mu Nanking would be embarrassed to order Zooming around, and that he was about to go to the provincial capital, he didn't say anything, and honestly moved the herbs according to Mu Nanking's instructions. Almost half an hour later, Lu Chuan finished moving the herbs and was sweating. Mu Nanking came over with a cup of homemade drink, a little nervous and a little excited, and said, Xiao Chuan, you have sweated so much, you must be thirsty. Drink a cup of my homemade drink. Lu Chuan took a look at the drink and thought, sister-in-law asked me to move these herbs, not just to make me sweat and drink her homemade drink. He took it with a smile and said, thank you, sister-in-law. Mu Nanking lowered her head shyly and said, drink it quickly. I'm going out for a while and buy some things. After that, she turned and left the clinic. Lu Chuan took the cup of homemade drink to the yard and put the cup on the stone table in the yard. He planned to take a shower before drinking this drink. Then he went to the bathroom. Not long after, Liang Gong came to the yard one by one. She had just cleaned the lobby of the clinic. Finally, I've cleaned it up. I'm so thirsty. It would be great if I could have a drink at this time. Her eyes fell on the stone table. When she saw that there was really a drink on it, her eyes lit up and she hurried over. She picked up the drink and took a look at it and said with a touched face, wow, it's a homemade drink. This must be prepared for me by Sister Nanking because she saw how hard I work. Then you're welcome. After that, she drank the drink in the cup. It tastes weird, but it's quite delicious. It would be better if I could put more sugar in it. Liang Gong evaluated the drink one by one, then put the cup back on the stone table and went back to her room to sleep contentedly. After a while, Lu Chuan came out of the shower and walked to the stone table, intending to drink the drink specially prepared by Mu Nanking. He reached out and picked up the cup, but found that it was already empty. A trace of confusion appeared on his face. Who drank my drink? Chapter 178 Going to the provincial capital. Turning his head and looking around, Lu Chuan found that there was no one else in the yard. He muttered, "It must be Suming, the shameless guy, who dared to steal the drink that my sister-in-law made for me. He is really itchy." He didn't bother too much. He took the cup and washed it, and went back to the room to pour himself a glass of water. Not long after, King came back from outside, holding a box of small umbrellas in her hand. If I'm not mistaken, the effect of the drink that Xiaochuan drank is about to take effect. I'll go directly to his room. She walked towards Lu Chuan's room with a nervous, shy, excited, and expectant look on her face, and stretched out her hand to knock on the door. "Come in." King pushed the door open, and then closed it. She didn't dare to look directly at Lu Chuan. She blushed and said, "Xiaochuan, do you still remember that I said I wanted to tell you a secret?" Lu Chuan was sitting at the table. When he heard what King said, his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I have long wanted to know what this secret is. You are finally willing to tell me." King was stunned for a moment when she heard Lu Chuan's tone, then raised her head and looked over. When she found that Lu Chuan seemed to be fine, she was dumbfounded. "Xiaochuan, you don't feel anything wrong?" Lu Chuan was a little confused and said, "No." King panicked immediately. "Didn't they say that drinking this debridement ointment with water has the same effect as aphrodisiac? Why didn't Xiaochuan react at all? Could it be that he has drug resistance? But if he doesn't react at all, how can I break the window paper with him?" She had already thought of all the plans in her mind, but this opening deviated from her idea, making her suddenly not know what to do. "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to tell me that secret? Why don't you talk?" Lu Chuan looked at King in confusion and asked. King was in a panic and hesitantly said, I suddenly remembered that there is something else. I will tell you later." After that, she turned around, opened the door, and fled from Lu Chuan's room in a panic. Lu Chuan was confused and didn't know what King was doing. "Sister-in-law, are you afraid that something will happen to me in the provincial capital, so you use that secret to motivate me again?" Sure enough, the best person in the world is my sister-in-law. But next time I must ask what the secret she said is, and I can't let her keep my curiosity hanging like this. Lu Chuan figured out King's abnormal behavior and was secretly moved in his heart. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and entered a state of practice. King left Lu Chuan's room and was too embarrassed to see anyone. She couldn't figure out why Lu Chuan drank the drink but didn't have any reaction. Now her plan was completely disrupted. Alas, it seems that there is no way to break that layer of window paper today. We can only wait until Xiaochuan comes back. Returning to the room with some disappointment, King saw that Liangong Yi was already lying on the bed. The little girl was lying on her side with her back to her, with her legs sandwiched between the quilt, and her breathing was a little heavy. "Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Let's go to bed early." King walked to the bed, took off her clothes, changed into pajamas, lay on the bed, and turned off the lights. Not long after she lay down, Liangong Yi suddenly turned around and hugged her. "Sister King, I'm so hot." King was startled. She felt the hot air exhaled by Liangong Yi and quickly reached out to touch the girl's body and found that it was too hot. "Yi, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever?" Liangong Yi's voice was a little soft, and she said, I don't know. I drank the drink you prepared for me, and I became like this." "Sister Nanking, why do I feel soft and want to get close to someone?" King widened her eyes. "That drink was drunk by you?" Liangong Yi said, "Yes, isn't that what Sister Nanking prepared for me?" King only felt a burst of hair. No wonder Lu Chuan didn't react at all. It turned out that he didn't drink the drink at all, but let Liangong Yi drink it. This is troublesome. "Yi, that drink. Oh, how do you feel now?" Liangong Yi hugged King and kept rubbing against her. I feel a little suffocated." King was about to say something, but at this time she felt a hot little hand reaching into her clothes, and her body suddenly froze. "Yi, don't touch me randomly, you." "Oops." Liangong Yi chuckled and said, "Sister, let's sleep together tonight. The next morning, Lu Chuan took his luggage and called Mu Nanking, Su Ming, Liang Gongyi and Zhao Siming together. Hu. Mu Nanking and Liang Gongyi sneezed at the same time. Lu Chuan looked at the two of them in confusion and found that they were not in a good mental state. They looked like they had a cold, so he asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you two? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Mu Nanking looked guilty and said with evasive eyes, "No. It's okay. Yi kicked the quilt when she was sleeping at night and caught a cold." Liang Gongyi blushed inexplicably and then nodded. Well, the two women looked at each other. Their faces were full of shame at the same time, and they quickly turned their faces to the side, as if they were too embarrassed to see each other. After Mu Nanking found out that Liang Gongyi drank that drink last night, he was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Liang Gongyi insisted on doing that kind of thing with her, which almost made her collapse. Later, she remembered that Lu Chuan had mentioned before that after accidentally ingesting the debridement ointment, you can take a shower to relieve it. So she quickly took Liang Gongyi to the bathroom to take a cold shower. The two women, one big and one small, tossed in the bathroom for nearly an hour before suppressing the evil fire in Liang Gongyi's body. Mu Nanking thought of what Liang Gongyi said to herself when the drug took effect, and she was ashamed and didn't know how to face this girl. Liang Gongyi thought that Mu Nanking actually gave her that kind of thing to drink and didn't know if she had any ideas about herself and didn't know how to face this sister. The two of them were silent all night. No one fell asleep, and they both caught a cold because of taking a cold shower. Lu Chuan didn't think much about it and briefly explained a few words to a few people and then handed the array plate of the 5-element divine thunder array to Mu Nanking, asking her to use it to save her life in case of emergencies. Then he gave each of them 5 life-saving talismans to prevent accidents. After everything was arranged, Lu Chuan left the clinic and took a taxi to the train station. Yangcheng is not far from the provincial capital, and there is a direct train. Lu Chuan also splurges this time and buys a high-speed rail ticket. He came to the train station, checked his ticket, and boarded the high-speed train to the provincial capital. At the same time, Zhu's family in the provincial capital. In the living room, Zhu Yuan had just scolded Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming stood in front of Zhu Yuan with a stiff face, lowered his head, and dared not breathe. "Dad, you have scolded me for so long. It's time to calm down. I went to other places to rob things and bully people before, and I never saw you say anything to me. This time, isn't it because that Lu Chuan can refine the Zuan Long pill? Since you need this Zuan Long pill, why don't we catch this Lu Chuan and the old man and force them to practice it for us?" Zhu Xiaoming said aggrievedly. He originally thought that it was Zhao Siming who could refine the Zuan Long pill, so there was no need to worry about Lu Chuan, and he wanted Zhu Yuan to send someone to deal with Lu Chuan. However, Zhu Yuan sent someone to investigate and discovered that Lu Chuan was the core figure of the Zuanhu medical clinic, and Zhao Siming was most likely just an employee. The method of refining the Zuan Long pill should have been taught by Lu Chuan, so he scolded Zhu Siming again. "Idiot." Zhu Yuan snorted coldly, "Can you use your brain and capture them and force them to make pills? They will be angry, and what if they poison the pills?" Zhu Xiaoming said, "Then I will apologize to him and beg for forgiveness, and then give him the 300-year-old herbs and ask him to be a guest of our Zhu family. Is that okay?" Zhu Yuan curled his lips and said, "When did my Zhu family fall to the point of begging for help?" Zhu Xiaoming was speechless and said, "This won't work, and that won't work. Dad, you might as well kill me." Zhu Yuan glared at him and said, "We don't have to beg him or capture him. I told the fairy about the Zuan Long pill. The fairy is very interested in it. She has all kinds of means and the ability to turn people into her slaves. When the time comes, she will take action and take Lu Chuan as a slave and make him a tool for our Zhu family to make pills." Zhu Xiaoming's eyes lit up. The fairy is going to take action, so it seems that this Zuan Long pill is really extraordinary. Zhu Yuan glanced at him. "Of course, I asked you to come back because I was afraid that you would ruin the fairy's plan." Zhu Xiaoming smiled and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How dare I ruin the fairy's plan?" Zhu Yuan said indifferently, "If I had told you earlier, what reason would I have to scold you?" Zhu Xiaoming's expression froze. At this time, a person ran over. "Master, I just got the news that Lu Chuan got on the high-speed train to the provincial capital." Zhu Yuan was stunned for a moment. This Lu Chuan actually took the initiative to run to the provincial capital? Zhu Xiaoming's eyes lit up and said, "Dad, this is a good thing, so we don't have to go to Yancheng, that broken place, to find him again." Zhu Yuan thought for a while and said, "Quick, prepare a car for me, I want to see the ferry." On the high-speed train, Lu Chuan was worried about the riot of his Langyang power. "With my current disordered breath, I guess it won't be long before I lose control. It's really a headache. I have to find a way to save my life. It's probably not realistic to find Han Qingxi. Although she is my fiancée, no one would be stupid enough to have sex with someone they just met. But the provincial capital is a big city. There should be a lot of places for improper massage. If it doesn't work, I can only find one of those places. After all, my life is at stake, and I can't care so much. By the way, I should be able to find a very high-end one in the provincial capital, and I don't have to worry about health and hygiene issues." Almost an hour later, the train arrived at the provincial capital. After Lu Chuan came out of the train station and saw the prosperity of the provincial capital, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Yancheng is really just a small place compared to here. He didn't waste time and took a taxi directly to the Han family. On the way, the driver told Lu Chuan that the eldest daughter of the Han family was a nice beauty, very cold, and kept people away from her. It was very difficult to get along with her at first glance, but her face was really beautiful, white, and tender, but a little thin. Lu Chuan didn't care about the eldest daughter of the Han family. He just wanted to get the dragon soul jade of the Han family. Not long after, Lu Chuan arrived at the door of the Han family mansion. He told the security guard at the door that he wanted to see Han Qingxi. The security guard didn't let him in, but took him to the door of a welfare lottery not far away, pointed to a figure inside who was struggling to scratch the lottery and said, "That's our daughter." Lu Chuan was stunned. He saw that there was a pile of scratched lottery tickets in front of Han Qingxi, at least 300 or 400, and Han Qingxi seemed to have lost money, frowning, and was still trying to scratch the lottery, wanting to win it back. This image is not at all related to the ice beauty that the taxi driver said. Lu Chuan walked to Han Qingxi's side, and a group of people were watching her scratch the lottery. "I'll scratch the last one. If I can't scratch this one, I'll go home," Han Qingxi said to herself. The owner of the lottery shop put the last 6 scratched tickets on the table without joking and said, "Ms. Han, please pick one." Han Qingxi bit her finger and looked at the 6 scratched tickets. Finally, she pointed to the one in the middle and said, "This is it." At this time, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Ms. Han, if I were you, I would pick the one in the upper left corner. It should be able to win back all the money you lost today." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 179. Let you be cyberbullied. Han Qingxi turned his head and looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "How do you know?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Intuition." In fact, he used his spiritual sense to penetrate into the 6 scratch tickets and took a look. He saw that the one in the upper left corner could win the 200,000 yuan grand prize. Everyone around laughed. "Brother, intuition is the most unreliable thing. If your intuition could be so strong, you would have made a fortune long ago." Yes, Miss Han is the scratch-off king in our area. If we really want to say who has a more accurate intuition, it must be her. I bet 50, the one in the upper left corner will not open anything. Don't ask why, just ask intuition. Han Qingxi said, "I don't believe in other people's intuition. I will choose the one in the middle." After that, she picked up the middle one and started scratching. Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly. Soon, Han Qingxi marked all the areas, and as expected, nothing was won. She looked disappointed and said, "This one doesn't count. I'll scratch another one. If this one doesn't win, I'll go home." After that, she picked up the one in the lower left corner and scratched it. Nothing happened again. "I'll scratch another one." Han Kingxi scratched one by one and scratched 5 in a row, but nothing happened. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that the first thing this young lady said when she came here was that I'll just scratch one and go home after that. Then she scratched the last one. The only thing left on the table was the one Lu Chuan mentioned. Han Kingxi was a little annoyed and said angrily, I'm unlucky today, I'll come again tomorrow. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly stopped her and said, Miss Han, there is only one left, so why should you scratch this one? Han Kingxi said, I won't win if I scratch it again, why should I waste my time? Lu Chuan said, I can make a bet with you. If you can't win the jackpot with this one, I will pay for the scratch tickets you scratched today. Han Kingxi's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Her parents disliked her addiction to scratch tickets and had begun to limit her pocket money. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Really? Everyone around laughed. I'm afraid this guy wants to pursue Miss Han, and he has used such a clumsy trick. Unfortunately, Miss Han has a unique vision and will definitely not be attracted by him. There are always many people in this world who want to get something for nothing and pin their hopes on illusory luck. Even if they suffer repeated setbacks, they still believe in it. This scratch card is based on people's mentality. Even if there is a big prize, it is impossible to win it here. Han Kingxi ignored the words of the people around her, took the last scratch card and started scratching. After a while, she was stunned. She saw that the winning number was 7, and there was a 7 in the area she scratched, and the corresponding winning amount below was written as 200,000. Really won the jackpot. The people around were all surprised and hurried over to see. When they saw that the last scratch card really won the 200,000 grand prize, everyone was shocked. They looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, wondering how this guy could see it. Brother, you are amazing. Did you really know that this ticket has a big prize based on your intuition? Brother, add me on WeChat. I will buy lottery tickets and scratch cards in the future. Please give me some advice. Oh my god, this guy is too lucky. No, I have to get closer to him to get some luck. Han Kingxi was very happy and said to Lu Chuan, you are really amazing. I will give you half of the prize money. Lu Chuan said, I don't want the prize money, but I have a favor to ask Miss Han. Han Kingxi asked, what favor? Lu Chuan said, please lend me a hand. Han Kingxi cashed in the prize money and then followed Lu Chuan out of the lottery shop. The two came to the door of the Han family's mansion. Han Kingxi looked at Lu Chuan and asked, what do you want me to do for you? Lu Chuan smiled and took out the marriage certificate, saying, to be honest, we actually had an engagement. Han Kingxi took a look at the marriage certificate. His eyes gradually widened, and the look he gave Lu Chuan immediately became disgusted. He put on a stern face and said, I don't agree with this marriage. I don't want to marry you. Leave quickly, and don't show up in front of me in the future. Lu Chuan was full of confusion, and he didn't expect Han Kingxi to have such a big reaction. After seeing the marriage certificate, he hesitated for a moment and said, do you really not want to marry me? Han Kingxi said with disgust on his face, of course not. I don't want to marry a man in my life. She didn't say that she disliked Lu Chuan, but she was very disgusted with the idea of getting married. Lu Chuan smiled and said, how about this? I heard that the Han family has a piece of dragon soul jade. If you give me that piece of dragon soul jade, I will give you this marriage certificate. Then our marriage will be considered cancelled. How about it? Han Kingxi was a little surprised when he heard this. Really? Lu Chuan patted his chest and said, of course, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. He was just worrying about how to ask the Han family for the dragon soul jade. Now seeing Han Kingxi's disgust for this marriage, he took advantage of it a little. Han Kingxi said, then come with me, I will get you the dragon soul jade. Lu Chuan was a little excited. He didn't expect that he could get the dragon soul jade so easily. The two came to the house. Wait in the yard first, I'll get it for you. Han Kingxi said, and walked into the house inside. Lu Chuan waited in the yard. After a while, he heard a quarrel coming from inside. Mom, just give me the dragon soul jade. I want to cancel the marriage. Cancel? I tell you, it's impossible. Where is my future son-in-law? Where is he? I want to meet him. Soon, a plump lady came out. After seeing Lu Chuan in the yard, she ran over and looked him up and down. This person was Han King's mother, Zhao Yun. "Are you Lu Chuan?" Zhao Yun asked. Lu Chuan bowed and said, "Hello, auntie." Han Kingxi ran out and said, "Mom, give him the Dragon Soul Jade quickly. I don't want to marry him." Zhao Yun ignored Han Kingxi and asked Lu Chuan, "Lu Chuan, is my daughter pretty?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Pretty? Can she be worthy of you?" Lu Chuan quickly said, "Auntie, you are joking. I'm not worthy of Miss Han, so I came to cancel the engagement. But I need that piece of Dragon Soul Jade, so I hope you can give it to me." Zhao Yun frowned and said, "Don't even think about canceling the engagement. My daughter is of marriageable age, and you two happen to be engaged. I don't care about your family or background. You two should go and get the marriage certificate now. We must have the bridal chamber tonight. Let's not waste time and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now." After that, she grabbed Han Kingxi and Lu Chuan and wanted to go out. Lu Chuan was horrified and quickly stopped her, saying, "Aunt, what are you doing? Miss Han doesn't want to marry me, and I also intend to cancel the engagement. Why do you force us to get married?" Zhao Yun frowned at Lu Chuan and said, "You silly boy, I married such a good girl to you, but you are unwilling to do so. Do you know how much of a bargain you have picked up?" Han Kingxi said, "I don't want to marry him. If you want to marry yourself." Zhao Yun was furious and raised her hand to hit Han Kingxi. "You dead girl, you really want to piss me off to death, right?" Lu Chuan was confused and couldn't understand what the mother and daughter meant, so he asked, "Aunt, the reason why you are so anxious must be that there is something hidden, right? Can you tell me?" Zhao Yun hesitated for a moment and then said, as if she had given up, "In that case, I won't hide it from you. My daughter has an abnormal sexual orientation. You can want the Dragon Soul Jade, but marry her and correct her, or you have other ways to make her like men." Lu Chuan was stunned and turned to look at Han Kingxi. He never expected that she disagreed with this marriage because of her abnormal sexual orientation. Han Kingxi didn't feel ashamed at all. He snorted and said, "What's wrong with me liking girls? Girls are soft, fragrant, and feel comfortable to touch, while men are smelly and rude. I don't like them. Anyway, I don't want to marry a man." Zhao Yun's chest was heaving with anger. She looked at Lu Chuan and said, "You have seen her like this. As long as you can correct her, I will give you the Dragon Soul Jade. Otherwise, even if I force you, you two will have a wedding night. As long as you have a wedding night once, she will like men." "I don't like it, don't like it, don't like it," Han Kingxi retorted. Lu Chuan's head was as big as a bucket. Although he had a vast amount of inherited knowledge, he had never seen how to make a girl who likes girls like men. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan came out of the Han family mansion with a trace of despair on his face. Zhao Yun said that she would only give Lu Chuan 3 days. After 3 days, if he couldn't think of a way to make Han Kingxi like a man, she would force him to have a wedding night with Han Kingxi. The provincial capital was the territory of the Han family. Zhao Yun was not afraid of Lu Chuan running away and said that if Lu Chuan didn't have a wedding night with Han Kingxi, he would never leave the provincial capital. What the hell is going on? Lu Chuan thought he could easily get the Dragon Soul Jade, but he didn't expect to encounter such a difficult problem. He tried hard to think about how to make Han Kingxi like a man. At this moment, his internal breath became disordered, and the Dragon Yang power showed signs of erupting again. "Let's find a hotel first and suppress the Dragon Yang power in our body." Alas. In a quiet tea house, Zhu Yuan came to a tea house, lowered his head, bent his body slightly, and said respectfully, "Fairy, that Lu Chuan has come to the provincial capital." In the center of the tea house, a charming woman in a pink robe was holding a cup of tea and took a sip. Her eyes were charming, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Her fingers were slender with long nails, and the way she held the teacup could make men fantasize. Her robe slipped from her shoulders, revealing half of her shoulders. Her fair skin could even reflect light, and the arc of her chest was even more fascinating. Zhu Yuan would feel dry in his mouth after just a sneak peek, and he didn't dare to look at her anymore, for he was afraid that he would lose control if he looked too much. For some reason, every time he came to see the fairy, the 3 words "fox spirit" would always appear in his mind. After the fairy finished drinking the tea, water droplets appeared on her red lips, making her look even sexier. "Oh, The one who can refine the 9-dragon pill? Her voice was so enchanting that people couldn't help but tense up when they heard it. Zhu Yuan quickly said, yes, it's him. The fairy chuckled and said, bring him to me tomorrow. I will try to make him my slave. When the time comes, let him refine as many Zuanlan pills as your Zhu family wants. Zhu Yuan excitedly bowed. Yes. Chapter 180 Floating Fragrance. In a fast hotel, Lu Chuan finally suppressed the disorder in his body. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to the bathroom to take a shower. I don't know if it's because of the breakthrough to the foundation building stage. The burst of Long Yang power this time seems to be much stronger than the last time. I spent so much effort to suppress this disorder alone. I'm afraid it will get out of control in a day or two. Or I will agree to the Han family and have a wedding night with Han Kingxi first. Then I can get the Dragon Soul Jade, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But the only problem is that I'm afraid I really have to marry Han Kingxi as my wife. Otherwise the Han family will definitely not let me go. After taking a shower, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed, letting himself calm down to practice. But the power of Long Yang made him unable to calm down at all, as if there was a voice urging him to find a woman quickly. Seeing that he couldn't practice, Lu Chuan simply gave up and took out the wooden sign with a tower carved on it that he had obtained from the Hehuan sect before. He tried to use his spiritual sense to penetrate the inside of the wooden sign to check, but the wooden sign was like an invisible barrier that blocked his spiritual sense from the outside. No matter how he tried, he couldn't let his spiritual sense penetrate even a little bit. This thing can actually isolate the spiritual sense to this extent. There must be some big secret hidden inside. Lu Chuan stared at the wooden sign, thought for a while, and then condensed a spiritual power on his palm, and then attacked the wooden sign. Bang! The spiritual power fell on the wooden sign, and was directly rebounded. Lu Chuan was caught off guard, and was almost injured by his own spiritual power. It can actually rebound power. It's not simple. He thought about it again, then bit his finger, and ripped a drop of blood on it. Logically speaking, if this thing is really something extraordinary, it should be able to recognize its owner by dripping blood. The drop of blood dripped on the wooden sign, instantly penetrated into it, and disappeared. But Lu Chuan didn't feel any changes in the wooden sign, nor did he realize that there was a connection between him and it. It's really strange. There is no reaction at all. This thing is special. It is indeed special, but it is useless. After tinkering with it for a long time, Lu Chuan felt a little tired and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Lu Chuan had a dream. He dreamed that he was surrounded by monsters. Those monsters had extremely terrifying strength. Each of them had reached the stage of crossing the calamity. The aura emanating from their bodies alone frightened him so much that he trembled and dared not move. At this time, a delicate pagoda flashing with colorful light appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, it sucked all the monsters in and suppressed them in the tower. Then the tower kept shrinking and finally flew into Lu Chuan's body and merged with him. The next morning, Lu Chuan felt a little dizzy when he woke up. Thinking back to the dream he had last night, he felt a little strange. It seems that I was obsessed with studying the wooden sign at night and had such a strange dream. Without thinking too much, he washed up, packed his things, and went downstairs to have breakfast. At the entrance of the hotel, Lu Chuan thought about it and planned to go to the hospital to ask if sexual orientation could be changed. However, as soon as he walked to the side of the road, several people blocked his way. Lu Chuan, we meet again. It was Zhu Xiaoming who spoke. This time, he was followed by 6 bodyguards, all of whom were masters of the realm of transformation. Lu Chuan glanced at Zhu Xiaoming and raised his eyebrows. He was not too surprised. The provincial capital is the territory of the Zhu family. If he came here, Zhu Xiaoming would definitely get the news first. What's the matter? Are you itching again? Lu Chuan asked. Zhu Xiaoming was frightened and quickly stepped back a few steps, getting closer to the 6 bodyguards, and said, Don't make trouble. I'm actually here to apologize to you. Lu Chuan looked at the 6 bodyguards behind him and said, Is it necessary to bring so many masters here to apologize? Zhu Xiaoming said embarrassedly, I'm just afraid of unexpected situations. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, if you really want to apologize, give me the 300-year-old medicinal herbs you owe me. Zhu Xiaoming quickly smiled and said, I have prepared the 300-year-old medicinal herbs. I came to you just to give you these medicinal herbs, but it is not convenient for me to carry so many precious medicinal herbs on me. I need you to go with me to get them. Lu Chuan sneered and said, you want me to go to the Zhu family with you? Then let your Zhu family's masters deal with me, right? Zhu Xiaoming said quickly, no, I know you must have some concerns. So I asked someone to put the 30 herbs in a tea house, which is only a few hundred meters away from the supervisory department. Even if I want to attack you, it will definitely alert the people in the supervisory department, so it's not worth it. Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, touched the sword raising good in his clothes, thinking that even if Zhu Xiaoming really dug a hole for him, he should be able to deal with it. So he said, okay, I'll go with you. When studying the wooden sign last night, he found that his spiritual awareness had improved a lot with the improvement of his strength. Now even if he uses the sword raising good, although it still consumes a lot of energy, it will not be completely weakened. Even if he can't continue to maintain high intensity combat, it's still okay to run. Seeing Lu Chuan agreed, Zhu Xiaoming smiled and said, let's go. Let's say we didn't know each other until we fought. I admit that my attitude was a little bad before. I will definitely correct it in the future. I hope we can become good friends. Lu Chuan glanced at him and said, it's not appropriate to say that we didn't know each other until we fought. Zhu Xiaoming was puzzled and asked, why? Lu Chuan said, I didn't fight with you. You were the one who got beaten unilaterally. Zhu Xiaoming's expression froze, and he squeezed out an awkward smile on his face and said, yes, I was beaten. What I said was indeed inappropriate. Not long after, the group arrived in front of a tea house. Just by looking at the decoration and layout here, you can tell that this is a consumption place prepared for the rich, and it is not something that ordinary people can come to casually. When he came, Lu Chuan had already observed that the supervisory department was indeed a few hundred meters away. If the Zhu family really wanted to take action, they would definitely alarm the supervisory department at that time. No matter how powerful the Zhu family is, they would never ignore the majesty of the supervisory department. But Lu Chuan didn't believe that Zhu Xiaoming would really give him the 30 herbs. They might want to deal with him in other ways. Zhu Xiaoming took Lu Chuan into the tea house, and several bodyguards stayed outside the door. As soon as he entered, Lu Chuan smelled a faint fragrance that was refreshing. In order to prevent the fragrance from being poisonous, he took out a beige pill and ate it. Zhu Xiaoming took Lu Chuan to the door of a tea house and made a gesture of invitation. Please come in. Lu Chuan looked inside and didn't find anything unusual, so he walked in. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoming showed a sinister smile on his face and shouted, Fairy, the person has been brought here. Please take action. I won't disturb you. After that, he quickly closed the door of the tea house, turned around and ran out of the tea house. You stay here. No matter what happens inside, no one is allowed to go in. Do you hear me? Zhu Xiaoming gave an order to the 6 bodyguards. Yes. Zhu Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction and left with a smile. Lu Chuan, when you become the slave of the fairy, I will avenge you for beating me. In the tea room. Seeing Zhu Xiaoming locked himself in here, Lu Chuan frowned and immediately showed a vigilant face. I knew this kid had bad intentions. He turned his head and looked around, but did not find anything wrong in the tea room. At this moment, he suddenly felt a unique breath behind him and turned around quickly. I saw a charming woman with a charming posture, wearing a loose robe, half-exposed shoulders, and snow-white long legs that could not be covered. This woman's eyes are seductive, lazy and with a bit of lust, making people want to sink at a glance. Who are you? Lu Chuan looked at this woman with a vigilant face. This woman was too coquettish. Just a few glances, the dragon and yang power in his body began to riot. The woman raised her lips and said with a smile, they call me fairy, but my name is Fuxiang, and I will soon become your master. Lu Chuan was almost unable to bear the torture of Lan Guiyang's power. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, you goblin, I advise you to leave here quickly, otherwise I can't guarantee what I will do to you. Fuxiang showed a playful smile on her face. Hey, How do you know I'm a goblin? Then she blew a breath at Lu Chuan gently, and a ball of pink smoke appeared and fell on Lu Chuan's face. Lu Chuan felt dizzy, and then the things in front of him began to change. After a while, his vision returned to normal, and he found himself in the boudoir of an ancient lady. The layout of this boudoir was very similar to that of a wedding. There were candles on the table, and the light in the room was ambiguous. Fuxiang was lying on the bed, looking at Lu Chuan seductively. Is this an illusion? Lu Chuan immediately wanted to use his means to break the illusion in front of him. But what he didn't expect was that he was tied with ropes, his hands and feet were controlled, and the power in his body was suppressed. Except for the power of Long Yang. Don't waste your energy. In fact, this is a real appearance of the tea house. The previous ones were illusions. I like this style. What do you think of a sleeping beauty on the couch? Fu Xiang smiled and looked at Lu Chuan. Her queen-like voice was soul-stirring. Lu Chuan couldn't use his spiritual power, and he couldn't suppress the power of Long Yang in his body. At this moment, he was on the verge of losing control, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. At this moment, there was such a seductive beauty lying on the bed. He just wanted to pounce on her and ravage this woman. So what do you want to do? Sleep with me? If that's the case, please hurry up. I can't stand it anymore, Lu Chuan said with gritted teeth. Fuxiang's face turned cold. Sleep with you? You are really narcissistic. Although I'm born with a charming body and practice the art of seduction, the man in this world who is qualified to be slept with by me has not been born yet. She got off the bed, walked to Lu Chuan, and said with a smile, I brought you here to make you my slave. Don't worry, my art of seduction has been perfected. It only takes some mana to make you willing to be my slave. It will be very fast. After that, she stretched out her hand and released a strange power to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan only felt that his mind was attracted, and he gradually developed a good impression of this beautiful woman. He had the urge to kneel down under her pomegranate skirt and be her dog for life. At the same time, he also sensed the breath contained in Fuxiang's power. Demonic aura. This woman who is enough to seduce all living beings is really a demon who has cultivated into a spirit. I didn't expect that there are fairies who have cultivated into human form on the earth, but she is really beautiful and coquettish. I can't help it. The Long Yang power in Lu Chuan's body was about to get out of control, but he was about to be controlled by Fuxiang and become her slave. At this moment, the wooden sign in Lu Chuan's clothes suddenly flew out with a flash of light, absorbing all the demonic power released by Fuxiang. Fuxiang's face changed, and she was about to take back her power, but she was surprised to find that the power in her body was out of control and all rushed to the wooden sign. What are you? All the Taoism I have cultivated with great difficulty has been sucked away. You must make it stop. Her voice trembled, which made people think more. Boom. The Long Yang power in Lu Chuan's body was completely out of control, and his consciousness was filled with lust. He raised his head, looking at Fuxiang with only animal eyes, licked his tongue, and showed a devilish smile. Chapter 181, Vixen. Fuxiang couldn't help but shudder when she saw Lu Chuan's eyes. What's wrong with this guy? At this time, the wooden sign stopped absorbing Fuxiang's Taoism, and then turned into a stream of light, flew into Lu Chuan's body, and disappeared. Fuxiang breathed a sigh of relief, and said to herself, fortunately, the damn thing stopped, otherwise my accumulation over the years would be in vain. She looked at Lu Chuan, and saw that the other party seemed to want to eat people. She couldn't help but frowned. What kind of monster did the Zhu family send to me? But she was not worried. You are more threatening than I thought, but you are tied up by my body lock rope, and it is impossible to break free. The next second, Lu Chuan relied on the power brought by the burst of Long Yang's power to directly break the ropes tied to his hands and feet. Fuxiang was stunned. How is this possible? The body lock rope is at least a top-level magic weapon. Lu Chuan rushed directly towards Fuxiang. Seeing this, Fuxiang immediately wanted to use her means to resist Lu Chuan, but she was surprised to find that her demon power had been sealed by the strange wooden sign without her knowing when, and she couldn't use any power at all. Damn it. Although the seal is simple, it will take at least 2 days for me to break free. What should I do? Just as Fuxiang was anxiously thinking about how to deal with it, Lu Chuan naturally came to her. She was thrown onto the bed without any resistance. Lu Chuan held down Fuxiang's hands and leaned over to stare at her. Fuxiang's face was full of tension and fear, and her chest kept rising and falling. She said, You let me go. My identity is not ordinary. If you dare to touch me, you will be hunted down by our demon clan. Lu Chuan grinned and instinctively said, the demon clan is really exciting. After that, he lay down and kissed Fuxiang. Fuxiang's eyes widened. After she turned into a human form, although she relied on the charm to capture the hearts of countless men, she has always been very restrained and never really let a man touch her. Now Lu Chuan kissed her, making her almost suffocate. This feeling, so shameful. Bastard, get out of here. Fuxiang said weakly. Lu Chuan could no longer control his behavior and kissed Fuxiang's soft lips directly. The battle was about to break out. One day and one night later, Lu Chuan lay on the couch, looking at the ceiling, a little dazed. Fuxiang turned her back to him, sobbing. Don't cry. Seeing your charming appearance, I thought you were a master in this area, but you don't know as much as I do. Lu Chuan said. Fuxiang said with a look of annoyance on her face, I'm just born with a charming body. Who says that a charming woman must have done that kind of thing? Lu Chuan sighed and said, you want to turn me into a slave? I will lend you to relieve the Langyang power in your body. We are even. Fuxiang snorted coldly, who is even with you? You took my body. My demon clan will never let you go, so just wait for death. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at her and said, it seems that I can only kill you to silence you. As long as you die here, no one will tell the demon clan about this, right? Fuxiang's body stiffened. I'm kidding. Don't do anything stupid. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. He turned his head to look at this charming girl and found that she became more attractive after crying. Are you really a demon? Fuxiang snorted coldly, of course. Lu Chuan asked curiously, then what kind of demon are you? Fuxiang said, fox demon. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, then can you change back to your original form and let me see? Fuxiang immediately showed a face full of vigilance and covered her body with a quilt. What do you want to do? Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, I don't mean anything else. I just want to see. He saw a demon for the first time in his life and was a little curious. Fuxiang said, my power is sealed and I can only show myself in human form. Otherwise, you can remove the seal in my body and I will change back to my original form and let you see. Lu Chuan laughed. Forget it. I'm afraid you will kill me. Fuxiang's face was full of anger. It's good that you know. Although she said so, she didn't dare to do it. After all, she didn't know if the wooden sign would pop up again when she took action. If this guy pressed her on the bed and bullied her again, she would have no face to see anyone in her life. Recalling the madness of this day and night, Fuxiang couldn't help blushing. After a long time, Lu Chuan got up and put on his clothes. Fuxiang also got up quickly and put on the robe. This time she didn't dare to expose her shoulders and thighs. Lu Chuan glanced at Fuxiang. It was only at this time that he felt that his dissolution of Langyang's power was a bit absurd. He actually did that kind of thing with the vixen. Although in the cultivation world, there is not much difference between the demons and humans after they transform, and many practitioners will marry people from the demon clan. But for Lu Chuan, this kind of thing is still too advanced, and he has to adapt to it before he can accept it. He thought for a while, stared at Fuxiang and asked, you are a demon, have you ever harmed anyone? Fuxiang was a little angry and said, you humans are so shameless. My demon race has its own way of survival. You labeled us as harming people for no reason, making the world afraid of us and hate us. Little do you know that you are the culprit who robbed our demon resources, destroyed our homes, and forced us to have nowhere to hide. What makes you suspect that I have harmed anyone as soon as you came? Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed by what he said. Sorry, I just want to ask out of habit. Fuxiang snorted coldly, although I hid in human society, I just wanted to enjoy the luxury of you humans. I just pretended to be a fairy lady and got some convenience. You are the first person I wanted to harm, but I didn't expect to be harmed by you. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, since you haven't harmed anyone, I won't make things difficult for you. Go away. Don't trust the words of people like the Zhu family in the future. They are not good people. Fuxiang was a little surprised and asked, aren't you afraid that I will tell the elders about this after I go back and let the elders come to you for revenge? Lu Chuan said, you should not be that kind of bad goblin. I believe you. Fuxiang said, then you are totally wrong. I'm the bad goblin. I must take revenge. Lu Chuan smiled jokingly and said, forget it. I won't let you go. I will tie you to my side and we will have sex every night. Fuxiang was panicked. You are shameless. Lu Chuan laughed and said, if you are really a bad goblin, you will definitely not react like this. Fuxiang was seen through, and her face was a little embarrassed, and she said, even if I don't tell the elders about this, I will come to you for revenge myself. Lu Chuan shrugged, it's up to you. Fuxiang was full of indignation, and turned to leave. She wanted to concentrate on practicing, and when her strength increased greatly, she would come to Lu Chuan for revenge. By the way, wait a moment. Lu Chuan suddenly said again. Fuxiang looked at Lu Chuan warily and asked, what else do you want to do? Lu Chuan asked, do you have any way to make a woman who doesn't like men fall in love with men? Fuxiang snorted, with a hint of pride on her face. This is her professional field. Of course there is. I have a kind of wine called peach blossom wine. As long as this woman has a sip, she will like men. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. Then give me some of this peach blossom wine. Fuxiang glanced at Lu Chuan with disdain and said, why should I give it to you? Do you want me to fall in love with you? Don't dream. Lu Chuan said, I have a friend who is not fond of men. I have to help her change. Don't talk nonsense. Give me some. Fuxiang said firmly, no. Hearing this, Lu Chuan walked directly to Fuxiang and pushed her against the door. If you don't give it to me, I will make you lose your virginity again and make you the eternal joke of the demon clan. Fuxiang was immediately panicked and said, isn't it okay for me to give it to you? You are such a bastard. Then she took out a small wine bottle and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took it, opened it and smelled it, then said, take a sip first and let me see. What if it's fake? Fuxiang was full of resistance. I'm allergic to alcohol and can't drink it, but I can guarantee that this wine can really make women fall in love with men. Lu Chuan was puzzled and then said, then swear. Fuxiang immediately said, I swear, this bottle of peach blossom wine can really make women fall in love with men. If it's fake, I will hit you with thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan cast a spell to identify Fuxiang's words. After confirming that she was not lying, he was relieved. Okay, you go. Fuxiang rushed out of the door, fearing that Lu Chuan would bully her again if she walked too slowly. Lu Chuan looked at the bottle of peach blossom wine in his hand and said to himself, although she didn't lie, why do I always feel that this peach blossom wine is not very reliable? Fuxiang left the tea house, walking on the road with a face full of resentment, and her enchanting figure attracted the eyes of countless men. She said to herself, peach blossom wine will make women who drink it fall in love with the man they see at first sight. That guy wants me to drink it. Is it possible that I have been possessed by him and I still have to fall in love with him? What a dream. These humans are so abominable. I'd better go back to the demon clan's territory and concentrate on practicing. Lu Chuan, wait for me. When I have the strength to resist your damn wooden sign, I will come back to seek revenge on you. After Lu Chuan got the peach blossom wine, he rushed directly to the Han family. He accidentally relieved the power of Long Yang and saved his life. He also found a way to make Han Qingxi change his sexual orientation. He was in a good mood and thought that he would go to the Zhu family to settle accounts after getting the Dragon Soul Jade. Soon after arriving at the Han family, the security guard at the door took Lu Chuan into the house and came to a courtyard. At this time, Han Qingxi was angry with Zhao Yun. Both mother and daughter looked ugly. It seemed that they had just quarreled. The security guard was afraid of being implicated, so he took Lu Chuan here and left quickly. Lu Chuan walked up to Zhao Yun and Han Qingxi and said, Aunt, I have found a way to make Miss Han fall in love with a man. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this. Tell me about it quickly. Lu Chuan took out the peach blossom wine and said, as long as Miss Han has a sip of this wine, she will fall in love with the man. Zhao Yun was a little suspicious. Is it true? Lu Chuan said, of course it's true. This wine has magical effects and will definitely make Miss Han fall in love with the man. Han Qingxi on the side suddenly became anxious. She looked at Zhao Yun and said, I like girls. This is not a disease at all. Why do you always want to correct me? Zhao Yun said with a cold face, since you said it's not a disease, you will definitely not be affected by Lu Chuan's wine. Take a sip. If you still like girls after drinking it, I will never interfere with you again in the future. Han Qingxi heard this, his face full of confidence, and said, drink it, but who can guarantee that there is nothing else in this wine? What if it is poisonous? Zhao Yun thought for a moment, and asked Lu Chuan, are you sure that nothing else will happen after drinking this wine? Lu Chuan nodded, I can guarantee it with my character. Zhao Yun said, okay, I'll trust you this time. Then she looked at Han Qingxi and said, since you are worried, then I, as your mother, will drink a sip for you first. If it is really poisonous, we will die together. Chapter 180 To the effect of peach blossom wine. Hearing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, Aunt, this wine has some magical effects after all. If you drink it, will it be bad? Zhao Yun said, what's wrong? I like men anyway, and it won't have any effect after drinking it. Lu Chuan thought about it and said, that's true. Then you can have a sip and try it first. Zhao Yun took the bottle of wine from Lu Chuan, opened it and wanted to have a sip. She still trusted Lu Chuan in her heart, and this was the Han family. She didn't think Lu Chuan dared to have any crooked thoughts here. Just when she was about to drink the peach wine, Han Qingxi on the side suddenly snatched the bottle and said, even if it is poisonous, I don't want you to taste it for me. I want you to understand that there is nothing wrong with girls liking girls. No matter how magical the medicine is, it can't change it. After that, she drank the wine and the bottle. Lu Chuan and Zhao Yun looked at Han Qingxi with curiosity, wondering what kind of changes she would have. A strange power appeared around Han Qingxi, and then a pink light appeared in her eyes, flashing for a few seconds and then disappearing. Daughter, how do you feel? Zhao Yun asked quickly. Han Qingxi had a trace of confusion on her face. I feel. Her eyes fell on Lu Chuan, and then the strange power around her instantly locked onto Lu Chuan, turning into a ray of light and shooting into Lu Chuan's body. Then she showed a silly smile on her face and said, Mom, I seem to like him a little bit. Seeing this, Zhao Yun burst into tears, walked over and hugged Han Qingxi, and said, my good daughter, you finally like men, and Mom finally doesn't have to worry about this anymore. She knows her daughter best. She can tell at a glance that Han Qingxi is not lying, so she is very sure that Han Qingxi really likes Lu Chuan. Han Qingxi showed a hint of shyness on her face and asked, Mom, don't he and I have an engagement? Can I marry him? Zhao Yun smiled and said, of course you can. You two are engaged and are going to get married. Han Qingxi's face was full of joy. She skipped to Lu Chuan, put her arm around his arm, and said shyly, brother Lu Chuan, I like you so much. Can we be together? Lu Chuan was confused and said quickly, Miss Han, there are so many good men in this world. With your looks and family background, you can find any kind of man. Since you have already started to like men, there is no need to stare at me. Han Qingxi shook his head and said, I don't like other men, I only like you. Lu Chuan frowned immediately, thinking that the peach blossom wine that Fu Xiang gave him would not be of no use at all. Was Han Qingxi pretending to make her mother believe it? Zhao Yun smiled and said, Lu Chuan, isn't this a good thing? Since Qingxi likes you, and you two are engaged, why don't you two be together? You don't have to worry about the marriage. My Han family can take care of all this. Lu Chuan suddenly became anxious and said, Aunt, I don't want to get married now. I came here this time just to get that dragon soul jade. When Han Qingxi heard what Lu Chuan said, his face was full of grievances and he almost cried. Brother Lu Chuan, don't you like me? Lu Chuan had a headache and said, that's not what I meant. I mean. Zhao Yun interrupted him and said with a cold face, my daughter has finally fallen in love with a man. If you dare to hurt her heart and make her change back to her original state, I promise I will not forgive you. You don't have to get married. You just met, and you can start with a relationship. If you agree, I will give you the Dragon Soul Jade. If you don't agree, not only will you lose the Dragon Soul Jade, you will never be able to leave my Han family in your life." Then she turned her head to look at Han Kingsley and asked, "Kingsley, what do you think?" Han Kingsley said shyly, "If brother Lu Chuan is willing to date me, Kingsley will definitely become the best girlfriend in the world." Zhao Yun glared at Lu Chuan. "My daughter has already shown her attitude. What about you?" Lu Chuan looked helpless, but seeing Zhao Yun's expression of "if you don't agree, I will tear you apart," he could only agree first. Then okay. Zhao Yun's expression eased, and she said with a smile, "Then you can stay in our house for a while. You two can get to know each other first, and I'll get you the Dragon Soul Jade." After that, she turned and left. Lu Chuan looked at Han Kingsley with a wry smile and said, "Miss Han, you can take your hands away." Han Kingsley looked at Lu Chuan in confusion. Her mouth flattened, and she said aggrievedly, Why? Brother Lu Chuan doesn't like Kingsley like this?" Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Miss Han, your mother is gone. You don't have to pretend to like me anymore. I know you want her to dispel her worries, but there is no need to do this." Han Kingsley's eyes were wet. "I'm not pretending. I really like brother Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan looked at Han Kingsley, who didn't look like she was pretending at all, and he was even more puzzled. If she wasn't pretending, how could she really like me? But I've only known her for 3 days. Is it because of peach blossom wine? Han Kingsley tugged at the corner of Lu Chuan's clothes in grievance and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, if you don't like something about me, can you tell me? I will definitely change. No matter what, I will listen to brother Lu Chuan, as long as brother Lu Chuan likes me." Hearing this, Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "I don't like you being addicted to scratch cards. Are you willing to quit scratch cards for me from now on?" He knew that people who were addicted to gambling were generally difficult to change, even if it was just scratch cards. If Han Kingsley was really pretending, he would definitely hesitate and even reject him. But Han Kingsley said without hesitation, "I do." His eyes were clear and firm, revealing a deep sense of conviction that made it impossible for people to doubt him. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. "This is all possible. It seems that you are not pretending." He thought for a moment and asked again, "No matter what I ask you to do, will you be obedient?" Han Kingsley nodded and said, "As long as brother Lu Chuan can always like Kingsley can do anything, and is willing to do anything to please brother Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan was shocked, and he suspected that the wine Fu Xiang gave him was not to make women fall in love with men, but to make women obedient. He pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, "Then I want to give you the next order." Han Kingsley's face was immediately full of excitement, and said, Okay. Lu Chuan can order her, which means he likes her, and she is willing to obey orders. Lu Chuan said seriously, "I order you to get into Tsundere University." The smile on Han Kingsley's face stopped abruptly. Then she said aggrievedly, "Then I will go back to high school." Seeing her serious look, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, "I was joking with you." Han Kingsley was relieved, and his face returned to smile. He shook Lu Chuan's arm and said, "Brother Lu Chuan is the best to me." Zhao Yun walked back and saw Han Kingsley pulling Lu Chuan's arm and acting coquettishly. She was very happy to confirm that her daughter was not lying. She walked to Lu Chuan and handed him a brocade box. "This is the Dragon Soul Jade. It is a priceless treasure and the favorite collection of our old man. But I'm happy today, so I will give this Dragon Soul Jade to you." Lu Chuan took it quickly, opened it and took a look. There was a crystal clear jade pendant inside, with a lifelike dragon carved on it. It contained great power. If you listen carefully, you can faintly hear the sound of dragon roaring. "Good jade." Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaimed. He felt a trace of the existence of the true dragon energy on this piece of jade. If he wanted, he could extract this true dragon energy and use it to improve his strength. However, this piece of jade still had to be used as the core of the Azure Dragon formation, so of course he would not extract the true dragon energy. Now that I have the Dragon Soul Jade, the next step is to go to the Zhu family to collect the debt. Now that my realm has reached the peak of the initial stage of foundation building, I can try to break through after I get those 300-year-old medicinal herbs. The Zhu family set a trap for me and almost made me fall into Fu Xiang's trap. If it weren't for the little wooden sign, I'm afraid I would have really become Fu Xiang's slave. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan suddenly remembered that before he lost consciousness, the wooden sign turned into a stream of light and drilled into his body. He quickly checked his body and then found a slowly rotating exquisite pagoda in his dinshan. This tower is extremely delicate, with a total of 9 floors, and it emits colorful light, exactly the same as the tower that Lu Chuan dreamed of last night. It's just that the one in Danshan is much smaller. Is this tower the tower on the wooden sign? How did it get to my Danshan? Lu Chuan was full of doubts, but now Zhao Yun and Han Qingxi were beside him, so he couldn't study it carefully. Zhao Yun said, Lu Chuan, I have someone arrange a room for you. You can play with Qingxi first. When Qingxi's father comes back in the evening, we will have dinner together. Lu Chuan nodded. For now, he could only follow Zhao Yun's wishes and see if there was a chance to make Han Qingxi no longer like him. In the afternoon, Han Qingxi kept sticking to Lu Chuan and said she would never leave him. When Lu Chuan chased him away, she cried. Her pitiful appearance made Lu Chuan soften his heart soon, so he could only agree to let her follow. In order to calm down and practice for a while, Lu Chuan ordered Han Qingxi to sit quietly, otherwise he would not like her. Han Qingxi obeyed obediently, and Lu Chuan was able to breathe. In the evening, Han Chunsheng, the head of the Han family, came back. Lu Chuan followed Han Qingxi and had dinner with Han Chunsheng and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun told them about Lu Chuan and Han Qingxi. Han Chunsheng was a calm and taciturn person. He agreed with Lu Chuan and Han Qingxi's relationship and told Lu Chuan not to bully his daughter. He didn't say much about other things. After dinner, Lu Chuan returned to his room, while Han Qingxi was kept by Han Chunsheng and Zhao Yun to talk. Han Chunsheng and Zhao Yun talked to Han Qingxi earnestly, and Han Qingxi's mind was full of Lu Chuan. After they finished talking, he ran away impatiently. As long as I can stay with brother Lu Chuan, I'm the happiest person in the world. Han Qingxi jumped and ran towards Lu Chuan's room. But soon she stopped again. Brother Lu Chuan seems to be a little dissatisfied with me. I have to ask other people's experience. Thinking of this, she took out her mobile phone and searched on the internet, how to please your boyfriend. Soon, a lot of answers came into view. Han Qingxi's eyes fell on the one with the highest number of likes, on which there were only 3 short words written, sleep with him. Is that so? Han Qingxi's face flushed with shame, then he covered his mouth and laughed. Then I'll go take a shower first. In the room, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking that the world was finally quiet. In the past, he had always dreamed of having such a clingy and obedient girlfriend, but now he just wanted to be alone and quiet. While Qingxi is not bothering me, I'll quickly study the tower in the Danshan. He was about to look inward at the Danshan, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Brother Lu Chuan. Chapter 183, Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Chuan's expression froze, and his face was covered with black lines. He wondered why this girl came to see him so late at night. He walked towards the door helplessly and opened it. Han Qingxi was only wearing a loose white shirt, which barely covered the part above the thighs. Her 2 white and tender long legs were exposed. It was unknown whether she was wearing shorts or naked underneath. Her hair was wet, and she had a faint fragrance on her body. Her face was slightly red, revealing a pure and lustful feeling. When she saw Lu Chuan open the door, she threw herself into Lu Chuan's arms and said in a shy voice, Brother Lu Chuan, Qingxi will sleep with you tonight. Lu Chuan's eyes widened immediately, and his body froze as he felt the soft girl in his arms. Qingxi, what are you doing? Han Qingxi looked up at Lu Chuan and said softly, if I sleep with brother Lu Chuan, will brother Lu Chuan like me? Lu Chuan swallowed, pushed Han Qingxi out, and said awkwardly, Qingxi, you don't have to do this. Han Qingxi's eyes suddenly turned red, and he looked at Lu Chuan aggrievedly and said, does brother Lu Chuan hate me so much? If I can't get brother Lu Chuan's love, then I might as well die. After that, Han Qingxi actually wanted to crash directly into the door frame. Lu Chuan was shocked, and quickly grabbed her and said, I didn't say I hate you, don't be so extreme. Han Qingxi said aggrievedly, why doesn't brother Lu Chuan want to sleep with me? Lu Chuan sighed and said, even if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, the relationship will not progress so quickly. Han Qingxi flattened his mouth and said, I don't care. If brother Luchuan doesn't let me sleep here, I won't live. Luchuan felt a headache and said after thinking for a while, okay, but you can only sleep in my room and can't do anything else. Otherwise I will kick you out. Han King's face was full of joy. Yeah. Luchuan let Han Kingsley into the room. Not far away, Zhao Yun, who was hiding in the dark, watched this scene with a satisfied smile on her face. It seems that Kingsley really likes this boy. This is good. As long as my daughter can change her habit of liking women, it doesn't matter if this boy takes advantage of her. Maybe I can hold my grandson earlier. Thinking of this, she no longer had any worries and turned around and left here. In the room, Luchuan looked at Han Kingsley and said, Kingsley, lie down on the bed first. Han Kingsley's face flushed and she nodded obediently and lay down on the bed. Luchuan walked to the bed, stretched out his hand and gently stroked Han Kingsley's face. Han Kingsley was a little excited and a little nervous. He looked at Luchuan shyly and said, Brother Luchuan, didn't you say that we can't do anything else? Luchuan smiled slightly and said, yes, so you should have a good sleep. After that, he released a force. Before Han Kingsley could figure out what was going on, she felt sleepy and fell asleep directly. Luchuan breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Han Kingsley's two long legs, and felt guilty in his heart, and then quickly covered her with a quilt. Fuxiang is such a swindler. The peach blossom wine she gave me is probably not meant to make women fall in love with men, but to make women fall in love with the first man they see. No wonder she refused to drink it when I asked her to. He recalled Han Kingsley's reaction after drinking the peach blossom wine and was very sure that the other party had some special changes after seeing him, and then kept saying that he liked him. If it was another man present at the time, Han Kingsley would definitely fall in love with that man. Thinking that Zhao Yun wanted to drink a sip first, Luchuan couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, Han Kingsley snatched the peach blossom wine and drank it, otherwise Luchuan would probably have been hunted down by Han Chunsheng and all the masters of the Han family. It seems that we have to think of a way to get rid of the effect of the peach blossom wine in Kingsley's body, otherwise it will only harm her. After confirming that Han Kingsley had fallen asleep, Luchuan sat cross-legged on the chair, looking inward at his dantian and observing the exquisite pagoda. He tried to establish a connection with the exquisite pagoda. Soon, the tower began to react, and rays of light appeared. A large amount of information appeared in Luchuan's mind. Luchuan carefully checked the information. His eyes widened little by little, and his heart was already shocked beyond words. It turned out that this exquisite pagoda was called the Demon Suppression Tower, a divine weapon refined by an ancient great power. The Demon Suppression Tower has a total of 9 floors, and each floor suppresses an ancient great demon. These ancient great demons are all terrifyingly powerful, and the weakest of them have reached the tribulation period. As a divine weapon, the Demon Suppression Tower is naturally able to suppress the demon race. Any demon will be greatly reduced in strength as long as it enters the territory of the Demon Suppression Tower, and the Demon Suppression Tower can absorb the demon power of the demon and turn it into its own power. It was the demon power of Fuxiang that day that stimulated the Demon Suppression Tower, causing the Demon Suppression Tower to operate on its own, absorbing part of Fuxiang's demon power and sealing her power, which allowed Luchuan to take her down. The reason why the Demon Suppression Tower ran to Luchuan's dantian was because Luchuan dripped a drop of blood on the wooden sign that day, which was considered as recognizing the master. However, the Demon Suppression Tower was not activated at that time, so there was no reaction. After the Demon Suppression Tower was activated by Fuxiang's demonic power, it was connected with Luchuan. This Demon Suppression Tower is actually a divine weapon. What kind of shit luck did I have? Luchuan was still in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. You know, divine weapons are the most precious treasures in the cultivation world. They are extremely rare. Any one of them is enough to cause a disaster that destroys the world. Compared with divine weapons, the sword raising good can only be regarded as junk that no one wants in the garbage dump. Of course, although the divine weapon is powerful, it is more difficult to control it. Now Luchuan, who can't even fully control the sword raising good, naturally can't control the power of the Demon Suppression Tower. However, even if he can use 1% of the power of the Demon Suppression Tower, He can be invincible in the foundation building stage or even the golden elixir stage. I said that the Hehuan sect had so many black ice stones, and they must have discovered some rare treasures. Now it seems that those black ice stones appeared with the demon suppression tower. With the demon suppression tower, combined with my inherited memory, I, Lu Chuan, will definitely have a place among the top powers in the world in the future. Lu Chuan was excited and quickly studied what kind of power he could get from the demon suppression tower. Soon, he showed a face full of disappointment, because he found that at his current level, he could only stimulate the domain of the demon suppression tower, suppress the masters of the demon clan, and make those masters of the demon clan tremble. Apart from this, he could not use any other power of the demon suppression tower. To be precise, Lu Chuan's strength is too weak now, and he is not qualified to use the demon suppression tower. If he uses it forcibly, he will be backfired. This domain is only effective against the demon clan. It is useless when encountering warriors. In other words, this artifact can't help me at all at present. In today's society, the demon clan is already very rare, and even if there are, they will not easily appear in the human world. Lu Chuan's face was full of helplessness. He originally thought that with the artifact, he would be able to walk sideways on the earth in the future. But it's okay this way. After all, improving strength requires steady progress. Relying too much on external forces will only make me go a short distance on the road of cultivation. Soon, Lu Chuan accepted this fact. Although the demon suppression tower can only be used as a decoration, he can still rely on the demon suppression tower to shock Fuxiang next time he meets her. There is a hidden space in the top of this demon suppression tower, which seems a bit like a storage space. Lu Chuan's consciousness entered the space at the top of the tower. He just tried to use his consciousness to enter the tower, but when he reached the 9th floor, all his consciousness bounced back. He thought that he couldn't check the situation inside the demon suppression tower before he had enough strength, but he didn't expect that there was a space at the top of the tower. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, then glanced at the table next to him. With a thought, the table disappeared out of thin air, and in the inner space of the top of the demon suppression tower, a table appeared, which was the one in the room. Lu Chuan's face was immediately filled with excitement. It's actually a storage space. This is such a pleasant surprise. He usually has to carry many things of all sizes with him when he goes out, which is very cumbersome and will affect his movements. Now that he has this storage space, he will no longer have to worry about this. The space on the top of the demon suppression tower is not small. If Lu Chuan wants, he can even put his bed at home in it and take it out when he wants to sleep. The space magic weapon is the most practical magic weapon in the cultivation world. Although Lu Chuan cannot use the power of the demon suppression tower now, this attached storage space can obviously play a greater role at this stage. He stuffed all the more important things into the demon suppression tower. When he wants to use them, he can take them out with a thought. Not bad, not bad. It's enough for me to have such a harvest this time. Lu Chuan didn't think about it anymore and calmed down and entered the state of cultivation. Zhu's house. In the hall, Zhu Yuan shouted in surprise. What did you say? Not only did Lu Chuan not become the slave of the fairy lady, but even the fairy lady disappeared. The spy of the Zhu family nodded quickly. That's true. The fairy lady was nowhere to be found in the tea house, and our people found that Lu Chuan left the tea house intact and went to the Han family. Zhu Yuan frowned. He actually went to the Han family. Zhu Xiaoming on the side hurriedly said, Dad, it seems that this fairy lady is not reliable. If Lu Chuan works for the Han family, we will be in trouble. Zhu Yuan looked thoughtful, then nodded and said, you are right. If Lu Chuan works for the Han family, it will be a huge threat to us, so we must get rid of this Lu Chuan. Zhu Xiaoming hurriedly said, I will inform my third uncle now. He is a 5th level master of the transformation realm, and is more than enough to deal with this Lu Chuan. Zhu Yuan waved his hand. If Lu Chuan really surrenders to the Han family, if we take action, it will be tantamount to tearing our faces with the Han family, so we can't let the Zhu family kill him. He thought for a moment and said, go find someone from the hidden killing pavilion to issue a task, and find the recently famous poisonous scorpion to kill Lu Chuan. If the Han family wants to blame someone, they can only blame the hidden killing pavilion. Zhu Xiaoming showed a sinister smile on his face. I know. An abandoned factory. A man with a gloomy face and eyes like a poisonous scorpion forced a middle-aged man in a suit with 3 rings on his hands into a corner. Someone paid me to kill you. You should be sensible and don't waste my time. The gloomy man said. The middle-aged man was terrified. Forgive. Spare me. I'm willing to pay double the price. The gloomy man sneered and said, sorry, there are rules in the industry, and I haven't drunk human blood for several days. You must die today. After that, he grabbed the middle-aged man's neck and opened his mouth to bite it. But in just a few seconds, the middle-aged man's blood was sucked dry, and he became a dried man. The gloomy man threw the middle-aged man aside, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked very enjoyable. Human blood is indeed the most delicious. If it weren't for the rule by my eldest brother, that I can only drink the blood of the mission target, I would have to capture a group of humans and drink their blood one by one. This man is the #1 killer of the hidden killing pavilion, Poison Scorpion. He is a demon, and because he is obsessed with human blood, he hides in the human world as a killer. Now he has become powerful by drinking human blood, which is equivalent to a human warrior of the 5th level of the realm of transformation. Because of his identity as a demon, he can sweep the same level and even challenge higher levels. At this time, Poison Scorpion's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was a new task given to him by his eldest brother. Lu Chuan, a martial arts genius. I wonder if his blood tastes good. Chapter 184 The Hidden Killing Pavilion's Assassin. The next morning, after Lu Chuan woke up from his practice, he went to the yard. It was because Han Qingxi was too restless when she slept and kept kicking the quilt. She was only wearing a shirt, and because she was restless during sleep, several buttons were unbuttoned. When Lu Chuan woke up in the morning and saw her appearance, he said he couldn't stand it. If he didn't go to the yard quickly, he would make a mistake. Not long after, Han Qingxi came out in her shirt. Her face was flushed, and she pulled the shirt down with one hand, fearing that some parts would not be covered. She glanced at Lu Chuan. Her face was more shy, and she ran away like a young wife in love. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and began to practice martial arts. After a while, Han Qingxi changed her clothes, washed up, and ran to Lu Chuan again. She ran over and showed Lu Chuan's arm, then leaned on Lu Chuan's shoulder like a little bird and said, Brother Lu Chuan, I have already given you Qingxi's first time. You must not abandon Qingxi in the future. Lu Chuan widened his eyes and said, I didn't do anything last night. Han Qingxi was full of disbelief and said angrily, oh, Brother Lu Chuan, you are so bad. But Qingxi likes it. Lu Chuan was speechless, knowing that he must find a way to make Han Qingxi return to normal. Otherwise, if it goes on like this, he is afraid that he will really be entangled with this girl. He thought for a moment and said, Qingxi, do you know where the provincial capital's medicinal materials market is? Han Qingxi nodded and said, I know. Brother Lu Chuan, are you going to buy medicinal materials? Well, I want to refine some pills. Lu Chuan had already searched for some introductions about things like peach blossom wine in his inherited memory. Although he did not find an antidote specifically for peach blossom wine, there were more than a dozen similar things, all with antidote refining methods. He found one that was most similar to peach blossom wine and planned to try whether this antidote could resolve the effect of peach blossom wine. Han Qingxi said happily, then I'll take Brother Lu Chuan there. Lu Chuan smiled and said, okay. The two went to the provincial capital's medicinal materials market together. Lu Chuan bought all the medicinal materials needed to refine the antidote, and then planned to go back to refine pills. However, as soon as he left the medicinal materials market, he felt a hostile aura. Someone is following us. Han Qingxi saw Lu Chuan frowning and asked, Brother Lu Chuan, what's wrong? Lu Chuan said, someone is following us. Han Qingxi was surprised, turned his head and looked around, and said nervously, then, what should we do? Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, if I'm not wrong, it's very likely that it's someone from the Zhu family. I want to see what tricks they want to play. Then he took Han Qingxi to the alley not far away. Are you scared? Lu Chuan asked with a smile. Han Qingxi hugged Lu Chuan's arm tightly and said, as long as I can be with Brother Lu Chuan, Qingxi is not afraid of anything. Lu Chuan said, then hold my hand gently. Han Qingxi showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, but he still held Lu Chuan's arm hard. The two came to the alley and walked a distance inside. The whole alley was empty. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and then a figure blocked Lu Chuan and Han Qingxi. The person who came was the poisonous scorpion. Poison Scorpion stared at Lu Chuan, sneered on his face, and said, "It seems that what the information says about you being a martial arts genius is true. You can actually detect my tracking. However, it is a mistake for you to face me, because it will cause you to lose your life directly." Before Lu Chuan spoke, Han Qingxi had already stepped out and stood in front of Lu Chuan, saying angrily, "I don't allow you to bully my brother Lu Chuan. If you want to bully him, you have to get past me first." Lu Chuan was stunned, thinking to himself, "Weren't you so nervous that you almost broke my arm just now? Why did you suddenly become so brave?" The scorpion stared at Han Qingxi, licked his tongue, and said with a smile, "This little girl is really delicate. When I kill this guy, I will play with you here. When I'm tired of playing, I will drink your blood. Just thinking about it makes me feel good." Lu Chuan couldn't help frowning when he heard the scorpion say that he wanted to drink Han Qingxi's blood. Then he dragged Han Qingxi behind him and said, "You hide behind me honestly and don't protect me on your own initiative. Do you hear me?" Han Qingxi was obviously dissatisfied. In her heart, she should protect the person she likes at all costs. Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan was worried that she would make trouble for him later. So he said, "In this case, I should protect you, so you have to be obedient and let me protect you, okay?" Han Qingxi's eyes widened, and then a hint of shyness climbed up on her face again, and then nodded seriously, "Yeah." In her opinion, only people who like each other will think about protecting each other in danger. Lu Chuan can say such words, which means that he likes her in his heart. Lu Chuan then turned to look at the poison scorpion and asked, "Who are you?" The poison scorpion smiled and said, "My nickname is Poison Scorpion. I'm a killer from the Hidden Killing Pavilion. I have accepted the mission to kill you." Lu Chuan was puzzled. Hidden Killing Pavilion? Is it a mission issued by the Zhu family? The poison scorpion smiled and said, "You don't need to know this. After all, it's useless for a dying person to know so much." Lu Chuan snorted coldly, "It's not certain who will die." "Really? Then let's try it." The poison scorpion rushed towards Lu Chuan at a rapid speed. Lu Chuan used his spiritual power and concentrated on dealing with it. When the two fought, Lu Chuan instantly felt the opponent's majestic power and roughly judged that this was a master of the 5th level of the transformation realm. His expression suddenly became solemn. With his current strength, it is still a bit difficult to deal with a master of the 5th level of the transformation realm, unless he uses the sword raising good. I don't know why, but he always feels that the opponent's power and internal strength are very different, and they are also somewhat familiar. The two fought for more than a dozen moves, and Lu Chuan was blown away by the poison scorpion's punch. After retreating more than 10 meters, he barely maintained his body shape. The poison scorpion sneered and said, "You really have some talent. If you were an ordinary master, even if you were at the 5th level of the transformation realm, you would have died in my hands long ago. But you have been at a disadvantage after taking more than 10 of my moves. And judging from your appearance, you should be only at the 3rd level of the transformation realm." Lu Chuan looked serious and said coldly, "Even if you are stronger than me, you may not be able to kill me today. I know you are doing this for money, but if you can let me go today, I will remember this favor in the future. How about it?" The poison scorpion laughed and said, "Do I need your favor? You humans are always so hypocritical. Once you are about to die, you start to talk about human relationships and worldly affairs. Unlike us demons, life is life, death is death. Death means you are not capable enough, and you deserve it." Lu Chuan had originally planned to use the sword raising good to get rid of the guy in front of him, but after hearing what he said, he was stunned. "You are a demon?" The scorpion sneered, "Yes, you are going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if you know my true identity. I'm a demon who is 100 times more noble than you humans." Lu Chuan suddenly figured out why he felt that the power of the scorpion was familiar. He had also seen this power in Fuxiang. It was demon power. Lu Chuan, who had originally planned to use the sword raising good to deal with this tricky guy, immediately put away his consciousness, and a playful laugh appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you are a demon. Why didn't you say it earlier? I thought I was really going to die today. Lu Chuan said with a smile. The scorpion frowned, looked at Lu Chuan and said, boy, don't be so mysterious here. You are not my opponent. You will definitely die today. Lu Chuan laughed and said, I'm indeed not your opponent, but what if I add this field? As soon as the voice fell, he activated the demon suppressing tower in his body, releasing an invisible field, covering the scorpion. The scorpion felt a terrifying pressure coming at him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This is a kind of suppression from the blood. In the demon clan, only those terrifying demons who have reached the supreme realm can release this kind of aura that makes the demons tremble. However, at this moment, the human in front of him also released such an aura, and this guy gave him the feeling that it was not released by a demon, but by 9 demons at the same time. This feeling is like a small ant suddenly facing the gaze of 9 tall giants. At that moment, the scorpion almost collapsed directly. He looked at Lu Chuan with horror and said, "You. Who are you? Why do you release such a terrifying aura?" Lu Chuan smiled and walked towards him and said, "What? Are you scared? Didn't you think you were awesome just now?" Cold sweat broke out on the scorpion's forehead. He wanted to mobilize his demon power and quickly escape from this place, but the aura released by Lu Chuan suppressed the power in his body and couldn't release it at all. He didn't even have the strength to escape now. Lu Chuan looked at the scorpion and thought that the domain released by the demon suppressing tower was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He originally thought that this domain could only suppress the demon race by a few percent. Now it seems that this guy who calls himself the Scorpion was frightened and unable to move. If I open this domain in the future, won't I be able to dominate the demon race? He thought to himself, and then grabbed the Scorpion's neck. The Scorpion didn't resist at all, and there was only fear in his eyes. "Brother, grandpa, ancestors, spare me. I have worked so hard to cultivate today's Taoism. I don't want to give up all my efforts." The Scorpion begged for mercy with a face full of fear. Lu Chuan laughed and said, "Didn't you say that the demon race is never hypocritical? Life is life, death is death. Why are you begging for mercy from me?" Duxi smiled awkwardly and said, "That's just my pretentious words. Don't take it seriously, brother." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said seriously, "Is it the Zhu family who asked you to issue a task to the hidden killing pavilion?" Duxi nodded quickly, "Yes, it's them. I'm just doing what the higher-ups told me to do. Brother, don't blame me because of the Zhu family." Lu Chuan curled his lips and asked, "Do you often drink human blood?" Duxi said with a guilty conscience, "Occasionally." Lu Chuan said coldly, "I'm really sorry. I don't distinguish between humans and demons in my heart, only between good and evil. A demon like you who has done so many evil things cannot be kept." After that, he strangled Duxi's neck with force. The top killer of the hidden killing pavilion fell. Han Qingxi ran over, looked at Lu Chuan with admiration, and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, you are so powerful." Lu Chuan glanced at the corpse of the poisonous scorpion and said, "The Zhu family has harmed me many times. I can't just swallow this breath, and Zhu Xiaoming still owes me 30-100-year-old medicinal herbs. In this case, I will go to the Zhu family to collect the debt." Zhu family. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Xiaoming were chatting in the yard. "The hidden killing pavilion has sent the poisonous scorpion to kill Lu Chuan. I don't know if it will succeed," Zhu Xiaoming said. Zhu Yuan laughed and said, "The poisonous scorpion is the most popular killer in the hidden killing pavilion at present, and he is also the sworn brother of the pavilion master. He is very powerful. I heard that he has successfully assassinated even the 6th level masters of the transformation realm, let alone a little Lu Chuan." Zhu Xiaoming laughed and said, "This is true. It seems that Lu Chuan will definitely die this time." Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and fell to the ground with a bang. Both father and son were startled. "Who is this? Jumped from the building into our yard?" Zhu Xiaoming frowned. Zhu Yuan stared at the figure and said, "Why does this person look familiar?" The two walked over together, and when they confirmed who fell to the ground, they were all shocked. "Venomous Scorpion. It's Venomous Scorpion. He's dead," Zhu Yuan exclaimed. Then Lu Chuan. Zhu Xiaoming had an uneasy premonition. Lu Chuan appeared in the yard with Han Qingxi. He looked coldly at Zhu Yuan and Zhu Xiaoming, father and son, and said murderously, "Sorry, I disappoint you." Chapter 185, Punishment from Heaven. Zhu Xiaoming looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. You actually killed the poisonous scorpion. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. You have tried to kill me time and time again. You really think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed, right? Zhu Xiaoming came back to his senses, looked at Lu Chuan with a vicious face, and said, why are you shouting? This is my Zhu family's territory. If you dare to shout another word, I will immediately let the masters of my Han family break your hands and feet. Han Qingxi stepped forward with an angry face. You dare? If you dare to touch my brother Lu Chuan, I will go back and let my father go to war with your Zhu family. Zhu Xiaoming glanced at Han Qingxi, frowned immediately, and said contemptuously, I was wondering how you had the courage to run to my Zhu family and make trouble. It turns out that you are the Han family's gigolo. Han Qingxi immediately said, you are talking nonsense. It was me who wanted to throw myself at brother Lu Chuan. I'm not qualified to let him be my gigolo. Lu Chuan. Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Yuan on the side rolled his eyes and said, Lu Chuan, you said that my Zhu family has tried to kill you several times. Do you have any evidence? Lu Chuan pointed to the corpse of the poisonous scorpion on the ground and said, before he died, he told me that it was a task issued by your Zhu family in the hidden killing pavilion. Isn't that enough? And 2 days ago, you found a woman who called herself a fairy lady and wanted to control my mind and turned me into a slave. It was Zhu Xiaoming who took me there personally. Does this require evidence? Zhu Yuan sneered and said, in other words, you don't have any evidence at all. The hidden killing pavilion is notorious. How can we believe what their killers say? And the poisonous scorpion is dead. There is no way to know whether he said what you said. What if you are taking this opportunity to deliberately discredit our Zhu family? As for the so-called fairy lady, we have never heard of her. My son kindly invited you to the tea house for tea, but you made the tea house dirty. It's already very good that we didn't ask you for compensation. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. So you have the courage to do it, but not the courage to admit it? Zhu Xiaoming, who was standing aside, heard what Zhu Yuan said and understood what his father meant. Lu Chuan now has the Han family as his backer, so it is not easy for them to target Lu Chuan directly. It is not good for them to break up with the Han family. But as long as they refuse to admit it, Lu Chuan will have no way to deal with them and can only face failure. Why should we admit to something we haven't done? Lu Chuan, I now have some doubts that the Han family sent you to mess with us. You'd better not waste your energy. We won't be fooled by you. Zhu Xiaoming said with a sneer. Lu Chuan looked at the shameless father and son and knew that they were going to make trouble. He didn't want to waste time, so he took out the IOU that Zhu Xiaoming had written and said, well, you can deny those things, but you can never deny the 300-year-old medicinal herbs you owe me. Zhu Xiaoming frowned and said, who owes you 300-year-old medicinal herbs? Stop talking nonsense here. Lu Chuan sneered, shook the IOU in his hand, and said, there is your signature and handprint on this IOU. Do you still want to default on it? Zhu Xiaoming gritted his teeth and said, you are talking nonsense. I have never written such an IOU. The signature and handprint on this IOU are forged by you and cannot be taken seriously. Lu Chuan looked at Zhu Yuan and asked, Master Zhu, your son is playing rogue. Are you going to play rogue with him? Zhu Yuan snorted and said, my son has never owed you medicinal herbs, so how can he be a rogue? Stop blackmailing me morally here. Lu Chuan sneered and said, you two father and son are really shameless. Is this the only character of your Zhu family? Zhu Xiaoming sneered and said, what? Are you anxious? Let me tell you, I don't recognize these 30 herbs today. What can you do to me? Lu Chuan was surprisingly calm. Not only was he not angry, but he smiled and said, then do you still remember that you swore an oath at that time? If you don't return these 300-year-old herbs to me, you will be punished by God. Zhu Xiaoming laughed and said, are you a 3-year-old child? You even believe in oaths? I really don't know whether to say you are naive or stupid. Zhu Yuan on the side also laughed and said, do you really think that God will make the decision for you in this matter? If so, I'm afraid everyone in the world will be punished by God. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I don't know whether God will make the decision for others, but I know that God will definitely take care of the fact that your son owes me herbs. Zhu Xiaoming was full of sarcasm and said disdainfully, really? Then why don't you ask God to send down a punishment for me? Lu Chuan's fingers moved slightly, and spiritual power appeared one after another, triggering the power that was originally left in Zhu Xiaoming's body. Zhu Xiaoming was still arrogant at first, thinking that Lu Chuan was an idiot who actually believed in the saying of punishment from God. The next second, he suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his legs, and sat down on the ground. Ah! My legs hurt so much. He began to roll on the ground in pain, howling in pain. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan quickly helped Zhu Xiaoming up and asked anxiously, son, what's wrong with you? Zhu Xiaoming's face was pale, cold sweat broke out, and he said demandingly, my legs. My legs seem to be pierced by 10,000 needles. I feel so uncomfortable. Dad, you should cut off my legs quickly, otherwise I will die of pain. Zhu Yuan's face changed, and he immediately sealed Zhu Xiaoming's acupuncture points with his internal energy, saying, son, don't scare me. If you cut off your legs, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. Zhu Xiaoming still had a painful face and said, but my legs really hurt. Let me be disabled. I don't want these 2 legs anymore. I will die of pain. Lu Chuan looked at Zhu Xiaoming's painful appearance and said with a smile, I said that, if you don't return the medicinal materials to me, you will definitely be punished by God. Do you believe it now? Zhu Yuan turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, gritting his teeth and shouting, what did you do to my son? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I didn't do anything. He was just punished by God. Zhu Yuan said with a gloomy face, hurry up and let my son return to normal, otherwise my Zhu family will never let you go. Lu Chuan said lightly, 300-year-old medicinal herbs, not one less. Zhu Yuan said angrily, you are taking advantage of the fire. Zhu Xiaoming wailed, Dad, just give him 30 medicinal herbs. My legs are hurting so much, and now it has spread to my waist. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid I won't even be able to have children in the future. Zhu Yuan's face changed. He only had Zhu Xiaoming as his son. If something happened to Zhu Xiaoming, his lineage would be extinct. He gritted his teeth, and then quickly said, 30 is 30, my Zhu family can afford it. Then he shouted, come on. Go to the warehouse, and get 300-year-old medicinal herbs. Someone immediately ran to the warehouse and brought 300-year-old medicinal herbs. Lu Chuan took the 300-year-old herbs and showed a happy smile on his face. He thought that such a wealthy family had a deep financial foundation and could actually take out 300-year-old herbs at a time. You know, he had to work hard to get 100-year-old herb. Zhu Yuan looked at Lu Chuan and shouted, I have given you the herbs. You should quickly make my son back to normal. Lu Chuan sneered and said, he was punished by God. I can't help him. Zhu Yuan's face changed and said, you bastard, I have given you all the herbs. What else do you want? Lu Chuan shrugged and said, these herbs are what you owe me. Since you gave me the herbs, I will return the IOU to you. After that, he threw the IOU in front of Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan roared, boy, you are playing tricks on me. Lu Chuan said, I just took the opportunity to ask you for the debt, but I didn't say that I would help your son if you paid me back the herbs. You misunderstood. Zhu Yuan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said, you harmed my son, and my Zhu family will never let you go. Hearing this, Lu Chuan showed a playful smile on his face, and then imitated Zhu Yuan's previous tone and said, you said I harmed your son. Do you have any evidence? Zhu Yuan was speechless for a moment. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Han Qingxi and said, let's go. The two were about to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan quickly rolled his eyes, then quickly stood up and rushed towards Lu Chuan. Boy, I will kill you. Lu Chuan frowned and turned to avoid Zhu Yuan's attack. He could see that Zhu Yuan was not very strong. After struggling with him for a few moves, he kicked him away and said, Master Zhu, your son has brought this upon himself. I hope you can calm down and don't be stupid. Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. He looked at Lu Chuan and roared, if it weren't for the fact that none of my Zhu family's masters were here today, I would have killed you today. Get out of here right now and don't let me see you again. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said nothing more. He took Han Qingxi away. Zhu Yuan returned to Zhu Xiaoming again and said with a distressed face, "Don't worry, son. I just got Lu Chuan's hair. Your uncle will be back tonight. When the time comes, I will definitely let him take action and let him kill Lu Chuan with a curse to avenge you." On the way back to the Han family, Lu Chuan looked at the 30-100-year-old herbs in his hand and smiled. "With these herbs, I can break through to the middle stage of foundation building." Han Qingxi said angrily, "Brother Lu Chuan, the Zhu family is so hateful. That Zhu Xiaoming deserves it. But they will definitely not let it go. But don't worry, I will let my father protect you." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not afraid of the Zhu family. Even if I can't beat them, I can run away directly, so don't worry." Han Qingxi widened his eyes and asked, "Will brother Lu Chuan take Qingxi with him when he runs away?" Lu Chuan's expression froze, and he thought of course not. But he didn't dare to say it directly, but said perfunctorily, "Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Let's go back first." When he breaks through to the middle stage of foundation building, his strength will be greatly improved, and he really doesn't have to worry about the revenge of the Zhu family. But what he couldn't understand was that Zhu Yuan knew his strength, so why did he act rashly at that time? Could it be that he was really angry to the extreme? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lu Chuan didn't think any more about it. The most urgent thing was to go back and make the antidote for the peach blossom wine and deal with Han Qingxi, this little burden. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 186 Zhanlinger. After returning to the Han family, Lu Chuan began to refine the antidote for the peach wine. As for the 30-100-year-old herbs, Lu Chuan placed them in the demon suppressing tower. Han Qingxi stayed aside obediently, as well behaved as a little rabbit, as if being with Lu Chuan was a very happy thing. After a whole afternoon of refining, a peanut-sized pill was formed. Lu Chuan took the pill in his hand and said to himself, "Although this is not specially used to cure peach blossom wine, the ingredients of this kind of antidote are basically the same, so it should be effective. I hope this pill can make Qingxi return to normal." At this time, Han Qingxi saw that Lu Chuan had finished refining and hurried over and asked curiously, "Brother Lu Chuan, what is this?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "This is a pill that can make people smarter after eating it." Han Qingxi said thoughtfully, "It seems that this is not made for Qingxi." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "This is made for you." Han Qingxi's face was full of grievances and he said, "So Qingxi is stupid in the eyes of brother Lu Chuan?" Lu Chuan was afraid that Han Qingxi would not want to eat it, so he quickly said, No, I was kidding you. In fact, this is a pill that can make people fall in love with others forever. For example, if you eat it, you will fall in love with me forever." Han Qingxi's eyes lit up. "Really? Then Qingxi will love brother Lu Chuan all his life." After saying that, she took the pill from Lu Chuan's hand and stuffed it into her mouth without thinking. Lu Chuan quickly stood up and moved away from Han Qingxi. There had been some ambiguity between the two of them these past few days, and Han Qingxi had done many outrageous things. With the effect of the peach wine, there would naturally be nothing wrong, but once this effect was removed, no one knew whether Han Qingxi would go crazy, so Lu Chuan had to be on guard. Han Qingxi saw that Lu Chuan suddenly kept a distance from him, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. "Brother Lu Chuan, what are you doing?" Lu Chuan looked at Han Qingxi and asked, "Do you feel any changes in yourself?" Han Qingxi looked down at himself, shook his head and said, "No, I don't feel anything." Lu Chuan asked tentatively, "Then do you still like me?" Han Qingxi seemed to suddenly realize something and said loudly, "I know." Lu Chuan's face was immediately full of vigilance, always on guard against Han Qingxi and himself. "What do you know?" Han Qingxi ran over with a happy face and hugged Lu Chuan's arm, saying coquettishly, "Qingxi likes brother Lu Chuan even more." Lu Chuan frowned and thought that it shouldn't be like this. After taking the antidote, shouldn't she return to normal and hate men? Why does it feel like nothing has changed? Could it be that the antidote I made doesn't work at all? This peach wine must be solved with a specific antidote. Then don't I have to find Fuxiang and ask her for the antidote? Han Qingxi shook Lu Chuan's arm and said shyly, "Brother Lu Chuan, I will be devoted to you for the rest of my life after taking your pills. You also promise me that you will not abandon me, okay?" Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, see how you perform." Han Qingxi blushed when she heard this and lowered her head and said, "Qingxi understands." Then she stood on tiptoe, kissed Lu Chuan gently, and then said shyly, "Brother Lu Chuan, I'll take a shower now." Then she ran away. Lu Chuan was stunned and quickly shouted, "Hey, that's not what I meant." However, Han Qingxi had disappeared. Lu Chuan just felt a headache, and after thinking about it for a while, he felt that he could not stay at Han's house tonight, otherwise something would definitely happen. So he quickly took a pen and paper to leave a note for Han Qingxi, and took advantage of Han Qingxi's shower time to quietly slip out of Han's house. Not long after, Han Qingxi finished taking a shower and ran back to Lu Chuan's room. She was still wearing only a loose white shirt, revealing the hormones of a young girl. "I must serve brother Lu Chuan well tonight." She looked into the room expectantly, but found that Lu Chuan's figure had disappeared. "Brother Lu Chuan?" Han Qingxi called out, but got no response. At this time, she found a note on the table, walked over to pick it up, and took a look. It said, "Qingxi, I suddenly have something to deal with, and I may be back very late. You rest first, don't wait for me." Han Qingxi frowned. What is brother Lu Chuan doing out at night? He's gone. How can I behave? She walked to the bed and sat down, lost in thought. Lu Chuan walked on the street, his face full of helplessness. If the antidote doesn't work, then I can only try to use the forgetfulness spell on Qingxi. Let her forget me, so that there should be no other hidden dangers. The so-called forgetfulness spell is a method of erasing specific memories. At Lu Chuan's current level, it can just be used. He found that the effect of peach blossom wine was too scary. If he ignored Han Qingxi, this girl would be ruined in his hands. So he had to solve this problem. Now that the Dragon Soul Jade and 30 medicinal herbs were in hand, he could return to Yunsheng after solving Han Qingxi's problem. Of course, he had to wait and see the reaction of the Zhu family. The power he left in Zhu Xiaoming's body was enough to make him completely disabled. He didn't believe that the Zhu family would give up. If he went back rashly, it might affect Mu Nanking and others, so he had to stay in the provincial capital for a while. No matter what, let's refine the 300-year-old medicinal herbs into Zhuanlongdan first. Only by improving our strength can we not fear any threats and avenge our mother. Thinking of the desperate strength of the elder, Lu Chuan felt that he had a long way to go. He had to hurry up. Refining Zhuanlongdan requires many auxiliary medicinal herbs, so Lu Chuan went directly to the medicinal herbs market. He found a medicinal herb store and told the boss what medicinal herbs he needed. The boss packed the herbs together as Lu Chuan said and placed them in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan paid the money and was about to reach out to take the herbs when a white and slender hand took the bag away. "Boss, I want these herbs." Lu Chuan turned his head and saw a pretty girl with extraordinary temperament. Behind the girl stood two bodyguards with good auras, and they seemed to have reached the state of perfection. He said politely, "Girl, these herbs are mine. I have already paid for them." The girl looked at Lu Chuan with disdain in her eyes and said, "So what if I paid for them? I said I want these herbs, so they are mine." Lu Chuan realized something was wrong and said, "Then you are robbing them, right?" The girl curled her lips and said, "You robbed my woman, so what if I robbed some of your herbs?" Lu Chuan was stunned. "How can I rob your woman? And you are just a girl, how can you say your woman?" Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't understand, the girl said coldly, "My name is Zanlinger, Han Qingxi is my wife." Lu Chuan's eyes widened, and he immediately understood why the other party would rob his herbs, and why he was so resentful as soon as he came. This girl turned out to be Han Qingxi's girlfriend. Qingxi has suddenly become very cold to me these past 2 days. She ignored me when I chatted with her, and she was very perfunctory when I called her. I thought she didn't like me anymore. So I asked someone to investigate, and found out that she was actually with you, a stinky man. If she was tired of me and liked another woman, I would have accepted it, but the reason she alienated me was because of you, a dirty, filthy, and nasty man. I really can't stand that a beautiful girl like Kingsley was ruined by dirty and stinky men like you, so I'm here to warn you. If you stand still and disappear from Kingsley, I can forgive you for the past, but if you don't listen to me, I promise to make you regret it. Zhang Linga was aggressive, and it seemed as if Lu Chuan had really snatched away her beloved woman. The key is that she is also a woman, and she is quite beautiful, so Lu Chuan always feels that something is wrong. He never dreamed that one day he would become a love rival with a woman. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I will leave the provincial capital soon. I have no right to interfere with what happens between you and Kingsley. But before that, you have to return the herbs to me." After that, he snatched the herbs from Zhang Linga's hand. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Chuan angrily and said, "Are you just trying to fool me? I demand that you get out of Yancheng right now, and you have to apologize for defiling Kingsley. You must kneel down and say loudly that you men are the dirtiest creatures in the world. Only then will I not bother with you." Lu Chuan was speechless and said, "I have been very polite to you. Don't push it too far. It is my freedom to leave the provincial capital when I leave. You have no right to interfere." After that, he turned around and left. "You." Zhang Linga was furious, wishing she could slap this ungrateful guy a few times. She turned her head and glanced at the two bodyguards behind her, saying, "Show him some color." The two bodyguards were about to attack Lu Chuan immediately. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly put the herbs into the demon suppression tower and then fought with the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards were only at the second level of the transformation realm and were no match for Lu Chuan at all. However, after more than a dozen moves, they were beaten to the ground by Lu Chuan and could not move. Zhang Linga was surprised. She did not expect Lu Chuan to be so powerful. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at Zhang Linga and said, "Since you hate men, don't let men be your bodyguards. For Kingsley's sake, I won't bother you, but if you come to trouble me again, don't blame me for being rude." After that, he turned and left. Zhang Linga was annoyed, but she could only stomp her feet in anger. Stinky men. Self-righteous, I hate you the most. Why do you want to snatch Kingsley from me? After leaving the medicinal materials market, Lu Chuan found a hotel and immediately began to refine the Xuanlong pill. He used spiritual power to melt the medicinal materials, which was much faster than the ordinary refining method. After one night, Lu Chuan used 200-year-old medicinal herbs to refine a total of 10 Xuanlong pills. This success rate is much higher than Zhao Siming's. My strength has been at the peak of the initial stage of foundation building for a while, and I can break through long ago. Since the Xuanlong pill has been refined, I will break through here directly. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan directly set up restrictions in the room, and then stuffed all 10 Xuanlong pills into his mouth, and began to break through. 7 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Linga tossed and turned in bed, not sleeping all night, and there were 2 dark circles on her pretty face. She kept thinking about the hateful man last night. This guy not only robbed her woman, but also beat her bodyguard, and even refused to apologize to her. She couldn't swallow this breath. After thinking about it, she decided that she must teach this shameless man a lesson. So she got up, put on her clothes, and found the 2 bodyguards who were beaten yesterday. "That guy dealt with you so easily last night. What do you think his strength is?" Zhang Linga asked. One of the bodyguards said, "Although that guy is very powerful, judging from his aura, his strength should only be at the 3rd level of the transformation realm." The other nodded, agreeing with this speculation. Zhang Linga nodded. "The 3rd level of the transformation realm. Humph, you are nothing to be proud of." She glanced at the 2 bodyguards and said, "Go and call Ardao and Ara." "Yes." Zhang Linga showed a hint of expectation on her face, sneered and said to herself, "Ardao and Ara are both masters of the 5th level of the transformation realm. If they join forces, it will be more than enough to deal with you, a 3rd level of the transformation realm. Then let's see how you can be so arrogant in front of me." Chapter 187, Mid-Stage Foundation Building. Afternoon. In the hotel room, Lu Chuan's spiritual power surged around him, forming a spiritual power vortex. If the room had not been restricted before, it would have been destroyed by the spiritual power vortex. After a long time, the spiritual power vortex was completely integrated into Lu Chuan's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong aura appeared, indicating that he had successfully reached the state of the middle stage of foundation building. After exhaling, Lu Chuan summoned a spiritual power, feeling the majestic power contained in it, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Now, even if I encounter a master of the 6th level of the transformation realm, I'm not afraid at all. With the suppression of internal strength by spiritual power, even if I encounter 3 masters of the 6th level of the transformation realm at once, I have the confidence to win. Although martial arts is a long-term accumulation, the strength will become stronger as time goes by, but compared with the practice of cultivation, it is ultimately 2 levels, so Lu Chuan can completely crush martial arts masters of the same realm. And it is not just a crushing in terms of strength, but a crushing in all aspects. In addition to the significant increase in strength, after reaching the middle stage of foundation building, Lu Chuan's consciousness has also doubled. Now his consciousness can cover a range of hundreds of meters, and he can clearly perceive all the situations within this range. Of course, this is secondary. The most important thing is that after the spiritual consciousness has grown, Lu Chuan can use the 2 flying swords in the sword raising good at the same time. This means that he can kill 2 9th level masters of the transformation realm in a silent state. Of course, this will still make Lu Chuan fall into a weak state. But if Lu Chuan only uses 1 flying sword, it will only consume some of his consciousness and will not affect the subsequent battle. This greatly improves his ability to save his life in extreme situations. After breaking through to the middle stage of foundation building, I don't have to worry too much about the Zhu family coming to trouble me. As far as Lu Chuan knows, the strongest person in the Zhu family is Zhu Yuan's eldest brother. This person has reached the 7th level of the transformation realm. It is rumored that this person is also good at witchcraft, weird and terrible, and is the pillar of the Zhu family. Zhu Yuan also has his 2nd and 3rd brothers, whose strengths are respectively the 6th and 5th levels of the transformation realm, and they are already considered top masters in the martial arts world. The strength of Han Chunsheng, the head of the Han family, is also the 7th level of the transformation realm, and there are 2 6th level worshippers in the family. The 2 families are evenly matched in terms of business strength and combat strength, which is why they have been fighting for so many years. The highest combat strength of the 2 families is the 7th level of the transformation realm, which does not mean that their strength is not strong. On the contrary, the 7th level of the transformation realm is already considered a rare master in the martial arts world. In the transformation realm, the 1st to 6th levels of the transformation realm are considered a stage, and the 7th to 9th levels of the transformation realm are another stage. The 6th to 7th levels of the transformation realm is a watershed. Although there is only 1 realm between the 2, the strength is very different. After reaching the 7th level of the transformation realm, the perception of the world will increase exponentially, and the power that can be burst out by the internal strength will also undergo a qualitative change, so the martial arts world calls the masters of the 7th to 9th levels of the transformation realm higher level warriors. Similarly, although the strength of higher level warriors is strong, it will become more difficult to achieve it. Therefore, after reaching the 7th level of the transformation realm, the number of warriors dropped sharply. On average, only 1 person can break through to the 7th level of the transformation realm for every 30 people at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Therefore, as the 2 giants in the provincial capital, it is not surprising that the strongest combat power of the Han family and the Zhu family is only at the 7th level of the transformation realm. After all, this is a height that most warriors cannot reach in their lifetime. Now Lu Chuan can only run away quickly when facing a master of the 7th level of the transformation realm, without any chance of winning. But practitioners have innate advantages. As long as he can break through to the late stage of foundation building, let alone the 7th level of the transformation realm, even the 8th level of the transformation realm and the 9th level of the transformation realm will not be taken seriously. What's more, he has a killing weapon like the sword raising good. Without thinking anymore, Lu Chuan got up and left the room and went to the front desk to check out of the room. He planned to stay at the Han family for another 2 days to observe the situation at the Han family. If there is no big problem, he will cast the forgetfulness spell on Han Qingxi and then return to Yancheng. Not long after leaving the hotel, several figures stopped Lu Chuan. The leader was Zhang Linga. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Chuan angrily, put her hands on her waist and said, "Damn man, you made me unable to sleep last night. You should apologize to me." Lu Chuan glanced at her speechlessly and said, "What does your insomnia have to do with me, you psycho?" After that, he was about to leave. Seeing Lu Chuan's attitude, Zhang Linga became even more annoyed. She quickly ran to him and yelled, "You arrogant and shameless man, I want you to apologize to me." Lu Chuan curled his lips. "You wish." Zhang Linga was furious. Ada and the two strong men behind her immediately stood up and looked at Lu Chuan angrily. Lu Chuan felt the momentum of these two people and raised his eyebrows. "Let me tell you, I have figured out your details. You are just a little jerk in the 3rd level of the transformation realm, while Ada and Ara are real masters of the 5th level of the transformation realm. Kneel down and apologize to me right now, and admit that you men are the dirtiest creatures in the world, and I will forgive you. Otherwise I will let Ada and Ara beat you so hard that you will regret coming to this world." Zhang Linga raised her head and looked at Lu Chuan as if she was looking at some low-level creature, and she was sure that this guy would definitely be scared when facing two masters of the 5th level of the transformation realm. Lu Chuan showed a sneer on his face. If Zhang Linga had brought two masters of the 5th level of the transformation realm to trouble him yesterday, he would have had no choice but to run away. But now it is different. He has just broken through to the middle stage of the foundation building and is looking for someone to test his strength. Let me apologize to you, and you can forget about it in this life, but I have a question. If I say that all men in the world are dirty creatures, is your father in this category? Lu Chuan asked with a smile. Zhang Linga's expression froze, and then she said angrily, "Except my father." Lu Chuan laughed. "What about your grandfather?" Zhang Linga clenched her fists in anger, and after a somewhat collapsed shout, she said to Ada and Air, "Kill him for me. How can there be such an annoying guy in this world?" Ada and Air immediately attacked Lu Chuan. The power of the 5th level of the transformation realm burst out, scaring the passers-by around and making them run away. Lu Chuan did not hesitate, released his spiritual power, and fought with the two. Zhang Linga said angrily, "Humph, you overestimated your own strength. Ada and Air joined forces. You can only be beaten. Wait until they beat you to the point where you can't move, then I will deal with you." However, the next second, she found that Lu Chuan not only did not fall into a disadvantage in the fight against Ada and Air, but was fierce and actually beat Ada and Air to a standstill. She immediately frowned and shouted, "What are you two doing? You don't need to hold back when dealing with this kind of guy. Knock him down for me." Ada and Ara complained bitterly, thinking that it was not that we held back, but that this guy was too powerful. With his strength level, how could he only be at the 3rd level of the transformation realm? I'm afraid that even the 6th level of the transformation realm would not be his opponent. How could the two of us beat him? However, the lady gave an order, and they did not dare to disobey it. They could only bite the bullet and fight with Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took the punches and kicks of the two people. It can be seen that they were also following orders and were forced to do so. So he quietly transmitted the message, "I will knock you two down. You pretend to be seriously injured and lie on the ground and don't get up. Otherwise I will really hurt you." Ada and Ara looked at each other and then they nodded to Lu Chuan. The two pretended to fight with all their strength and attacked Lu Chuan crazily. Lu Chuan easily took all their moves and then slapped Ada with one palm. Ada screamed, fell to the ground, and wailed while holding his stomach. Seeing this, Ara flew and kicked Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan leaped up and kicked Ara with a roundhouse kick. Ara fell to the ground and started wailing, refusing to get up no matter what. Zhang Linga was stunned. She never expected that the two 5th level masters of the transformation realm that she brought with her would be knocked to the ground so easily. No. Didn't he say that he is only at the 3rd level of the transformation realm? How come Ada and Ara can't beat him, even if they join forces? Lu Chuan dealt with Ada and Ara and looked towards Zhang Linga. Zhang Linga was so scared that her body trembled and she turned around to run. Lu Chuan took a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Linga. "You've caused trouble for me twice, and you just left like that. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Zhang Linga trembled, not daring to look Lu Chuan in the eye, and said nervously, I'm just asking for justice. How can I cause trouble for you? Justice? Even if Kingxi really likes me, it's her freedom, but you want to use violence to change this. Is this justice? It's okay if you don't like men, but there's no need to force others to say that all men in the world are dirty creatures, right? Lu Chuan questioned. Zhang Linga looked guilty and said, I just hate men. So what? You stole my Kingxi. Can't I beat you up to vent my anger? Lu Chuan was so angry that he laughed and said, then you are causing trouble for me. Can I beat you up to vent my anger? Zhang Linga was immediately scared and said, I'm a girl. You are a grown man. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others for beating a woman? Lu Chuan showed a sly smile on his face and said, that's true. In that case, then As he said that, he actually pushed Zhang Linga directly to the wall next to him, supported one hand on the side of Zhang Linga's head, leaned down, and looked like he was going to kiss her forcefully. Since you hate men so much, then I will let you taste the feeling of being teased by a man. Zhang Linga's heart immediately rose to her throat, and she said in fear, go away. I don't want to be kissed by you. Lu Chuan's mouth curled up, who said I want to kiss you? Then he raised his other hand and pinched Zhang Linga's butt hard. Zhang Linga's eyes widened immediately, her face full of disbelief. I didn't expect there was so much meat. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't bother me again in the future, otherwise it won't be as simple as pinching my butt next time. After that, he turned and left. Zhang Linga was in shock for a long time and couldn't recover. She muttered to herself, he actually touched my butt. I was touched by a stinky man. Woo woo woo, I'm not clean. Lu Chuan returned to Han's house. Han Kingxi was pacing back and forth in his yard anxiously. Why hasn't brother Lu Chuan come back yet? If I can't see brother Lu Chuan again, I won't be able to breathe. Seeing her anxious look, Lu Chuan looked helpless. Kingxi. Han Kingxi turned his head immediately, and when he saw that it was Lu Chuan who came back, his face was full of surprise. He ran over quickly and threw himself into Lu Chuan's arms. Brother Lu Chuan, you haven't come back for a day and a night. Kingxi is so worried. Please don't leave Kingxi alone at home. Kingxi will die if she leaves brother Lu Chuan, just like a fish out of water. Han Kingxi rubbed against Lu Chuan's arms like a kitten, as if smelling the smell of Lu Chuan would make her feel at ease. Lu Chuan sighed, thinking that the antidote he made really had no effect at all. Now he could only use the forgetfulness spell. At the same time, in the VIP ward of the hospital, Zhu Yuan and a group of senior executives of the Zhu family gathered here. On the bed, Zhu Xiaoming was unconscious, and his legs were gone. He became a cripple with only the upper body left. Zhu Yuan's face was full of pain, tears streaming down his face. He turned his head and looked at the three middle-aged men with extraordinary momentum beside him. These three people were his three brothers, and the gloomy man standing in the middle was his eldest brother, Zhu Cheng. Brothers, I only have one son, Xiaoming, but someone had his legs amputated. This is more painful than killing me. You must avenge Xiaoming. Zhu Yuan wailed. Zhu Cheng sighed, and his gloomy face became more ruthless. He said, fourth brother, don't worry. Xiaoming is also our child. We will not sit idly by. Where is that Lu Chuan? I will kill him right now to avenge Xiaoming. Zhu Yuan hurriedly said, brother, Lu Chuan is very close to the Han family. If you kill him directly, you may break up with the Han family. I have already got Lu Chuan's hair. You only need to use the magical curse to get rid of this bastard Lu Chuan without anyone noticing. After that, he took out a small transparent bag with a hair inside, which was taken from Lu Chuan. Chapter 188 The Art of Cursing. Zhu Cheng glanced at the hair, raised his eyebrows, and said, alright, this can save some trouble. In this case, let's go back and perform the ritual. Zhu Yuan nodded quickly, and then the Zhu family's senior executives left the hospital, leaving only a few insignificant people to take care of Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu family. An altar has been set up in the yard. Zhu Cheng changed into a black robe, knelt in front of the altar, and muttered something. There were 3 bowls of blood in front of him, chicken blood, dog blood and human blood. In the middle was a stack of yellow talisman paper, and on both sides were skulls, not sure if they were real or models. There was a portrait hanging right above the altar, a hideous demon with a bloody mouth eating people, extremely horrifying. The whole yard became much more gloomy because of this altar. After a while, Zhu Cheng stopped chanting, turned to look at Zhu Yuan, and said, "The preparations before casting the spell have been made. Give me that Lu Chuan's hair." Zhu Yuan quickly handed the small transparent bag containing Lu Chuan's hair to Zhu Cheng. He was a little worried and asked, "Brother, does this method of killing by curse really have no side effects? Will it have any impact on you? You are the pillar of our Zhu family. If something happens to you, the Han family will definitely take the opportunity to attack our Zhu family. If this method will affect you, then let's think of other ways." Zhu Cheng laughed and said, "Although this method of killing by curse is complicated, it will not have any effect on me under normal circumstances. At most, it will make me weak for a while, but there are two situations that must be avoided." Zhu Yuan asked, "What situations?" Zhu Cheng explained, "One is that the target of the curse must not be a person with a very high fate, and the other is that the person to be cursed cannot have a peerless treasure, because in a sense, this treasure will strengthen the fate of the person carrying it. Once these two situations are encountered, after the curse is cast, the caster will suffer a very serious backlash, and may even lose his life directly." Then he asked, "By the way, I forgot to ask this Lu Chuan, is he an extraordinary person?" Zhu Yuan said, "I asked someone to investigate this kid's background. He is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. He was delivering Takiya not long ago. It is impossible for him to be a person with a very high destiny. Generally, people with such a destiny must be born in a wealthy family, right?" Zhu Cheng nodded and said, "Yes, people with a high destiny are not simple. Being born in a wealthy family is only secondary. It seems that this kid's destiny is not high." Zhu Yuan said, "But it is hard to say whether he has any peerless treasures. This kid has a strong talent for martial arts. In less than a year, he has grown from a Takiya delivery man to his current level. Maybe he was lucky enough to get some treasures. Otherwise, we should check it out before making any plans." Zhu Cheng laughed and said, "The peerless treasures I'm talking about are not those things that can improve people's talents and change their physique. Those can only be regarded as treasures, but they are definitely not peerless. Any one of these peerless treasures I mentioned has the power to destroy the world. They must have the power to change the current situation of the world, to be qualified to change the fate they carry. In ancient times, such treasures were called artifacts. Now these artifacts have long been extinct. It is impossible for anyone to own them. Even if Lu Chuan encounters some adventures, he will never own an artifact, so you don't have to worry about this." Zhu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, "So that's the case, then I'm relieved." Zhu Cheng said, "Next, I will start to cast a spell. Don't let anyone disturb me." Zhu Yuan nodded and gave a look to the Zhu family members around him. These people immediately scattered to protect Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng no longer hesitated, picked up a piece of yellow talisman paper, quickly folded a little man, and then soaked the little man in the 3 bowls of blood in front of him, and then took out a long nail and nailed the little man on the altar. Then he took out Lu Chuan's hair, cast a spell, and chanted a spell. After a while, he put the hair on the villain. Then he formed a hand seal, glared, and shouted, "Die." The bloody villain's 2 arms immediately moved, clamped Lu Chuan's hair, and then with a bang, the whole villain was on fire. Zhu Cheng kept the hand seal unchanged, staring at the villain with his eyes, cold sweat on his forehead, and it can be seen that he consumed a lot of energy. As long as this spell is maintained, until the villain is burned out, the spell of killing will be considered successful. At that time, Lu Chuan will bleed from all 7 orifices and die, and no one can find out who killed him. Zhu Yuan watched Zhu Cheng casting the spell, and a strong expectation rose in his heart. He murmured, "Son, with your uncle's help, he will definitely kill Lu Chuan, the bastard, and then your revenge will be avenged." At the same time, Han's house. In Lu Chuan's room, Han Qingxi pulled Lu Chuan and said aggrievedly, "Qingxi wants to sleep with brother Lu Chuan. Brother Lu Chuan, please don't chase Qingxi away, okay?" Lu Chuan looked at Han Qingxi helplessly and said, "But I want to be alone tonight. I can't calm down with you staying here." Han Qingxi said, "Brother Lu Chuan didn't come back last night. Qingxi has been away from brother Lu Chuan for so long, and I feel very aggrieved." If I can't sleep with brother Luchuan tonight, Kingxi will cry in front of you. After that, tears welled up in her eyes, and she seemed really aggrieved. Luchuan couldn't stand her like this, so he could only say, okay, then you sleep here tonight, but let me make it clear, you can't mention anything about showing off, you can only sleep honestly. Han Kingxi's face suddenly became happy, and said, brother Luchuan is the best, but anyway we have already slept, can't you let Kingxi show off again? Luchuan said with a straight face, no, if you insist on showing off, I will kick you out immediately. Han Kingxi had to compromise. I know, Kingxi just be obedient. Luchuan looked at the girl who was like a fangirl in front of him, sighed, and said, okay, go to bed. He planned to use the same trick again, to knock Han Kingxi unconscious, so that this girl would not do anything weird in the middle of the night again. Han Kingxi lay down on the bed obediently, then playfully patted the seat next to him and said, brother Luchuan, come quickly, Kingxi wants to hug you to sleep. Luchuan walked to the bedside, intending to cast a spell to make Han Kingxi fall asleep. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart, and then his heart suddenly hurt, as if something was squeezing his heart hard, making him very painful, and falling directly on the bed. Han Kingxi was startled, and quickly got up, to check on Luchuan's situation. Brother Luchuan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Luchuan's body curled up. Fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body trembled. But soon, a strange power emanated from his body, and the surroundings were vaguely accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, wrapping him up. At the same time, the demon suppressing tower in his body began to rotate rapidly, releasing a stream of power to protect him. As soon as these two powers appeared, Luchuan instantly felt much more comfortable, but the death crisis just now came too suddenly, so he still suffered some injuries. He forced himself to take out some pills from the demon suppression tower, and stuffed them into his mouth. Han Kingxi was slightly relieved to see that Luchuan's condition had improved, but he was still very worried in his heart and asked, brother Luchuan, what happened to you just now? Luchuan said, I don't know what happened. It felt like someone attacked me from a distance, but fortunately I was lucky and survived. He was not in the mood to think about what happened just now. Now he needed to rest as soon as possible, otherwise his vitality would be greatly damaged. He looked at Han Kingxi and said, Kingxi, go and bring me the quilt and cover me with it. I may fall into a coma later and become very cold, but there will be no life-threatening situation, so you don't have to worry too much. Among the recovery pills he had just taken, there was one that would restore physical injuries in a short period of time, but the side effect was that it would make people feel cold and fall into a coma. Han Kingxi heard this and quickly got out of bed and said, don't worry, brother Luchuan, I will take good care of you. After that, she quickly ran to hug the quilt. Although she is now in love, she can usually tell the difference between the important and the unimportant, and naturally knows what she should do at this time. Not long after, Han Kingxi returned to the room with the quilt. At this time, the side effects of the pill that Luchuan had taken had begun to appear. He curled up in the quilt, shivering constantly, his lips turned white, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. Seeing this, Han Kingxi quickly covered Luchuan with several quilts, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Han Kingxi looked at Luchuan's painful expression with heartache, and said to herself, brother Luchuan is cold all over now, and there is no heat radiating out at all. In this case, covering more quilts will not help, and so many quilts will cover the coldness of brother Luchuan's body, so brother Luchuan will be very uncomfortable. She looked anxious and wanted to find a few hot water bottles to stuff into Luchuan's quilt, but it was late at night and she didn't know where to find hot water bottles. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she murmured, there is no hot water bottle, but my body is hot. As long as brother Luchuan and I get into the same quilt, the quilt will slowly get warm. She turned her head to look at Luchuan and said a little shyly, brother Luchuan, I'm doing this to help you, not to show off. Kingxi. Kingxi, come in. After that, she took off her clothes, got into the quilt, and hugged Luchuan tightly. Brother Luchuan's clothes are a bit of a hindrance, and they are not suitable for keeping warm. I will help him take them off. Zhu's house. In the yard, Zhu Cheng was concentrating on performing the spell of killing. The little man made of yellow talisman paper in front of him was about to be burned to death. However, at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the little man, directly blowing up the entire altar. Zhu Cheng even spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person instantly became extremely weak and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Zhu family members around were all shocked. Zhu Yuan quickly ran to Zhu Cheng, helped him up, and asked anxiously, "Brother, what happened to you? Why did the altar explode?" Zhu Cheng's face was full of fear, his body twitched constantly, and he shouted loudly, "It's terrible, it's terrible, I was attacked, that kid is terrible, go and get me the life-saving elixir, I'm afraid I can't survive." As soon as he finished speaking, blood began to gurgle out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His whole face was instantly covered with blood, looking extremely creepy. However, in just a few seconds, Zhu Cheng, who had the strength of the 7th level of the transformation realm, stopped moving and there was no movement at all. Chapter 189, Warming You Up. Zhu Yuan had originally thought of asking someone to bring the life-saving pills over, but when he saw Zhu Cheng's 7 orifices bleeding and no longer moving, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Zhu Cheng who had fallen in his arms, reached out his hand, and trembled to feel Zhu Cheng's pulse, and indeed found that his elder brother had no signs of life. No. Zhu Yuan looked up to the sky and screamed, and he was completely in a state of collapse. The Zhu family members around him were also shocked. They never thought that Zhu Cheng, a master of the 7th level of the transformation realm, would die like this. Zhu Yuan's second and third brothers, Zhu Tai and Zhu Guang, also rushed to Zhu Cheng. When they confirmed that the pillar of the Zhu family was dead, they all showed expressions of despair. Didn't they say that Lu Chuan was just a delivery man? Why did my elder brother suffer a backlash? And it was such a severe backlash. Zhu Tai was puzzled. Zhu Guang looked solemn. My eldest brother is dead. If the Han family gets the news, then our Zhu family might. Zhu Yuan's face changed, and he instantly came back to his senses from his sadness, realizing the seriousness of the matter. He quickly ordered, "Block the news immediately. No one should know that my eldest brother is dead, otherwise our Zhu family will be in danger." All the senior executives of the Zhu family nodded solemnly, and were going to block the news. However, at this moment, a mocking laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the Zhu family was startled, and immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. On the top of the wall, there stood a man in night clothes, looking at them with gloating. I never thought that the pillar of the Zhu family would die from the backlash of cursing others. You guys are really stupid. You didn't even check the background and details of the other party before cursing. Zhu Cheng deserved to die. Zhu Cheng is dead. This matter will soon spread throughout the provincial capital. Your Zhu family is finished. After saying that, the figure in the nightgown jumped off the wall and fled quickly. Zhu Yuan's face changed and he exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a spy from the Han family. Stop him." Zhu Tai and Zhu Guang rushed out immediately. However, 10 minutes later, both of them walked back dejectedly. Zhu Yuan asked quickly, "How is it? Did you catch him?" Zhu Tai's face was gloomy, and he cursed, "Catch a fart. That guy is a spy specially trained by the Han family. He ran very fast. When we chased him out, he had disappeared." Zhu Yuan sat on the ground with a desperate look. "It's over." Zhu Guang glanced at Zhu Yuan unhappily and said, "It's all your fault. If you and your idiot hadn't provoked Lu Chuan, how could my Zhu family fall to this point?" Zhu Yuan looked ashamed and full of regret, muttering, "Yes, if we hadn't provoked Lu Chuan, how could everything turn out like this? I really deserve to die." The news of Zhu Cheng's death spread, and the provincial capital was shocked. The Han family immediately took a series of measures to forcefully annex the Zhu family's property. Without Zhu Cheng's support, the Zhu family dared not say anything, even if they were not convinced, and could only let the Han family bully them. As the culprit, Lu Chuan was unaware of these circumstances at the moment. He was lying in the warm and soft quilt, sleeping soundly. The next morning, Lu Chuan woke up in a daze. To be precise, he was woken up by a kiss. He opened his eyes and saw Han Qingxi hugging his neck and kissing him passionately, with saliva all over the place. Then he felt as if he was naked, and there was a soft and tender touch in the quilt, which made his body stiff all of a sudden. How come this girl is in my bed? And she's not wearing any clothes. What did I do last night? Lu Chuan got up quickly in fear, turned his head, and looked at Han Qingxi next to him, and asked, Qingxi, what are you doing? Han Qingxi saw that Lu Chuan had woken up, and his face flushed immediately. He quickly pulled a quilt to cover his body and face, leaving only two big eyes outside, secretly looking at Lu Chuan, and said, I'm warming up, brother Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking, is warming up this warm? You almost kissed my mouth swollen. He patted his head hard, and then he remembered that he was inexplicably attacked by some kind of power last night. If it weren't for his special physique and the protection of the demon suppression tower, he might have died. Later, he took the recovery pill, and because of the side effects, he would become very cold, so he asked Han Qingxi to hold a few more quilts to keep himself warm. So you saw that I was cold, so you got into my bed? Lu Chuan asked. Han Qingxi nodded shyly. Lu Chuan looked nervous and asked tentatively, then, did you do anything else? Han Qingxi said evasively, no, I'm worried about brother Lu Chuan's health. How dare I do anything else? But brother Lu Chuan seems to be fine now. How about we? As she said that, she actually stretched out her hand towards Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan got up quickly in fear, found his clothes, and put them on. He glanced at Han Qingxi and said, the sun is shining on your buttocks, now is not the time to do that kind of thing. You should put on your clothes quickly. Han Qingxi was immediately disappointed, and said with a flat mouth, what's wrong with doing it? Anyway, I should touch what I shouldn't touch. Lu Chuan widened his eyes. What did you say? Han Qingxi looked guilty, and quickly said, nothing. I'm going to get up. After that, she quickly put on her clothes. Lu Chuan pinched his eyebrows, thinking that he really had no way to deal with this girl, but fortunately nothing happened last night, otherwise he would not know whether he should cast the forgetfulness spell that he had planned to cast. The power last night was very much like a spell of killing. Could it be that someone wanted to kill me in this way? He put Han Qingxi's matter behind him and thought about the sudden attack last night. The two of them left the room together. After a simple wash, they found that the entire Han family was bustling, and everyone's face was full of smiles, as if it was the new year. Lu Chuan stopped a person and asked, what happened? Why are you so happy? The man smiled and said, son-in-law, don't you know that Zhu Cheng of the Zhu family died last night, and the Zhu family is no longer qualified to compete with the Han family? Lu Chuan's eyes widened. Zhu Cheng is dead. The master of the Zhu family who is at the 7th level of the transformation realm. The man nodded. How did he die? Lu Chuan asked. The man said, it seems that Zhu Cheng wanted to use some kind of curse to harm people, but he was backfired and died directly. This is simply the retribution from God. Lu Chuan suddenly realized when he heard this. Last night, Zhu Cheng wanted to curse me, but he was backfired and killed himself. He thought this was a bit absurd, but soon he laughed again. The Zhu family really lost more than they gained. They lost both the wife and the army. Now we don't have to worry about the threat from the Zhu family. With such a good opportunity, the Han family will definitely find a way to swallow up the Zhu family. It won't be long before the Zhu family in the provincial capital will become history forever. In this case, I can go back to Yancheng with peace of mind. At this time, Han Qingxi came over and asked, brother Lu Chuan, what are you talking to yourself? Lu Chuan glanced at Han Qingxi, smiled, and said, nothing. Qingxi, how about I take you out to play today? The threat from the Zhu family was eliminated, and he only had to cast the forgetfulness spell on Han Qingxi. However, seeing Han Qingxi's enthusiastic and obedient attitude towards him, he felt a little sorry for this girl, so he planned to have a good time with her for a day before leaving. Han Qingxi didn't know what Lu Chuan was thinking. She just thought that Lu Chuan was going to date her, and said excitedly, brother Lu Chuan is so good to Qingxi. Qingxi will change into a beautiful dress now. Yancheng, near Zuanu Clinic. In a hidden alley, two men wearing samurai clothes, carrying samurai swords, and masked, who looked a bit like ninjas, were standing on a lush tree in the alley, looking at the location of Zuanu Clinic. It has been checked out that Liang Gongyi is in that clinic. There is only one guy named Suming in this clinic who needs our attention. He is a master of the 2nd level of the transformation realm. a ninja said in the language of the island country. This man is called Kitahara Yuchi, and he is a master of the Kitahara family of the island country. Another ninja sneered and said, it's just the second level of the transformation realm. We are both 6th rank Jonin. According to the strength division here, we are the masters of the 6th level of the transformation realm. It's easy to deal with the 2nd level of the transformation realm. This person is called Kitahara Takumi, and he is also a master of the Kitahara family. The two of them were ordered by Kitahara Sasuke to capture Suzumiya and bring it back to the island country. I also found a sexy and charming mature woman in this clinic. Both her figure and temperament are much better than the women we robbed along the way. After we get rid of the people in this clinic, we can play with this woman for 3 days and 3 nights, and then take Suzumiya back. Kitahara Yuchi showed a wretched smile on his face. Kitahara Takumi's eyes lit up. Really? The women I robbed along the way were too tasteless. What I like most are mature and coquettish women. Such women are the most attractive. After killing all the people in the clinic, I will make this woman feel the strength of our island men. I will make her our slave and our toilet. The two looked at each other, with evil smiles on their faces, and then their figures flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the evening, Lu Chuan took Han Qingxi back to the Han family. The two went to the amusement park today, rode the Ferris wheel, went shopping, played video games, and watched a movie. Han Qingxi had never experienced this kind of date before. She was extremely excited during the whole process, and became even more attached to Lu Chuan when she came back. She hoped that she could live this kind of life with Lu Chuan for the rest of her life. Arriving at the yard, Lu Chuan stopped, turned to look at Han Qingxi, and asked, "Are you happy today?" Han Qingxi nodded seriously, "Yeah." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Although a lot of chaos has happened between us during this period, and you are so clingy that it makes me annoyed, but in fact I'm also very happy." Although he said that he was annoyed with Han Qingxi during this period, having such a girl who likes to stick to him did add a lot of fun to him. Of course, some ambiguous things that happened in the middle also made him have some different feelings for Han Qingxi. Now that it is time to say goodbye, he is actually a little reluctant in his heart. Han Qingxi shook Lu Chuan's hand and said coquettishly, "Brother Lu Chuan, what are you talking about? Qingxi is so obedient, how can he be annoying?" Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, "Yes, you are very obedient, but it's a pity that we can't be together. I have my own things to do. I'm very happy during this time in the provincial capital, but I still have to say goodbye to you." Han Qingxi's face suddenly showed a trace of panic. "Brother Lu Chuan, what are you talking about? Why do you want to say goodbye to me? Didn't we agree to be together for a lifetime?" Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Qingxi, you are just poisoned by peach blossom wine, not really like me. I can't delay you, so forget me." As he said, a talisman appeared in his hand. He had made this talisman a few days ago. Han Qingxi burst into tears and said, "I don't want to forget Brother Lu Chuan. I want to be with Brother Lu Chuan for the rest of my life." Lu Chuan activated the power in the talisman, and the talisman immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into Han Qingxi's mind. Han Qingxi was stunned for a moment and became completely confused. Lu Chuan sighed at her appearance and said, "I'm sorry, I will find a way to find Fuxiang and ask her for the antidote for peach blossom wine. Before that, I have to ask you to forget me first." Han Qingxi stood there motionless, and the effect of the spell continued. At this time, Lu Chuan's mobile phone rang, and he received a text message from Su Ming. He took it out and took a look and found a short sentence written on it. "Brother, something happened in the clinic. Chapter 190 I forgot a very important person." Lu Chuan frowned and quickly called Su Ming, but no one answered. After waiting for a long time, he called Mu Nanking and Zhao Siming separately, but no one answered either. Why did something happen to the clinic? Could it be that the Zhu family was desperate and went directly to Yancheng to cause trouble for my sister-in-law and the others? Without daring to hesitate, Lu Chuan glanced at Han Qingxi, turned around and left the Han family. The high-speed train from the provincial capital to Yancheng takes an hour. He silently prayed in his heart that Su Ming could hold on before he rushed back. My sister-in-law still has the 5-element thunder formation in her hand. I also gave each of them some talismans before I left. Even if they encounter an unstoppable master, they should be able to hold on for a while. but don't let anything happen. It was a long time after Lu Chuan left that Han King's eyes gradually became clear. There was a trace of confusion on her face, as if she had forgotten why she was standing here. She reached out and touched her face and found 2 lines of tears on it. Why am I crying? At this time, a maid came over and saw Han Kingsley standing in the yard in a daze and asked curiously, "Miss, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Han Kingsley shook her head. "I don't know." At this time, her heart suddenly hurt, and then she said with a painful face, "I seem to have forgotten a very important person." Yancheng, Zuanhu Medical Clinic. In the yard, Suming was looking at the 2 masters dressed like ninjas in front of him with a vigilant face, holding the talisman given by Lu Chuan in his hands, with an extremely solemn expression. Mu Nanking, Liang Gongye and Zhao Siming were all hiding behind Suming in fear. Kitahara Yuchi and Kitahara Takumi both sneered at Suming, and the other 4, their eyes full of arrogance, and they didn't take them seriously at all. The 2 sides had just broken out in a fight. Suming, who was only at the 2nd level of the transformation realm, naturally could not be a match for Yuchi Kitahara and Takumi Kitahara, who were at the 6th level of the transformation realm. He was able to hold on entirely because of the powerful martial arts and talismans taught by Lu Chuan. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Yuchi Kitahara and Takumi Kitahara did not use their full strength. Kitahara Yuchi said in broken Chinese, "You are no match for us. There is no need to fight so hard. Hand over Suzumiya Kazuchi and this sexy woman, and we can give you and that old man a quick death." Suming snorted coldly and said, "Stop dreaming here. If you want to touch them, step over my dead body first." Kitahara Takumi spat and cursed, "Stupid Chinese pig, do you really think that we can't do anything to you just because you relied on some weird talismans to resist us for a while? You will only die more miserably like this." Suzumiya Kazuchi looked at Kitahara Yuchi and Kitahara Takumi with annoyance on his face and shouted, "You 2 bastards, this is China. If you commit crimes here, the inspectorate will not let you go. Maybe they have heard the noise and are rushing here. You'd better leave quickly, otherwise you will never leave China in your life." Kitahara Yuchi snorted coldly and said, "Suzumiya Ichi, don't bluff here. If you hadn't secretly taken away the owner's things, why would we have come all the way here to catch you? The owner is completely disappointed in you. He promised us that, as long as we don't damage that thing, he can do whatever he wants with you. After we kill these 2 men and ravage that sexy woman, we will deal with you. I want to turn you into a bitch who can only bark." Suzumiya Ichi was frightened when he heard this, and he subconsciously shrank into Mu Nanking's arms. Mu Nanking frowned and said, "These 2 islanders are simply beasts. They can say such disgusting words." Suming said solemnly, "Sister-in-law, I will use the 5-element thunder formation to hold them back later. The 3 of you will take the opportunity to escape quickly. Don't worry about me. As long as I can hold on until my brother comes back, everything will turn around." Although Mu Nanking didn't want to abandon Suming at this time, he knew in his heart that this was the only way out, so he nodded. Kitahara Takumi was a little impatient and said, "Don't waste time with them. Kill these 2 men quickly. I can't wait to try the taste of that sexy woman." After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Suming and drew his samurai sword. Kitahara Yuchi also did not hesitate and attacked Suming. Suming's pupils shrank, and he immediately activated the 5-element thunder formation. Silver-white thunders fell from the sky, blocking the way of Kitahara Yuchi and Kitahara Takumi. Both of them frowned, as if they didn't expect Suming to have such a terrifying method. "Bagger. What is this? Why is there thunder falling from the sky? Why is this guy so difficult to deal with?" Kitahara Yuchi cursed, and used the samurai sword in his hand to resist the ubiquitous thunder. Suming turned his head to look at Mu Nanking and the other 2 and shouted, "Just stand there, run." Mu Nanking and the other 3 were about to escape. Suming controlled the formation and let the thunder avoid the 3 of them. Kitahara Takumi saw this, his eyes narrowed, his aura burst out, and he rushed towards Mu Nanking and the other 2 with the thunder. "Want to run? Dream on." Seeing this, Suming immediately controlled the thunder to hit Kitahara Takumi. Kitahara Yuchi's face changed drastically, and he stopped immediately. Suming was relieved, and let the formation return to normal. He couldn't control all the thunder to attack the same person for a long time, which would consume his strength too quickly. Munan frowned and said, "They won't let us escape. This formation can only stop them, but it can't resist their desperate efforts. Once they rush out of the formation, even if we escape, they will catch us. Damn it. Can we only wait to die here?" Suming cursed inwardly, hating his own weakness. If he was stronger, he wouldn't have to be afraid of these two beasts from the island country. Kitahara Yuchi and Kitahara Takumi also discovered that, although this formation is mysterious, these thunders are not fatal to masters like them who are at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Only when Suming controls all the thunders to attack one person at the same time can there be a fatal threat. And Suming obviously cannot do this frequently. These thunders are a trouble, but I don't believe they have been maintaining these thunders. To be on the safe side, we should stay put and wait until the power of these thunders is exhausted, and then we can take action. Kitahara Yuchi said. Kitahara Takumi nodded. If we don't move, they won't dare to move. As long as they want to run, we will fight to the death. The two sides were deadlocked like this. Liang asked worriedly, "Brother Suming, how long can this formation last?" Suming said, "I'm afraid it can only last half an hour at most. After half an hour, we can only let them slaughter us." Zhao Siming sighed and said, "It seems that we can't escape death today." Munan said firmly, "As long as Xiaochuan can come back, we still have hope. We must not give up until the last moment." Half an hour later, Suming's forehead was already full of cold sweat. He held the formation plate tightly with both hands, praying in his heart that Luchuan would come back quickly. At this time, a crack sounded. A crack suddenly appeared on the formation plate. Then, as if causing a chain reaction, cracks appeared on the formation plate one after another. In the end, the formation plate of the 5-element Divine Thunder formation could not bear the burden, and with a bang, it shattered. The surrounding formations also disappeared instantly. After the last thunder struck, the yard became extremely quiet. Kitahara Yuchi showed a playful smile on his face. "Finally you can't hold on anymore. I thought you could maintain these thunders for a whole day." Kitahara Takumi licked his tongue. His eyes fell on Munan chest, and said obscenely, "Finally I can taste this woman. I will make her unable to stop and kneel down to beg me to ravage her." The two rushed towards Suming together. Seeing this, Suming immediately threw away the last few talismans in his hand. Then he used the martial arts taught to him by Luchuan, intending to fight to the death. Kitahara Yuchi resisted all the talismans. Kitahara Takumi rushed to Suming, showing an evil smile on his face, and then stabbed the samurai sword in his hand into Suming's heart. Suming's eyes widened instantly, and blood gurgled in his throat. "Are you going to die?" "Brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect my sister-in-law and them." Munan, Suzume Irichi, Zhao Siming and the other two were all sad when they saw this. No. Despair appeared on the faces of the three people. Kitahara Takumi pulled the samurai sword out of Suming's body. Suming's body fell to the ground weakly, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. Kitahara Takumi walked towards Munan with a wicked smile. "Finally, I have a chance to enjoy you. You Chinese women should kneel down under me. You are born to be such a cheap life." Then he reached out to touch Munan face. Munan quickly retreated to the back and shouted in grief and anger, "You beasts, you will not die well." Kitahara Takumi laughed. "Yes, that's it. The more you resist, the more excited I am. Don't worry, I will make you obedient little by little, and you will definitely enjoy this process." Then he grabbed Munan arm. Munan struggled hard, but unfortunately it was useless. "Suzume Ai shouted at the side, "If you let Sister Nanking go, I will give you the things I brought out." Suzume Yuchi also came over and said with a smile, "If we don't let her go, you have to give us that thing." Suzume Takumi couldn't wait any longer. His eyes fell on Munan chest, and he stretched out his hand to tear her clothes off. Munan looked terrified. Thinking of the situation she was about to face, she was filled with despair. "Let me see it quickly. I believe it must be very beautiful." Kitahara Takumi was like a pervert. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the roof and kicked Kitahara Takumi in the face. Bang! Kitahara Takumi flew 5 or 6 meters away and fell to the ground wailing. Kitahara Yuchi, who was standing by, saw this and immediately attacked the man. Unfortunately, the figure didn't give him a chance. The majestic momentum burst out and slapped Kitahara Yuchi with the palm carrying surging power. Kitahara Yuchi snorted coldly, obviously not afraid of this palm. I want to see. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying force exploded. Boom. Kitahara Yuchi flew backwards, like a cannonball, and smashed into the wall, unable to be knocked down. King looked at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared, and tears immediately flowed out. Zao-chan. Chapter 191 Suzumiya Kazuchi's Confession. Luchuan quickly walked up to King and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" King shook her head, and then quickly said, "Go and see Suming. He was just stabbed through the body by that guy." Luchuan's expression froze, and he quickly walked up to Suming and helped him up. Suming's throat was still bleeding, and his chest was bleeding, but when he saw Luchuan's timely arrival, he smiled. Gurgle gurgle. He wanted to speak, but couldn't speak because of the blood in his throat. Luchuan quickly used his spiritual power to seal Suming's wound, and then checked his injuries. When he saw that Suming's heart was pierced by a knife, he was furious. Without hesitation, he immediately used his spiritual power to temporarily seal the wound on Suming's heart to ensure that Suming would not lose his life on the spot. After the wound was sealed, there was no more blood in Suming's throat. He smiled and said, "Brother, I didn't disappoint you. It's just that I might really die this time." Luchuan said solemnly, "You didn't disappoint me, and I will never let you die like this. Believe me, I will definitely save you." As he said this, he took out a century-old medicinal herb from the demon suppression tower, quickly extracted the essence from it with his spiritual power, and put it into Suming's mouth. Suming smiled and looked at Luchuan, saying, "I believe in you, brother." Then he slowly closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Luchuan reached out and touched Suming's pulse, and was relieved after confirming that he was still alive. Then he took out the silver needle and quickly sealed some of Suming's acupuncture points, so that Suming's body functions were in the smallest loss. Only in this way could he prolong his survival time. Suming's injury was too serious. His heart was pierced by a sharp weapon. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have died. At present, Luchuan could only let Suming keep his breath and find a way to treat him when he returned. After confirming that Suming's condition had stabilized, Luchuan carefully put him on the ground. He stood up, turned around and looked at the two beasts from the island country, his eyes full of murderous intent. If Suming hadn't tried his best to delay time today, King and the others would have been killed by these two beasts, and Suming almost lost his life. This has caused Luchuan to go berserk. If he doesn't kill these two bastards today, how can he be worthy of Suming calling him brother? Kitahara Yuchi and Kitahara Takumi both stood up, their faces full of fear. The strength that Luchuan had just shown was far beyond their imagination. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could not be his opponent. Kitahara Yuchi said, "Friend, we have no intention of offending you. We came here just to take Suzumiya away. Why don't you hand Suzumiya over to us and we'll leave? Our feud ends here. How about that?" Luchuan snorted coldly, "You almost killed my brother, and now you want to end this feud. Do you think it's possible?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over with Kitahara Yuchi. Kitahara Yuchi's face changed drastically, and he immediately used all his strength to resist Luchuan. Luchuan directly suppressed Kitahara Yuchi with his spiritual power, breaking all his resistance, and then kicked him on the knee. Crack! Kitahara Yuchi's knee was completely shattered. Luchuan kicked out again, breaking his other knee. Kitahara Yuchi screamed and knelt directly on the ground. Kitahara Takumi, who was standing by, was so frightened when he saw this that he shouted, "I tell you, we are from the Kitahara family. You low-class Chinese people, you'd better behave yourself, otherwise the Kitahara family will not let you go." Luchuan flashed in front of him, stretched out his hand, and broke one of his arms. Low-class Chinese? How can a Japanese pirate who came from a tiny country get such confidence? Kitahara Takumi screamed repeatedly, but still said stubbornly, "My Kitahara family is superior to you Chinese people. If you dare to touch me again, I, Kitahara, Luchuan directly pinched off his other arm. "What's wrong with me touching you?" Kitahara Takumi's face turned extremely pale, and he looked at Lu Chuan with horror, and said, I was wrong. Please let me go. Lu Chuan sneered, is this all the backbone you have? Are all the people in your Kitahara family as spineless as you? Kitahara Takumi begged, I'm a spineless person, brother, father, grandpa. Please let me go. Lu Chuan curled his lips, and kicked him to the ground. Then he picked up the samurai sword that fell on the ground, walked up to Kitahara Takumi, and said, you pierced my brother's body with a knife, and I have to let you taste what it feels like. After that, he aimed at Kitahara Takumi's heart, and stabbed it fiercely. Kitahara Takumi was terrified and wanted to dodge, but Lu Chuan used his spiritual power to hold him in place and he couldn't move at all. Puff! The samurai sword pierced Kitahara Takumi's chest. Kitahara Takumi struggled instantly. Lu Chuan felt unsatisfied, so he pulled out the knife and inserted it again, repeating it several times. Kitahara Takumi's eyes quickly turned red, blood kept coming out of his mouth, and his whole face turned purple, looking extremely painful. Not long after, he stopped struggling, and the whole person was motionless. His eyes were wide open, and he felt like he was dying with his eyes open. Lu Chuan walked up to Kitahara Yuchi with the samurai sword again. It's your turn. Kitahara Yuchi was also terrified, and even started crying, saying, brother, please forgive me, I haven't married yet, and I want to live a few more years. Please give me a chance, I will definitely change my ways. Lu Chuan laughed and said, you beast, no matter who you marry, you will harm others. In order to make this world less evil, you'd better die. After that, he pierced Kitahara Yuchi's heart with the samurai sword. Kitahara Yuchi's eyes were wide open, his body twitched a few times, and then he died. After dealing with these two people, Lu Chuan felt that the anger in his heart had been vented, and he felt much better. Mu Nanking, Liangang Gai, and Zhao Siming also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Zhao Siming and said, Mr. Zhao, please take care of the bodies of these two guys. Zhao Siming immediately said, don't worry, I will take care of it. Lu Chuan nodded, walked to Su Ming, picked him up, and went into the house. Mu Nanking and Liangang followed him into the house one by one. Lu Chuan put Su Ming on the bed, looked at him unconscious, and sighed. Mu Nanking asked worriedly, Zhao Chuan, how is Su Ming? You are so good at medicine, you can definitely save him, right? Lu Chuan said, he is in a very bad condition. I just saved his last breath. It is hard to say whether he can be saved. A wound through the heart is a fatal injury. Even in the cultivation world, it is difficult to treat. Lu Chuan also has to carefully study the inherited memory to know whether he can save Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Liangang Yi's eyes turned red. She knelt down in front of Lu Chuan and said with a look of self-blame, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, brother Su Ming wouldn't have become like this. Brother Lu Chuan, I'm sorry. Please kill me. Lu Chuan glanced at Liangang Yi, reached out and lifted her up. I promised to help you deal with the people from the Kitahara family. This is not your fault. I didn't think it through. Don't make such a fuss. Suzume Yi was embarrassed and replied weakly, yeah. Mu Nanking turned his head to look at Suzume Yi and asked, these two people said that you took something away, so they came to you. Why didn't I hear you say that before? Suzume Yi was ashamed and said, yes, I lied. The reason why the Kitahara family spared no effort to capture me and make me Kitahara Sasuke's concubine is secondary. The real reason is that I accidentally took away a very precious treasure from the Kitahara family. I didn't know brother Lu Chuan before, so I didn't dare to mention this matter. Lu Chuan smiled and asked, are you afraid that I will find out and kill people for the treasure? Suzume Yi glanced at Lu Chuan secretly. Although he knew that this idea was not good, he nodded, yeah. Then she quickly said, but now I know how righteous, reliable, and trustworthy brother Lu Chuan is. Even if Yi is asked to give up his life now, Yi will not hesitate at all. Lu Chuan found it a little funny to see Liangang Yi, who was full of desire to survive, and asked, what is the treasure you brought out? Liangang Yi said, a dragon vein. Lu Chuan was stunned, dragon vein? Liangang Yi nodded. Lu Chuan's Biyuan family has a total of 4 such dragon veins, all of which were secretly stolen from China. The fact that the Bun family can become the top family in our place is not unrelated to these 4 dragon veins. When I was called to visit the Bun family that day, I accidentally discovered this matter. I didn't know what was going on at the time. One of the dragon veins flew towards me. The Bun family only learned about this afterwards. These 4 dragon veins were the secrets of the Bun family. They immediately ordered to capture me and bring me back. According to the situation at the time, they might have killed me. I had no choice but to flee to China. Lu Chuan suddenly realized that he had just been wondering how a dragon vein could appear in such a tiny island country. It turned out that it was stolen from China. No wonder they were in a hurry to bring Suzumiya back. At the same time, he also understood why they had to mobilize 2 6th level masters to capture a little girl like Suzumiya. It seems that the Bun family is really not a good thing. They dared to steal my Chinese dragon vein. What's the difference between this and stealing China's luck? Lu Chuan was full of anger and turned to ask Liang Gongyi, "Where is the dragon vein you brought out?" Liang Gongyi hesitated for a moment, but still said honestly, "It ran into my body." It had been silent, but on the day I met brother Lu Chuan, I felt it became active. It seemed to like brother Lu Chuan very much, so I asked brother Lu Chuan to help me. Lu Chuan was a little confused. Could it be because of my true dragon fate? After thinking for a while, he said to Liang Gongyi, "We will talk about the dragon vein in your body later. I will find a way to save Suming first." Liang Gongyi nodded seriously. Now she has handed over her life to Lu Chuan. No matter how Lu Chuan arranges, she will not have any objections. Lu Chuan found a quiet place and quickly flipped through the inherited memory to find a way to save Suming. In a hidden place, in a dark and murderous cave, Zhu Yuan was kneeling in front of a strange man who was sitting on a throne, wearing a dark red robe, with a long and thin face, and 2 long whiskers. Next to him was the corpse of the poisonous scorpion. How did my brother die? That Lu Chuan is only at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. How could he kill the poisonous scorpion at the 6th level of the transformation realm? The strange man shouted angrily. This man was the master of the hidden killing pavilion, the brother of the poisonous scorpion, Wu Gong. Zhu Yuan said tremblingly, "Master, that Lu Chuan rose rapidly. A year ago, he was just a delivery man, but a year later he has such strength. Even my eldest brother was killed by the backlash because he wanted to curse him. This can only mean that this Lu Chuan has a treasure, and the poisonous scorpion may have been killed by this treasure." He didn't know how Lu Chuan killed the poisonous scorpion, but as long as he could convince the master of the hidden killing pavilion to take action against Lu Chuan, his goal would be achieved. After Zhu Cheng's death, the Zhu family was in turmoil. This was the only way he could think of to seek revenge on Lu Chuan. When Wu Gong heard Zhu Yuan's words, his eyes narrowed and he murmured, "How can a low-level human be qualified to own such a treasure? Duxi is my brother who has shared hardships with me for many years. Since he died at the hands of this Lu Chuan, I can't just sit back and watch. Issue the hidden kill order immediately and bring this Lu Chuan back to me." "Yes," the men shouted. Zhu Yuan showed a smile of success on his face. Chapter 192 Just what I want. In the evening, Lu Chuan finally found a way to save Suming and the inherited memory. He needed to refine a pill called the 9-turn resurrection pill. This pill has a very powerful recovery effect. As long as a person still has a breath left, even if one foot has already stepped into the Hades Palace, taking this 9-turn resurrection pill can save him. Moreover, this pill has a very powerful recovery effect on the human body and can completely heal the damage to Suming's heart. If it is just to wake Suming up, Lu Chuan can easily find a dozen pills that can achieve the effect, but most of these pills can only prolong Suming's life and cannot completely eradicate the serious injury on his heart, which will make him a useless person who can't practice martial arts for the rest of his life. Lu Chuan naturally didn't want his good brother to become like this, so he spent so much time looking for a pill that can not only save Suming, but also completely heal his injuries. If the 9-turn rejuvenation pill can be refined, not only will Suming be able to recover from his injuries, but he may also be able to break through. However, the refining of the 9-turn rejuvenation pill is a bit difficult. It not only requires 500-year-old medicinal herbs as auxiliary medicinal herbs, but also requires a high-level demon pill as the main medicine. There is no need to worry about the 500-year-old medicinal herbs, but where can I find a high-level demon pill? Although Lu Chuan had come into contact with people from the demon clan such as Fu Xiang, it was only by luck. Nowadays, the demon clan has long been hidden, and it is impossible for people to find it easily. What's more, Lu Chuan not only has to find a demon clan, but also a powerful demon clan. Those who can reach the level of high-level demon pills must be at least above the 7th level of the transformation realm. It is as difficult to find a high-level demon pill as to find a needle in a haystack. What should I do? Lu Chuan frowned. Although he found a way to save Suming, he was even more worried. Given Suming's current condition, he can only hold on for 3 more months at most. If he cannot find a high-level demon pill after 3 months, Lu Chuan will have to settle for the next best thing and try to extend Suming's life first. At this time, Mu Nanking came over and said, "Xiao Chuan, Mr. Qi is here to see you. He looks very anxious." "Oh, is there something?" Lu Chuan stood up. Mu Nanking said, "I don't know either. Go and have a look." Lu Chuan walked towards the lobby. Qi Zhenliang stood in the lobby with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Lu Chuan coming, he hurried over to greet him. "Lu Chuan, take your family away from here as soon as possible. Find a place where no one can find you. Live in seclusion and don't show up again." Lu Chuan looked at Qi Zhenliang with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "What does this mean, Mr. Qi? Why do you want me to hide?" Qi Zhenliang said anxiously, "I just got the news that the Hidden Killing Pavilion has issued a hidden killing order to capture you and bring you back to see their pavilion master. If you don't run away quickly, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Then he asked, "How did you offend the Hidden Killing Pavilion? You even forced the hidden killing order to be issued. You must know that the Hidden Killing Pavilion will only issue it when targeting people with a bounty of more than 10 billion. And once the Hidden Killing Order is issued, the killers of the Hidden Killing Pavilion will come to kill you one after another until the task is completed." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Hidden Killing Pavilion would come to cause trouble again. He thought for a moment and said, "I didn't do anything to offend them. I just killed the one called Poison Scorpion that they sent to kill me." Qi Zhenliang's eyes widened. "Is it the most popular poison scorpion in the Hidden Killing Pavilion? The poison scorpion who successfully assassinated a 6th level master of the transformation realm?" Lu Chuan nodded. Qi Zhenliang was full of surprise. Although Lu Chuan had killed Long Xian'er under the nose of the Great Elder before, it had proved that his strength was far beyond Long Xian'er, who was in the 3rd level of the transformation realm. But how long has it been since Lu Chuan killed another assassin who was also a 6th level master of the transformation realm? This growth rate is too amazing, isn't it? Lu Chuan looked at Qi Zhenliang's shocked expression and thought to himself that, if you knew that I had just killed 2 6th level masters of the transformation realm from the island country, you would definitely be more surprised. Qi Zhenliang suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "No wonder the Hidden Killing Pavilion would issue the Hidden Killing Order. It turns out you killed Duxi." Lu Chuan asked, "Isn't this Duxi just a killer? Why did the Hidden Killing Pavilion mobilize so many troops?" Qi Zhenliang explained, "As far as I know, this Duxi and the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion are brothers who share weal and woe. When the two were weak, Duxi once saved the life of the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion. So although Duxi is not the strongest among the killers of the Hidden Killing Pavilion, his status is the highest. You killed Duxi, so the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion naturally will not let you go." Lu Chuan was speechless and said, "Even if he and the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion are brothers, as a killer, he came out to do a mission and died because he was not as skilled as others, then he deserved it. Besides, I was the one who was assassinated. Now the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion has issued the Hidden Killing Order just because I survived. It's too shameless." Qi Zhenliang said anxiously, "The Hidden Killing Pavilion is a notorious killer organization. You want them to be reasonable. Isn't that like teaching us how to read? That's not the point. The point is that the killers from the Hidden Killing Pavilion will be here soon. You should take your family and escape." At this time, Lu Chuan suddenly thought that the Poison Scorpion was a member of the Demon Clan. Could the elder brother who shared weal and woe with him also be a member of the Demon Clan? So he asked Qi Zhenliang, "Mr. Qi, does the leader of the Hidden Killing Pavilion have any special hobbies?" Qi Zhenliang looked puzzled. "Why are you asking this? Do you want to please him so that he will let you go? I can tell you clearly that doing so will not help at all. Lu Chuan smiled and said, that's not what I meant. You just need to tell me if he has any special hobbies or abnormal behaviors. Qi Zhenlan thought for a while and said, as for special hobbies, I haven't heard of them, but I heard someone say that the leader of the Hidden Killing Pavilion likes to drink human blood and even eat human flesh. Does that count? Lu Chuan immediately showed a sneer on his face. It seems that what I thought was right. Just by drinking human blood and eating human flesh, he can confirm that the leader of the Hidden Killing Pavilion is a member of the demon clan. He then asked, how strong is the leader of the Hidden Killing Pavilion? Qi Zhenlan said, it is said that this person is already a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm and is a top figure in the martial arts world. Otherwise, the Hidden Killing Pavilion is so notorious that the supervisory department would have destroyed them long ago. Even the supervisory department would not dare to act rashly against a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm. That's why I asked you to run away quickly. Even if you have the ability to get rid of the assassins of the Hidden Killing Pavilion, as long as this leader shows up, you will definitely die. Lu Chuan raised a playful laugh at the corner of his mouth and said, if he shows up, it would be exactly what I want. He was worried about where to find the demon clan above the 7th level of the transformation realm. If the leader of the Hidden Killing Pavilion could take the initiative to come to him, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, the strength of the 9th level of the transformation realm is still a bit difficult for Lu Chuan to deal with now. It can even be said that, if he encounters one, he can only run away. But the 9th level of the transformation realm of the demon clan is another matter. With the demon suppression tower, the strength of the leader of the Hidden Killing Pavilion should not be able to be exerted even half. Even with the suppression of the demon suppression tower, I should not be a match for this pavilion master. I wonder if I can fight him with the assistance of the Azure Dragon formation. Of course, even if I can't beat him, I still have the sword Nourishing Gourd. Qi Zhenlan listened to Lu Chuan's words with a confused look on his face. He quickly stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Lu Chuan and asked, Lu Chuan, are you okay? Do you want the pavilion master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion to come to you? Lu Chuan laughed and said, yes, I just need something from him. Qi Zhenlan was speechless and said, I know you have amazing talent and your growth rate is rare in the world, but the 9th level masters of the transformation realm are not a joke. What you are doing is no different from seeking death. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Qi, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not afraid of the people from the Hidden Killing Pavilion. If they want to kill me, just come. This killer organization has done many evil things. I will kill as many people as they come, just as if I'm doing justice for the heavens. Qi Zhenlan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He felt that Lu Chuan still relied on his talent and didn't take the Hidden Killing Pavilion seriously. He stared at Lu Chuan for a while, then sighed and said, forget it. Since you won't listen to my advice, I won't say anything. But I still suggest that you find a place to hide first. You are so talented. You can live a long life. There is no need to show off your ability. After that, he turned and left. After watching Qi Zhenlan leave, Lu Chuan hesitated for a while and decided to refine the Azure Dragon formation immediately. Although he was not afraid of the people in the Hidden Killing Pavilion, Munan King, Liang Gongyi, Zhao Siming and other people in the clinic could not resist those killers. Only when the Azure Dragon formation was refined could their safety be guaranteed. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan took out the Dragon Soul Jade from the Han family and the 20 pieces of Zuanbing stone that had been refined, and began to refine the Azure Dragon formation. A night passed. In the early morning, Lu Chuan took the Dragon Soul Jade that was already engraved with spells and came to the center of the formation. He had already refined the foundation of the Azure Dragon formation before, and only the core of the formation was missing. Therefore, he only needed to put the refined Dragon Soul Jade into the core of the formation, and the Azure Dragon formation would be formed. He carefully put the Dragon Soul Jade into the core of the formation. A strange wave spread out in all directions, and a ray pattern suddenly appeared on the ground. Lu Chuan twisted his hand seal, and the array patterns on the ground began to rotate slowly, and the power gathered to form an energy sphere. Open! Lu Chuan shouted, and the energy sphere expanded instantly and soon wrapped the entire clinic and then turned into an invisible power film that could not be seen by the naked eye. The sound of dragon roars sounded, as if a dragon was hovering over the clinic, guarding it. Soon, the sound of dragon roars dissipated, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered in the direction of the clinic. Then the array patterns on the ground slowly dissipated and hid underground. Everything returned to peace, and the clinic looked no different from before. In addition to the spiritual energy becoming dozens of times richer, it makes people in it feel like spring breeze. Luchuan smiled. Finally it worked. The Azure Dragon Array combines the Killing Array, the Maze Array, the Illusion Array and the Spirit Gathering Array in one. Even a 9th level master of the Transformation Realm will find it extremely difficult to break the array. From now on, I don't have to worry about the safety of my sister-in-law and others. He turned on the automatic defense function of the Azure Dragon Array, and then went back to his room. Refining the array consumed too much of his energy, and he had to recover. That afternoon, 3 powerful figures came to the vicinity of the Zuanhu Medical Clinic. They were the assassins of the Hidden Killing Pavilion, and they were all 6th level masters of the Transformation Realm. That Luchuan is in this clinic. As long as we catch him, the 3 of us can live a life of ease and comfort for the rest of our lives. Although this guy killed the Scorpion, it is absolutely easy for the 3 of us who are at the 6th level of the Transformation Realm to deal with him. This Hidden Killing Order mission is too simple. Fortunately, the 3 of us acted quickly, otherwise the credit would have been taken away by others. That's true. It's a waste of talent for us to deal with Luchuan alone. Let's go in now, so that we can go back and claim the reward earlier. After saying that, the 3 of them rushed into the clinic with excitement. However, as soon as they stepped through the door of the clinic, an invisible force descended, and the scene in front of them changed dramatically. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 193 The Power of the Azure Dragon Formation. When they came to their senses, the 3 of them found themselves in a thick fog. They could not see anything except fog. Moreover, this space seemed to be infinitely vast, as deep as the abyss, and it was chilling. What's going on? Isn't this a clinic? Why is there so much fog? I don't know. I just saw the lobby of the clinic, but as soon as I stepped in, it became like this. Could it be that Luchuan knew we were coming, so he had prepared a strategy in advance? Humph, even if he was prepared, so what? He is only at the 3rd level of the Transformation Realm. No matter how much preparation he has, he can't be the opponent of the 3 of us. The other 2 nodded and agreed with this statement. Let's explore this fog first, and see what tricks this kid is playing. The 3 of them walked together in the thick fog. Because they were worried about getting separated, the 3 of them were very close, and each of them was alert to a direction, to prevent Luchuan from suddenly attacking. However, the 3 of them walked in the thick fog for a long time, and did not find anything unusual, and at the same time, they did not find the direction to get out. The thick fog seemed endless. No matter which direction you walked from, there was no end. It was not until then that the 3 people realized that the thick fog was not simple. Damn, why is this thick fog everywhere? If it continues like this, we may never get out of it. If I'm not mistaken, we should have entered the maze. Luchuan wants to use this maze to consume our energy, so that he can attack us when we are exhausted and mentally exhausted. In this case, let's just sit still and see who can outlast whom. Yes, Luchuan is planning this. This trick is insignificant to us. Let's just waste time with him. In the end, he will definitely be the one who can't hold back. The 3 of them looked confident, as if they had seen through Luchuan's mind. But just when they were about to sit still, the thick fog in front of them suddenly changed. The fog in front of them began to disperse. The 3 of them sneered. I didn't expect Luchuan to be so impatient. He showed his true colors as soon as he heard that we were going to waste time with him. With this little patience, this kid is really not going to amount to anything. I'll beat this kid up a bit later and let him know how powerful our Hidden Killing Pavilion is. Soon, the fog in front of them dissipated, and the scene in front of them gradually became clear. However, the Luchuan they were expecting did not show up. Instead, what appeared in front of them was the dark cave, where the pavilion master of the hidden killing pavilion was. At this time, the pavilion master of the hidden killing pavilion was sitting on the throne in the cave, looking down at the three of them. The three people were shocked when they saw this scene. They hurried forward, half knelt on the ground, and shouted, "Pavilion Master!" The pavilion master of the hidden killing pavilion, Wugong, had a stern face, and said to the three people in a cold voice, "Come here." The three people did not dare to neglect it, and hurried forward to Wugong. Wugong said calmly, "You have done a great job in assassinating Lu Chuan this time, so I will give you a huge reward." The three of them were all delighted, not realizing that there was any problem, as if they had really succeeded in killing Lu Chuan. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." The three people answered in unison. "Come closer," Wugong said. The three people hurriedly moved closer. The next second, Wugong's hand suddenly turned into a monster tentacle with sharp spikes, split into three, and pierced the chests of the three people respectively. The three people were all terrified and unbelievable, but intimidated by the majesty of the pavilion master. No one dared to resist. "Pavilion Master, didn't you say you would reward us?" Wugong suddenly showed a sinister smile and laughed loudly, and then his figure gradually dissipated and disappeared from the spot. The three killers slowly fell to the ground and really died. In the courtyard of Xuanhu Medical Clinic, Lu Chuan, Munanking, Liangong Yi, and Zhao Siming stood not far away, staring at the three killers lying in the middle of the courtyard, with different expressions. Lu Chuan's face was calm, while the other three were shocked, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Not long ago, Lu Chuan told them that a killer had come to the Xuanhu Medical Clinic, and then the group came to the yard. Then they saw three killers with strong auras walking into the yard, all looking around with vigilance, as if they didn't see their existence at all. After that, the three began to circle around the yard, as if they were in a boundless area, talking neurotically while walking, which made Munanking and the others stunned. Then the three stopped, as if they were going to sit in meditation, but the next second, they seemed to see some supreme existence, and knelt directly on the ground. The three people talked in a gibberish for a while, then took a few steps forward, and their faces showed obvious expressions of joy. But the next second, they took out their weapons, and stabbed them into their chests without hesitation, and soon died. "My mother, they just killed themselves like this?" Liangong said with big eyes, in disbelief. Lu Chuan smiled slightly, with a hint of pride on his face, and said, "This is just the maze and illusion array of the Azure Dragon formation. The killing array hasn't even started yet, and these three people have already died. It seems that the power of the Azure Dragon formation is much stronger than I imagined." Munanking looked at Lu Chuan with admiration on her face. After a long while, she blushed and said, "Xiaochuan, you are so powerful." Liangong Yi asked, "Huh? Sister Nanking, why are you blushing?" Munanking was embarrassed and quickly said, "No, I was a little excited to see Xiaochuan so powerful." Liangong Yi stared at Munanking with big eyes, as if she had seen through this woman's mind, and a smirk appeared on her face. She leaned close to Munanking's ear and whispered, "I will blush when I see the person I like is so powerful." Munanking glared, and then quickly pinched Liangong Yi. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you still want to sleep well tonight?" Liangong Yi suddenly became very honest, and her face was a little red. Zhao Siming smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "I never thought that an old man like me would be able to see such a terrifying formation in my lifetime. Today is really an eye-opener." Lu Chuan turned his head to look at the three people, then took out 3 jade talismans, and gave them to them respectively. "With this jade talisman, you can control the Azure Dragon formation. From now on, if you encounter danger, return to the clinic immediately. With the Azure Dragon formation, even a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm will not be able to do anything to you." Munanking and Zhao Siming both nodded. Liangong Yi said a little guilty, "Brother Lu Chuan, am I also qualified to take this jade talisman?" Lu Chuan reached out and rubbed Liangong Yi's hair and said with a smile, "You are already a member of our clinic, so you are naturally qualified to take it." Liangong Yi was immediately moved and almost cried, "Brother Lu Chuan, you are so good to me." She has begun to consider whether to give the dragon vein in her body to Lu Chuan. However, when she thought about the method of handing the dragon vein to others, she couldn't help blushing, ashamed, and a little scared, and she couldn't even look directly at Luchuan. Or, I'd better think about it again. I don't know if Sister Nanking will kill me after I really hand the dragon vein to brother Luchuan. Luchuan briefly explained the method of using the jade talisman to the 3 people, and then looked at the 3 corpses in the yard and said, "You stay in the clinic first. I will send these 3 corpses to the supervision department. It seems that you can get a reward for killing the killer of the hidden killing pavilion." Of course, his main purpose is not to get the reward, but to pass the message through the supervision department. Only when the news that the killer of the hidden killing pavilion died in his hands can the leader of the hidden killing pavilion be attracted to take action personally, so that Luchuan will have a chance to get the demon pill of the leader of the hidden killing pavilion. Seeing this, Zhao Siming smiled and said, "Let me help you. It's not easy for you to carry 3 corpses." Luchuan smiled and said, "No, I can do it alone." Zhao Siming was puzzled. He thought to himself, "You are powerful, but 3 corpses are not easy to carry, not to mention that you have to take them to the supervisory department. Do you think I'm too old and weak to move a corpse?" But Luchuan walked to the center of the yard, waved at the 3 corpses lightly, and put the 3 corpses into the demon suppression tower. Zhao Siming looked at the corpses on the ground and suddenly disappeared. His eyes widened. How did you do this?" Luchuan turned and walked outside. "I'm leaving. The internal space of the demon suppression tower can only accommodate objects, not living things, but the dead bodies have lost the characteristics of being alive, just like objects, so they can be collected naturally." Zhao Siming stared at Luchuan's back in a daze, and felt more and more that coming to work at the Xuanhu Medical Clinic was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Supervisory department. A group of people were discussing. "Have you heard that the hidden killing pavilion has issued a hidden killing order against Luchuan? Luchuan is probably finished this time." How did Luchuan provoke the hidden killing pavilion? They were forced to issue a hidden killing order. This is too scary. Who knows? The hidden killing pavilion is a cancer. Even our supervisory department can't do anything about them. Luchuan is really finished this time. Yuzin took the mop and mopped the floor. When she heard everyone chatting, her eyes suddenly lit up. After the last incident in the war zone, Yu Qingfeng was completely disappointed with her and told her not to interfere in the affairs of the supervisory department for the rest of her life and could only do cleaning. Yuzin hated Luchuan and felt that all this was caused by Luchuan. This bastard is finally going to get his comeuppance. Although the people in the hidden killing pavilion are not good people, flies don't bite seamless eggs. It must be that Luchuan is too hateful, so they issued the hidden killing order to deal with him. At this time, a person suddenly ran over and said, "Just got the news that 3 6th level masters of the hidden killing pavilion are planning to attack Luchuan. The leader ordered us to go to the Xuanhu Medical Clinic immediately to see if we can help." Everyone's face changed. 6th level transformation, or 3, we, the minions, are going to die. Yuzin was immediately full of anger, gritting his teeth and said, "This Luchuan is too hateful. It is obvious that he brought trouble upon himself, but he made us, the people of the supervision department, worry about him. Moreover, there are 3 terrifying masters of the 6th level of the transformation. My father is only at the 5th level of the transformation. How can we deal with this? He is simply a jinx. He makes trouble for himself and also implicates others." At this time, Luchuan appeared in the supervision department and came to everyone. "Where is Senior Yu? I want to see him." When Yuzin saw that it was Luchuan coming, his face changed drastically. He quickly stepped forward and said angrily, "What are you doing here? Do you know that the hidden killing pavilion has sent 3 masters of the 6th level of the transformation realm to kill you? You are asking for death. Don't come and implicate us. My father can't save you this time. Go quickly, or you will be in trouble when those 3 killers come." Luchuan was speechless. He took the 3 bodies out of the demon suppression tower, threw them on the ground, and asked, "Are the 3 killers you mentioned the 3 of them?" Chapter 194 Beating you will make Luchuan happy. Yuzin was stunned. She rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was dazzled. She didn't see clearly what happened. Suddenly, 3 bodies appeared on the ground. The others were also surprised. They also didn't see clearly where Lu Chuan got the 3 bodies. One person walked forward and checked the 3 bodies. When he confirmed that the 3 bodies were the 3 6th level masters of the transformation realm who were going to assassinate Lu Chuan, as Yu Qingfeng said, he was dumbfounded. They are the 3 6th level masters of the transformation realm mentioned in the news passed on from above. Everyone took a breath and looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. 3 masters of the 6th level of the transformation realm just died like that. These 3 people were the wanted fugitives of the supervisory department, and they have not been brought to justice for so many years. As a result, they died just after they said they were going to assassinate Lu Chuan. We just got the news, and Lu Chuan has already dealt with them. This. Yuzin looked at Lu Chuan in shock and asked, "Did you kill the 3 of them?" Lu Chuan said lightly, "Yes. Where is Senior Yu? I want to see him." Yuzin immediately pointed at Lu Chuan's nose and shouted, "You have such a cruel heart. People have worked so hard to reach the 6th level of the transformation realm, but you kill them just because you say so. How can you be so vicious?" Lu Chuan was speechless, staring at Yuzin and rubbing his fists. "Your saintly heart is overflowing again, aren't you?" Now even the people from the supervisory department looked at Yuzin speechless. They finally understood why Yu Qingfeng only let his daughter do cleaning. Yuzin was so scared that she took a few steps back. Feeling the strange looks from the people around her, she said in a lower and lower voice, Am I wrong?" Someone from the supervisory department said, "These 3 people are wanted by the supervisory department headquarters. If our leader delivers their bodies to the headquarters will give him a great credit." Yuzin's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Really? Then I'll go and call my dad over." Lu Chuan snorted and said, "No need, I'll just deliver their bodies to your headquarters myself." Hearing this, Yuzin quickly tried to please Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, brother, good brother, isn't it okay if I was wrong? I really had a brain twitch just now and said that kind of thing. Don't be so mean to me." As she spoke, she even grabbed Lu Chuan's arm and started to act coquettishly. Lu Chuan got goosebumps all over his body and quickly pushed her away, saying, "Stay away from me, I'm disgusting." Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Yuzin smiled awkwardly. "I'll go call my dad right now." 10 minutes later, Yu Qingfeng's office. Yu Qingfeng looked at Lu Chuan solemnly. The shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. He could never have imagined that this junior who needed his care not long ago is now so powerful that he can easily deal with 3 6th level masters of the transformation realm. This is just like a dream for him. Yun Cheng really has a real dragon. Yu Qingfeng thought to himself. Lu Chuan said helplessly, "Senior Yu, you really should discipline your daughter. Just now she said that I was too vicious to kill these 3 assassins." If it weren't for Yu Qingfeng's face, he really wanted to take the 3 bodies directly to the headquarters of the supervisory department. Yu Qingfeng looked ashamed and said, yes, my daughter is useless. My wife and I have recently considered having another one and are currently working on it." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Yu Qingfeng had been forced by Yuzin to practice another trumpet. "Senior Yu, you are not young anymore, and your health is definitely not as good as it used to be. If you need anything, you can go to my clinic, and I will prescribe some medicine for you. I guarantee it will work." Yu Qingfeng coughed lightly twice. "I'll go after I'm done with this." Lu Chuan nodded, stopped talking nonsense, and got straight to the point. "Senior Yu, these 3 assassins from the hidden killing pavilion should be able to bring you a lot of credit, right?" Yu Qingfeng laughed and said, "Yes, these 3 people have always been a headache for the headquarters. I will hand them over, and I will get some credit, and you can also get some bounty. The total of the 3 of them should be around 5 million. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I don't want the bounty. I want Senior Yu to do me a favor." Yu Qingfeng was puzzled. "What favor?" Lu Chuan said, "Please help me spread the news that these 3 assassins died in my hands. The wider the spread, the better. It would be best if everyone in the hidden killing pavilion knew about it." Yu Qingfeng frowned and said, "If that's the case, you will probably become the public enemy of the entire hidden killing pavilion, which will not do you any good." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I want to become their public enemy. Senior Yu, just do what I say." Yu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He could not see through Lu Chuan now. Since Lu Chuan said so, he must have his own ideas. He did not dissuade him and said, "Okay, then I will help you pass on this message, but at that time you may face a more powerful assassin sent by the hidden killing pavilion. Can you handle it then?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Senior you, don't worry about this. I know my limits." Yu King Feng said nothing more and agreed to Lu Chuan's request. That afternoon, the news that Lu Chuan killed 3 6th level masters of the hidden killing pavilion was released, and it was accompanied by a rumor that Lu Chuan was not afraid of the hidden killing pavilion at all and asked the hidden killing pavilion to come. After the hidden killing pavilion learned the news, the crowd was excited, and a group of assassins threatened to kill Lu Chuan and let the world know the horror of the hidden killing pavilion. Wu Gong was also a little angry about this matter. He didn't expect that the 3 masters of the 6th level of the transformation realm failed to kill Lu Chuan. It was really beyond his expectations. At the same time, he believed that Lu Chuan had a treasure, otherwise he would not be able to do such a heaven-defying thing. In the end, the hidden killing pavilion sent a master of the 7th level of the transformation realm codenamed Dusting to assassinate Lu Chuan. This person is also a popular assassin in the hidden killing pavilion. His status in the hidden killing pavilion ranks 3rd, second only to the pavilion master Wu Gong, and a killer of the 8th level of the transformation realm. This time, the hidden killing pavilion sent Dusting, and did not even conceal the news. Because in the minds of the people in the hidden killing pavilion, even if Lu Chuan killed 3 masters of the 6th level of the transformation realm, he would never be the opponent of Dusting. The 7th level of the transformation realm is vastly different from the 6th level of the transformation realm. The gap between the two is like a natural chasm. Lu Chuan can never be a match for a 7th level master of the transformation realm. For a time, the whole Yuncheng was in a panic, fearing that Dushan would come to assassinate Lu Chuan and cause trouble for them. 3 days after the news that Dushan was about to assassinate Lu Chuan spread, in the supervisory department, everyone was still discussing the matter between Lu Chuan and the hidden killing pavilion. It has been 3 days, and Dushi has only said that he wants to assassinate Lu Chuan, but there has been no movement. Could it be that he is playing psychological warfare, trying to scare Lu Chuan for a while, and then take action when his energy is exhausted? Who knows, but it is a bit unexpected that the chief did not let us help Lu Chuan this time. Someone laughed and said, "Use your brain, okay? The one who is going to attack Lu Chuan this time is Dushi, the 3rd in command of the hidden killing pavilion, who is at the 7th level of the transformation realm. Not to mention us, even the chief can't help at all, and will only die. What are we going for?" That's true. Lu Chuan was able to withstand the assassination of 3 6th level transformation realm masters last time, but he may not be able to withstand Dushi this time. After all, he is a rare genius in our Yuncheng for 100 years. It would be a pity if he died like this. Yes, I heard that the chief has applied to the headquarters to send experts over, but unfortunately the incident happened suddenly, and the headquarters can't transfer anyone. The experts from the provincial capital also seem to be busy. Everyone's face was either full of emotion or helplessness. Only Yuzin was hiding in the corner, laughing secretly. This Lu Chuan is really an idiot. He killed 3 masters of the hidden killing pavilion, but he didn't think about how to be low-key. It would be fine if he kept the news secret, but he even asked my father to help spread the news. I think he is too self-righteous. He thinks he killed the masters of the hidden killing pavilion, and his heart is inflated, so he wants to show off. Now, the hidden killing pavilion has directly sent a 7th level master of the transformation realm. Let's see how you deal with it. Although Lu Chuan handed the bodies of the 3 masters of the hidden killing pavilion to Yu Qingfeng, Yuzin should be grateful, but because of the past grievances, she still hated Lu Chuan. Now that the hidden killing pavilion has sent a master of the 7th level of the transformation realm, she is naturally happy. Moreover, her father has already gained credit once with the help of the 3 masters of the 7th level of the transformation realm, so there is no need to worry about losing anything. I hope this poisonous sting will quickly attack Lu Chuan and remove this extremely evil guy from this world, so that I will feel better. Just as Yuzin was thinking happily, Lu Chuan's figure appeared in the supervision department again. Everyone looked at Lu Chuan in surprise, wondering what he was doing at this time. Yuzin was even more horrified. You know, this guy was targeted by a master of the 7th level of the transformation realm, which was tantamount to a time bomb. Wherever he went at this time, it might be affected. She ran over quickly, stared at Lu Chuan and asked, why are you here again? Lu Chuan smiled, then pointed to a corpse that appeared out of thin air on the ground and said, I'm here to give credit to your father. Everyone turned their heads to look at the corpse, and then their faces changed wildly. This is the poisonous sting. The entire supervision department was completely boiling. Soon, Yu Qingfeng rushed over, and after seeing Du Xi's body, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. The benefits that the third in command of the Hidden Killing Pavilion could bring to him were immeasurable, and he did nothing in the meantime, and just took the credit without doing anything. He excitedly held Lu Chuan's hand, and couldn't speak for a long time, then turned around and slapped Yuzin. Yuzin was confused, covering his face, and asked, Dad, why did you hit me? Yu Qingfeng said, Dad is happy. Yuzin was puzzled, why are you happy to hit me? Yu Qingfeng said seriously, Dad is happy, because Du Xi is dead, and Du Xi was killed by Lu Chuan, so shouldn't Dad make Lu Chuan happy too? Yuzin stared and said, but making him happy has nothing to do with hitting me? Yu Qingfeng said solemnly, hitting you can make Lu Chuan happy. Yuzin was stunned. Lu Chuan, who was standing by, held back his smile, and gave Yu Qingfeng a thumbs up. Senior, you understand me? Yuzin burst into tears. Hidden Killing Pavilion. In a dark and humid cave, Wu Gong sat on the throne with a gloomy face. At this time, a subordinate ran over and said anxiously, Pavilion Master, it's bad. Du Xi was killed by Lu Chuan. Upon hearing this, Wu Gong stood up instantly, and his aura burst out. With a bang, the throne behind him broke into pieces. What did you say? The man trembled in fear. Du Xi was killed by Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan also spread the word that all the people in our Hidden Killing Pavilion are garbage, and none of them can catch his eye. Wu Gong narrowed his eyes, and murderous aura raged around him. What a Lu Chuan, since the establishment of my Hidden Killing Pavilion, no one has dared to provoke me like this. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, tell the second in command to let him handle the affairs of the pavilion, and I will kill this Lu Chuan myself. Chapter 195. I'm afraid Sister and King will be jealous. Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Lu Chuan sat cross-legged in the courtyard to practice. After a while, he opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although the Azure Dragon Array has the effect of gathering spirits, making the spiritual energy of the medical center as rich as some cave paradises, Lu Chuan still feels a little dissatisfied with the progress of his strength. Before, Dushan came to assassinate him, showing the strength of a 7th level master of the transformation realm. If Lu Chuan had not gained some advantages by taking advantage of the Azure Dragon Array and successfully killed him, he would not have been the opponent at all. Therefore, Lu Chuan now urgently wants to break through to the late stage of foundation building. If I don't rely on external forces, but simply rely on absorbing spiritual energy to improve my strength, my progress is too slow. I still have to find some spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that can help me break through. If people in the past practice world heard him say this, I'm afraid most of them would be angry to death, because normally speaking, practicing by breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a time-consuming thing. Many people have to spend decades just in the key refining stage, not to mention the foundation building stage and golden core stage in the future. Lu Chuan has only been in the cultivation world for a year. Apart from the breakthroughs he made with the help of the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, his normal progress in cultivation is much faster than that of most people, even some extraordinary geniuses. And now he even despises his slow progress in absorbing spiritual energy, which is simply because he doesn't want other practitioners to live. At this time, Liang Gong walked through the yard one by one. After seeing her, Lu Chuan stopped hesitating and said, Yi, come here. Suzumi Yi came over skipping and jumping. Brother Lu Chuan, what's the matter? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, how strong is that guy named Kitahara Sasuke? Suzumi Yi said, he and Kamida Ichiro are both the legendary 9th grade Jonin. It is said that the 9th grade Jonin is already the most powerful person in our country, so Kitahara Sasuke is often regarded as the strongest person in our island country, and no one dares to provoke the Kitahara family for this reason. By the way, the 9th grade Jonin, as it is said in China, should be a 9th level master of the transformation realm. Lu Chuan was a little surprised when he heard this. The 9th level transformation realm is already the strongest person in the island country. Suzumiya said, yeah, anyway, I haven't heard of anyone more powerful than Kitahara Sasuke and Kamida Ichiro. The two of them alone can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to shake. I can't imagine how terrifying people who are more powerful than them would be. Lu Chuan thought about it and felt that the 9th level of the transformation realm was already the strongest person in the island country, which was normal. After all, it was just a small place. It was a miracle to have 9th level transformation realm masters. There were not many masters in the mysterious realm above that, even in China. It was normal that the environment and resources of the island country could not cultivate such masters. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are masters in the mysterious realm in the island country, but they are hiding their identities and have never appeared in front of the world. If that Kitahara Sasuke is only at the 9th level of the transformation realm, this is an opportunity for me. After Suzumiya told him about the 4 dragon veins one by one, Lu Chuan began to pay attention to these 4 dragon veins. He is a true dragon fate, and dragon veins have endless benefits for him. In addition to enhancing his strength, they can even change his physique. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to break through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, but if these 4 dragon veins can be obtained, this matter will become very simple. So he wanted to rely on the dragon vein on Liang Gongyi's body to break through to the late stage of foundation building first, so that he would have the strength to crush the 9th level masters of the transformation realm. At that time, he would kill the Buyuan family and take back the remaining 3 dragon veins so that he could successfully break through to the golden elixir stage. Once he reached the golden elixir stage, he would have the capital to compete with the elder. Although he didn't know which stage of the mysterious realm the elder had reached now, as long as he reached the golden elixir stage, Lu Chuan would never be helpless against the elder as before. Thinking of this, he looked at Suzumiya and said, "Yi, I want to make a deal with you." Suzumiya blinked her big eyes and asked, "What deal?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Although I helped you solve the experts from the Kitahara family who came to capture you, you have a dragon vein in your body. The Kitahara family will definitely not let you go easily, and they may send people over in the future. If you can hand over this dragon vein to me, I can help you completely get rid of this hidden danger. At that time, I will take the initiative to go to the island country and kill this Kitahara Sasuke. You don't have to live in fear in the future. How about it?" Suzumiya's face turned red when she heard this, and she said in panic, "Brother Lu Chuan wants my dragon vein." Lu Chuan looked at her like this, full of confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Suzumiya was tangled, and after secretly glancing at Lu Chuan, she said in a weak voice, "I'm willing to, but..." Lu Chuan asked, "Just what?" Suzumiya was so anxious that she stuttered, "It's just that it's just." Lu Chuan looked at the girl helplessly and said, "Don't be anxious, talk slowly." Suzumiya took a deep breath and said, "It's just that I'm afraid that Sister Nanking will be jealous." Lu Chuan was confused. What does this have to do with her? Why is she jealous? Suzumiya turned her head and looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, she leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear and said, "Because if I give you the dragon vein, I have to have a relationship with you." Lu Chuan was stunned. Who said that? Suzumiya blushed and didn't dare to look directly into Lu Chuan's eyes and said, "Kitahara Sasuke said that in fact, the dragon vein ran to me first, and then he wanted me to be his concubine, and he said that only this way could make me return the dragon vein, so I ran to China." As she spoke, she used 2 fingers to circle, looking very cute. After listening, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. When Suzumiya saw Lu Chuan laughing like this, she was puzzled and asked, "Brother Lu Chuan, what are you laughing at?" Lu Chuan said, "Maybe Kitahara Sasuke only has this way to take away the dragon vein from you, but if I want to take away the dragon vein from you, there is more than one way." Suzumiya glared, "Brother Lu Chuan, do you have any other way?" Lu Chuan nodded, "Yes, it is not that difficult to take away the dragon vein from your body. I just need to find a dragon beard grass and use the dragon beard grass as a fuse to draw out the dragon vein in your body and take it away. Of course, dragon beard grass is also relatively rare and not so easy to find. Suzumiya was dumbfounded. So there is no need to do that kind of thing. Luchuan smiled and said, yes, what, do you want to try it? Suzumiya suddenly felt ashamed to face people and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I just said that I was willing to do that kind of thing with brother Luchuan. This is too embarrassing. How can I face brother Luchuan in the future? Oh, it's so embarrassing. Luchuan looked at Liangong Yi's shameful appearance and found it a little funny. But soon he realized that something was wrong and asked suspiciously, but what do you mean by being afraid that my sister-in-law will be jealous? Liangong Yi immediately started to play dumb. I didn't say that, brother Luchuan, you heard it wrong. Luchuan stared at her with his eyes as if he wanted to see through her soul. Hurry up. Liangong Yi turned and ran. I suddenly remembered that I haven't swept the floor yet. I'm going to work first. Luchuan wanted to catch her back and ask what happened. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended over the clinic. Then a heartbreaking voice sounded. Luchuan, get out of here. Luchuan frowned and immediately released his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings. Soon he found a man wearing a dark red robe with a long face and a gloomy face coming to the door of the clinic. He recognized the identity of this man at a glance. The head of the hidden killing pavilion, Wu Gong. Not long ago, he asked Yu King Feng for information about the hidden killing pavilion and got to know the head of the pavilion. Finally, I took the bait. Luchuan was not panicked by the arrival of the head of the hidden killing pavilion, but was excited. He had waited for so long, waiting for the head of the hidden killing pavilion to come to him in person. Without hesitation, he quickly asked Liangong, Munin King, Zhao Siming and others to hide in the room where Suming was. Then he walked towards the door of the clinic alone. Wu Gong seemed to see that there was something special about the Zuanu clinic, so he did not dare to rush into the clinic rashly, but just stood not far from the door, waiting for Luchuan to come out. Luchuan came to the door, stared at Wu Gong, and said with a smile, the leader of the hidden killing pavilion came to my door in person, which really makes me feel terrified. Wu Gong snorted coldly, looked at Luchuan for a few times, and shouted, boy, you killed my brother, and killed many masters of my hidden killing pavilion. Today I will come to take your life personally, so that everyone in the world can see what the end of such an arrogant person like you will be. Luchuan laughed, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Wu Gong's aura burst out instantly, and the house not far away trembled. Luchuan was shocked. Although he had long expected that the strength of the 9th level of the transformation realm was not simple, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. If he fought alone, he might die in Wu Gong's hands after only 3 moves. Boy, come here quickly and die. Wu Gong shouted. Luchuan turned around and ran into the clinic. Come on if you have the ability. Wu Gong frowned immediately. He could sense that Luchuan's strength was not as strong as he imagined. This guy was able to kill Lu Ci, most likely with the help of external forces. There was an invisible barrier around the clinic, and he guessed that it was most likely a formation. Luchuan dared to challenge the hidden killing pavilion, most likely relying on this formation. After a little hesitation, Wu Gong snorted coldly and flew towards the clinic. Even if you have the blessing of the formation, I don't believe you have the ability to compete with my strength of the 9th level of the transformation realm. I want to see what tricks you can play. Soon, Wu Gong entered the courtyard of the clinic. Luchuan stood in the middle of the yard, staring at Wu Gong and asked, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a member of the demon clan, right? Wu Gong was a little surprised, but he did not deny it, saying, since you know that I'm a member of the demon clan, you should know that the strength of my demon clan is far superior to that of you humans. We are both at the 9th level of the transformation realm, and I can crush you in all directions. Judging from your appearance, you are only at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Do you think you can challenge me? Luchuan grinned and said, I'm so sorry, you just happened to run into the nemesis of the demon clan today. After that, he expanded the domain of the demon suppressing tower. A powerful pressure descended, and Wugong's face changed wildly. Chapter 196. Do you think I will give you this chance? A dragon formed by the gathering of spiritual power appeared around Lu Chuan, revealing terrifying power everywhere. This was exactly the means of the killing array of the Azure Dragon formation. Be prepared to die. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan and the dragon rushed towards Wugong together. Wugong's forehead was covered with cold sweat at this moment. He felt that the demon power in his body was severely suppressed, and the movement became abnormally slow. He even had the urge to kneel down and surrender. However, he had the strength of the 9th level of the transformation realm after all. He did not surrender to Lu Chuan directly without any resistance like the poisonous scorpion. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist the attacks of Lu Chuan and the dragon. In his current state, he could only exert 30% of his own strength, which was probably equivalent to a master of the 7th level of the transformation realm. The power of both sides burst out, and a rumbling sound broke out. These forces scattered and did not cause any damage to the medical center. All of them were absorbed by the defense barrier formed by the Azure Dragon formation. Lu Chuan looked at Wugong intently, knowing that although the opponent was suppressed by the demon suppression tower and could not exert his normal strength, he was still not easy to deal with. He relied on the divine dragon condensed by the Azure Dragon formation to help him fight with the opponent. He did not hesitate and attacked Wugong again. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds. Lu Chuan used all his skills and had a great time fighting with Wugong. This was the most exciting battle he had ever had since he reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Because of the essential gap between practitioners and warriors, when Lu Chuan fought with others, he either couldn't beat them or was completely crushed. It was rare for him to devote himself to the battle. And experiencing a battle like this was also of great benefit to his improvement in realm. Although Wugong on the other side could cope with Lu Chuan's attack, the domain released by the demon suppression tower oppressed him unbearably. He had never been so frustrated as today. Under normal circumstances, he could easily deal with Lu Chuan with a wave of his hand, but now he had to concentrate all his attention, because under the pressure of the demon suppression tower, if he was not careful, he would be seriously injured by Lu Chuan. The two exchanged dozens of moves. Under the huge psychological pressure, Wugong finally showed a flaw. Lu Chuan seized the opportunity and slapped him fiercely. Prisoner's palm. Wugong was unable to resist and was hit in the chest. His body flew backwards and spit out blood. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. He looked at Lu Chuan with a gloomy face, and his eyes gradually became fierce, as if he wanted to eat people. Seeing that Wugong was seriously injured, Lu Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, relying on the suppression of the demon clan by the demon suppression tower, it was easy for him to kill Wugong. He glanced at Wugong and asked with a smile, "Do you have any last words to say?" Wugong's face was full of coldness, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you really think that you have a chance to kill me by seriously injuring me?" Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. "Why, do you think you still have a chance to survive?" Wugong snorted coldly and said, "Since you force me so much, I will let you see the means of my demon clan. Under normal circumstances, after our demon clan transforms, we will not reveal our true form unless we are forced into a desperate situation, because this will make the beast in our hearts exceed reason, and we will only know how to kill for a period of time. But today, in order to get rid of you, I can't care so much." After saying that, his momentum began to explode, and the demon power around him instantly increased several times. Behind him, the phantom of a giant centipede began to appear, and gradually solidified, and gradually turned towards the direction of solidification. Lu Chuan was shocked when he saw the phantom of the centipede. He had never seen such a big centipede in his life. Of course, the most important thing is that the oppressive feeling displayed by the centipede phantom made his heart beat faster. He had a hunch that once the centipede was completely solidified, even with the suppression of the demon tower, he would definitely die today. Wugong saw Lu Chuan's reaction and showed a ferocious smile on his face. "How is it? Are you scared? Although your formation is mysterious and your strength is far beyond my imagination, as long as I release the real body, you will definitely not have any way to survive today. Boy, kneel down and beg for mercy quickly." If you can make me happy, maybe I can let you die happily. Otherwise you can wait to be tortured to death by me bit by bit. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and showed a playful smile on his face. Wugong saw Lu Chuan laughing and frowned. You are about to die. What's so funny? Lu Chuan smiled and said, if you release the real body, I might really die in your hands today. But do you think I will give you this opportunity? As soon as he finished speaking, a white light appeared and instantly penetrated the center of Wugong's eyebrows. Wugong wanted to say something, but then he widened his eyes in horror, as if he had discovered something unbelievable, full of horror. Then his eyes began to become scattered, and the centipede phantom behind him also shattered, failing to take shape. Lu Chuan took the flying sword that flew out of the sword raising good in his hand, walked in front of Wugong, and poked him with his hand. Wugong immediately fell to the ground limply, without any movement. After confirming that Wugong was dead, Lu Chuan said lightly, although the 9th level of the transformation realm is powerful, I have never said that I don't have the means to deal with the 9th level of the transformation realm. You think too highly of yourself. After saying that, he took the flying sword and fiddled with Wugong's body. After a while, he made a round pill the size of a peanut. This thing is Wugong's demon pill. Finally, I can refine the 9-turn resurrection pill. Lu Chuan sighed and then put Wugong's body into the demon suppression tower. Supervisory department. In Yu Qingfeng's office, Yu Qingfeng paced back and forth, staring at Wugong's body thrown on the ground. Every time he walked for a while, he stopped to look at Lu Chuan, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. After staring at him for a while with an unbelievable look on his face, he continued to pace back and forth, and then stared at Lu Chuan again. This process lasted for about 20 minutes. After Lu Chuan finished his tea, he said to Qingfeng helplessly, Senior, you have been looking at me for so long. What's so good about me? Although I'm handsome, I can't stand you looking at me like this. Yu Qingfeng said with emotion, I really can't figure out how you killed the leader of the hidden killing pavilion. He is a very troublesome existence even for the people in our supervisory department headquarters. And he is a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm, and he is a leader among the 9th level of the transformation realm. His strength is very terrifying. Once the headquarters sent 3 masters of the 9th level of the transformation realm to encircle and suppress him, but he finally escaped. As a result, he died in your hands. If the body was not here, I would never believe that you could kill him. Lu Chuan smiled and said, in fact, I was lucky to be able to kill him. Under normal circumstances, if I met a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm, I would only be able to run away, but this Wugong is different. He just ran into the muzzle of my gun, so it is easier to kill him. Yu Qingfeng was full of curiosity and asked, what's different about him? What methods did you use to kill even a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm? Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, it's a secret. Yu Qingfeng didn't ask more questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and it would be impolite to ask more. No matter how Lu Chuan did it, he killed the leader of the hidden killing pavilion, which is a cause for celebration for the entire martial arts world. Without the leader, the hidden killing pavilion will definitely not be able to succeed, and this cancer will be equivalent to being removed. The supervisory department has always adopted a friendly attitude towards such people who are just but have many secrets. After all, only when there are more such people can the martial arts world be more stable. Lu Chuan shifted the topic to Wugong and asked, if Senior Yu hands over the leader of the hidden killing pavilion, will he get a great credit? Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, yes, if I hand over Wugong, the headquarters will give me a very big reward. Maybe this time I can be transferred directly to the headquarters and enjoy the resources of the headquarters. If so, not only will my position be promoted, but my strength will also have the opportunity to be greatly improved. And not only me, you can also get a lot of benefits. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Senior Yu, I don't want other benefits. I wonder if Senior Yu can help me ask your headquarters for a dragon beard grass. Yu Qingfeng thought for a while and said, dragon beard grass is not common, but I seem to have heard from others that dragon beard grass can be found in the headquarters resource library. I will ask for you later. If there is, I will apply for it for you. Lu Chuan immediately clasped his fists to Yu Qingfeng. Thank you very much, Senior Yu. Yu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? I should be the one thanking you. I didn't do anything, but I got such a great credit for nothing. This is something I couldn't even dream of. It's just that my daughter is too embarrassing, otherwise I would marry my daughter to you, no matter what, to thank you for your kindness." Lu Chuan's expression froze when he heard this, and he said awkwardly, "Senior Yu, this is not a joke. If you really have this idea, I will take my whole family away from Yunqing right now and never come back in this life." Yu Qingfeng laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm just kidding you. If you don't mind, you can wait another 18 years. I took the medicine you prescribed for me, and my wife is already pregnant. If it's a daughter, tell me what kind you like, and I will train her according to your standards and marry her to you in 18 years. How about it?" Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "No, no, no, I can't wait that many years." The two chatted for a while with a smile, and then Lu Chuan hurried back to the clinic to refine the 9-turn resurrection pill for Suming. Yu Qingfeng handed Wu Gong's body to the headquarters and checked the headquarters resource library and found a dragon beard grass. This dragon beard grass is quite rare, so ordinary people are not qualified to use it, even if they exchange it for contribution points. Fortunately, killing the leader of the hidden killing pavilion is a great achievement, and the supervisory department headquarters approved the dragon beard grass to be given to Lu Chuan. That day, Yu Qingfeng received the dragon beard grass sent by the headquarters, his face full of joy, and he planned to inform Lu Chuan. But at this moment, a group of uninvited guests came to the office. "Master Yu, where is the dragon beard grass? Please be sure to give it to me. It would be a pity if such a rare herb was given to Lu Chuan." Chapter 197, The Flower Thief. Yu Qingfeng looked up and found that the people who came to the office were led by a burly middle-aged man who exuded a domineering aura. Next to the middle-aged man was a girl with fair skin, pretty face, and a proud face, who looked to be in her early 20s. The others were wearing uniform clothes with the words Jiangbai Province Martial Arts Association written on their chests. Yu Qingfeng stared at the middle-aged man for a while, then his eyes gradually widened and said, "You are ZHU Chengen, President ZHU." ZHU Chengen laughed and said, "I didn't expect that the first master you still remembered me. It's really an honor for me, ZHU." Although he said so, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone, as if he didn't really take Yu Qingfeng seriously. Yu Qingfeng hurriedly said, "President ZHU is really joking. Please sit down, I'll make tea for you." He could feel the other party's attitude, but he didn't dare to be negligent at all, because this person was the president of the Jiangbai Province Martial Arts Association, a genuine 9th level master of the realm of transformation. ZHU Chengen sat on the sofa on the side without any hesitation, and then said to the girl next to him, "Qian, call me uncle." ZHU Qian glanced at Yu Qingfeng, curled her lips with disdain, lowered her head, and played with her nails, and ignored Yu Qingfeng. ZHU Chengen smiled and said, "My daughter has been spoiled since she was a child, don't mind." Yu Qingfeng was embarrassed and forced a smile and said, "It's okay, it's okay. President ZHU's daughter is naturally beautiful, so beautiful, much better than my daughter." ZHU Qian sneered, "Do you need to say it?" Yu Qingfeng looked helpless, thinking that this junior was really uncultured. Even if my daughter was very annoying, at least she should be polite. But the other party was ZHU Chengen's daughter, so he didn't dare to say much. "President ZHU, I wonder if you come to me for something?" Yu Qingfeng changed the subject. ZHU Chengen smiled and said, "Didn't I just say that we came here for the dragon beard grass? I heard from a friend that this dragon beard grass was approved to you by the headquarters, so I came here specially." Yu Qingfeng frowned and said, "President ZHU, this dragon beard grass was indeed approved to I Yunqing, but it was not given to me. It was exchanged for Lu Chuan's merit, so I can't decide who owns this dragon beard grass." ZHU Chengen said lightly, "I know this. I've heard of Lu Chuan's name. He was trying to curry favor with the Han family in the provincial capital not long ago. He's just a small character. Even if you don't give him this dragon beard grass, what can he do? Besides, isn't this matter controlled by you, Chief Yu? You just make up a reason and tell him that the dragon beard grass is gone, and that's it." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng was immediately unhappy. He said that the president of the Martial Arts Association, who was always so high and mighty, would not come to a small character like him when he had nothing to do. It turned out that he wanted him to help him swallow the dragon beard grass. He pondered for a moment and said, "President ZHU, do you know why our supervisory department headquarters agreed to give this dragon beard grass to Lu Chuan?" ZHU Chengen raised his eyebrows. "Why?" Yu Feng said, "Because Lu Chuan killed the pavilion master of Hidden Killing Pavilion, and he exchanged this dragon beard grass for this merit." ZHU Chengen was stunned and said in disbelief, "Can that kid kill the pavilion master of Hidden Killing Pavilion? This is a joke. He was trying to curry favor with the Han family some time ago and wanted to be the Han family's son-in-law. If he really had this ability, how could he take the Han family seriously?" Yu Feng said, "Whether you believe it or not, this is a fact. Although he may have a special method against the pavilion master of Hidden Killing Pavilion, this is enough to show his strength. I don't think it is feasible for President ZHU to embezzle his dragon beard grass." ZHU Chengen's face instantly turned cold. "Why? Do you mean you don't want to help me?" Yu Feng took a deep breath and said, "If you give the dragon beard grass to President ZHU without telling Lu Chuan, I'm sorry, I can't agree." ZHU Chengen snorted coldly and said, "The Hidden Killing Pavilion is just a bunch of gorillas. Although their pavilion master is at the 9th level of the transformation realm, he is not that powerful at all. It is very likely that Lu Chuan was able to kill the pavilion master of the Hidden Killing Pavilion just by luck. He is a nobody. What do you have to be afraid of?" Yu Feng really didn't know how to respond to ZHU Chengen's words, and instead asked, "I don't know what President ZHU wants to do with this dragon beard grass. If it is really an urgent matter, I can help you plead with Lu Chuan and see if he can give this dragon beard grass to you." ZHU Chengen said, "My daughter heard that eating this dragon beard grass has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin and can make people stay young forever, so she wants me to get her one." Yu Feng was stunned for a moment, and a deep sense of speechlessness rose in his heart. He never thought that ZHU Chengen came to ask for the dragon beard grass just for his daughter's beauty. He couldn't help but said in a bad mood, "President ZHU, it is no exaggeration to say that this dragon beard grass was obtained by Lu Chuan with his own life. Do you want this dragon beard grass just to make your daughter more beautiful?" ZHU Qian on the side immediately said angrily, "What's the matter? Who is that Lu Chuan? Is his life as precious as my beauty? I asked him for the dragon beard grass to give him face. Otherwise, with my identity as a father, even if I robbed it directly from him, what could he say?" Yu Feng's anger suddenly rose in his heart, but ZHU Chengen was right next to him, so he couldn't lose his temper. ZHU Chengen leaned against Yu Feng coldly and said, "There is nothing wrong with what my daughter said. Now in the entire Jiangbai martial arts world, who doesn't give me ZHU Chengen some face? It is his honor that I can ask Lu Chuan for the dragon beard grass. Since you are unwilling to help me, I will not force you, so that you don't say that I'm using my status to pressure others. So, you ask Lu Chuan to come out for me, and I will ask him for the dragon beard grass in person. Is that okay?" Yu Feng sighed and had no choice but to agree and said, "Okay, I will ask Lu Chuan out, and you guys should discuss this matter." Zuanhu Medical Clinic. Lu Chuan took the demon pill taken out of Wugong's body and combined it with 500-year-old medicinal materials. After a whole day of careful refining, he finally refined the 9-turn resurrection pill. He came to Suming's room quite excitedly. Mu Nanking, Zhao Siming, and Liang Gong were all waiting there. "Zhao-Chen, is the pill that can save Suming ready?" Mu Nanking asked with concern. Lu Chuan showed the 9-turn rejuvenation pill in front of several people and said with a smile, "As long as Suming takes this pill, he should be able to wake up." Liang Gong Yi said excitedly, "That's great. If brother Suming can't wake up, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Lu Chuan smiled and rubbed Liang Gong Yi's head. "With me here, how could you let brother Suming not wake up?" Then he turned around and looked at Suming, who was lying on the bed, unconscious. Without hesitation, he opened Suming's mouth and stuffed the 9-turn rejuvenation pill into it. Mu Nanking and others were all waiting for Suming to wake up with nervous faces. After the 9-turn rejuvenation pill entered Suming's mouth, it turned into countless air currents and quickly flowed into his limbs. At the same time, a stream of power wrapped up his severely injured heart, repairing the trauma in it bit by bit. About 20 minutes later, Suming's forehead was covered with sweat, his brows were furrowed, and his eyeballs were moving rapidly under his eyelids. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and roared. A terrifying force spread out in all directions, scaring Munan and others. If Lu Chuan had not controlled this force, the whole room would have been directly shaken down. Suming looked around with a confused face, and said to himself, what happened to me? Lu Chuan smiled and said, you went to the gates of hell, but I found a way to pull you back. Suming's memory gradually recovered in his mind, and he remembered that he was stabbed in the heart in order to resist the two island masters. He thought he was going to die, but now it seems that Lu Chuan seems to have saved him again. Munan and others were all delighted. Tears welled up in his eyes instantly, and Suming looked at Lu Chuan gratefully. Brother, you saved my life again. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't cry anymore. What a fool. Feel your own strength first. I gave you a 9 turns rejuvenating pill. This pill is not only powerful, but also can help people break through. Look at what realm you are in now. Suming immediately felt his own strength, and then widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother, I'm in the 7th level of the transformation realm. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Chuan was also a little surprised, but when he thought about the fact that the 9 turns rejuvenating pill was made from a 9th level demon pill and 500-year-old medicinal herbs, it was not surprising that it had such a powerful effect. What are you dreaming about? You paid for these strengths with your life. Don't be too surprised. Suming got off the bed excitedly, knelt down in front of Lu Chuan, and kowtowed 3 times. Brother, you are my second parents. From now on, my life is at your disposal. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at him and said, go take a shower quickly. You stink. Suming scratched his head embarrassedly, and went to take a shower immediately. After waking up Suming, Lu Chuan felt relieved. In addition, Suming also brought him some unexpected surprises. His strength jumped to the 7th level of the transformation realm, which was already a very powerful fighting force. It seems that I have to work hard, otherwise I won't be able to beat my own younger brother in the future. Wouldn't it be a joke? Lu Chuan thought so, and planned to go to the yard to practice. When passing by the lobby, Munan and Liang Gong were standing in front of the TV, watching the news on TV. Because they were too scared, the two hugged each other. Seeing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh and said, what are you watching? You are so scared. Munan pointed at the TV and said, watch it yourself. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked over. After a while, he realized that it was talking about a terrible flower thief who had recently appeared in Yancheng. This flower thief specifically targeted young and beautiful women. After taking them away, he used very perverted means to train them, and at the same time, carried out inhumane defilement. In the end, all the captured women were released, but they all became slaves with only lust in their minds. As long as they saw a man, they would kneel on the ground and ask to be ravaged, completely losing their dignity as human beings. It is worth mentioning that this flower thief specifically targeted the young ladies of wealthy families with bad conduct. Most of these young ladies were arrogant and looked down on others. After being trained by the flower thief, they became extremely humble, like bitches, letting them be ordered around, and even liked to be humiliated, which seemed to excite them. This is too terrible. How can there be such a perverted person in this world? Liang Gong said fearfully. Lu Chuan smiled and said, anyway, this man only targets those young ladies from wealthy families with bad behavior. You are not his target, so there is no need to be afraid. Munan said, that's hard to say. This kind of pervert is often moody. Who knows if he will change his taste and target other types of girls. Lu Chuan thought about it, and felt that what Munan said made sense, so he said, you two should go out less recently, and try to go out when Suming and I are here. The two women nodded very seriously. At this time, Lu Chuan's cell phone rang. It was Yu Qingfeng calling. His eyes lit up, and he quickly answered the phone and asked, Senior Yu, did you get the dragonbeard grass back? Yu Qingfeng sighed and said, the dragonbeard grass was indeed taken, but I ran into some trouble and I need you to come over. Chapter 198 Shameless Father and Daughter. A high-end restaurant in Yancheng. Lu Chuan took a taxi here and saw Yu Qingfeng waiting at the door. After getting off the car, he walked over and asked with some doubt, "Senior Yu, what trouble did you run into?" Yu Qingfeng sighed helplessly and told him that Zhu Chenggen wanted the dragon beard grass to beautify his daughter. After listening to this, Lu Chuan became annoyed and said, "The people in this martial arts association are too shameless. I use the life of the leader of the hidden killing pavilion to exchange for this dragon beard grass, and they want to snatch it from me for beauty purposes?" Yu Qingfeng said, "I didn't expect that the president of the martial arts association would be so shameless, but he is in a high position and has great power. Even if he and I are not in the same system, there is no way to offend him, so I could only call you here." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Senior Yu, don't blame yourself. I understand your difficulties. In this case, I will go to meet the president of the Martial Arts Association. I don't believe that someone of his status and position has the nerve to do such things." Yu Qingfeng hurriedly said, "This Zhu Chenggen is a 9th level master of the transformation realm, and his identity is not ordinary. Even if he is really shameless and wants to snatch your dragon beard grass, you must not be impulsive. As the saying goes, there is life, there is hope." Lu Chuan nodded. "Don't worry, senior, I know what I'm doing." Then the two of them walked into the restaurant together. Not long after the two of them entered, a figure walked out from the corner. This man was a little thin, with sunken eye sockets and untidy beard, and he looked like he had indulged in sex too much. However, ordinary people who indulge in sex would give people a feeling of being weak and powerless, but this man exuded a sense of strength, and there was also a vague and sharp momentum on his body, and he was not easy to mess with at first glance. At this time, the big screen on the outer wall of the hotel was playing the news about the flower thief who had been making a lot of noise recently. The photo of this flower thief was shown on it, and it was exactly the same as the man who appeared at the door of the hotel. Dragon beard grass? This thing is a tonic. I have played with a lot of women recently, and my body is exhausted. I must replenish it well. Since I came across this dragon beard grass, I will not be polite," the man said to himself, and his figure flashed and entered the hotel. The waiter in the hotel lobby acted as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't see someone running in at all. Yu Qingfeng took Lu Chuan to a private room. At this time, Zhu Chenggen and Zhu Qian were sitting in front of a table. On the table was a brocade box, which contained the dragon beard grass. Yu Qingfeng introduced, "President Zhu, this is Lu Chuan." Zhu Chenggen stared at Lu Chuan for a moment, and then the aura of the 9th level of the transformation realm burst out instantly, and he rushed straight to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt this sense of oppression. His face changed, and he quickly retreated to the back. His consciousness had already controlled the sword-raising god, ready to sacrifice the flying sword at any time. He stared at Zhu Chenggen coldly and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhu Chenggen showed a sneer on his face, retracted his aura, and said with a smile, "Nothing. I heard that you are also a big shot in Yancheng, so I want to test your potential. I acted rashly to see your reaction ability. Now it seems not bad." In fact, he wanted to confirm Lu Chuan's true strength, so that he could decide how to treat this young man. From the previous test, he had already judged that Lu Chuan's strength was only about the 6th level of the transformation realm. This made him believe that Lu Chuan was lucky to kill the leader of the hidden killing pavilion. A junior who was at the 6th level of the transformation realm was not worthy of being treated politely. Lu Chuan looked at Zhu Chenggen speechlessly. The incident just happened suddenly, and he instinctively wanted to use the flying sword to resolve the threat. If he hadn't hesitated for a moment and wanted to confirm what was going on, Zhu Chenggen would probably have become a corpse now. Zhu Chenggen didn't know that he had just had a close encounter with the god of death. He just thought that there was nothing to be afraid of this junior in front of him, and said in an arrogant tone, "I won't waste my words. You should have known my identity from Yushausen. I came to Yancheng this time, just for this dragon beard grass. I know that you earned this dragon beard grass with your merits, so out of respect for you, I asked Yushausen to call you over and talk about this matter in person. I want this dragon beard grass. My daughter needs it very much. For this, I can give you a 100-year-old medicinal herb in return." If you have no objection, this matter is settled. Hearing this, Lu Chuan said speechlessly, I didn't hear any respect in your tone. Instead, it sounded like you were ordering me. The value of the dragon beard grass is not as much as 100-year-old medicinal herbs. You want to use a 100-year-old medicinal herb to exchange for my dragon beard grass. Aren't you too shameless? Upon hearing this, Zhu Chenggen's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said coldly, boy, I'm giving you face by calling you here. Don't be shameless. Lu Chuan curled his lips. You are the shameless ones. I risked my life to kill the leader of the hidden killing pavilion in exchange for this dragon beard grass. If you want it, I have to give it to you. Why? Zhu Qian on the side slammed a row of tables. Bang! The tableau on top was shaken. Because my father is the president of the Jiangbi Martial Arts Association. The entire Jiangbi martial arts world is under the control of my father. If you still want to stay in Jiangbi in the future, then give me the dragon beard grass honestly, otherwise you will never have a good life in the future. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Zhu Qian and sneered, since your father is so powerful, why don't you go directly to the headquarters of the supervisory department to grab the dragon beard grass? Why do you have to wait for me to exchange the dragon beard grass with my merits before you come to me for it? In the final analysis, you are just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It is a shame for the martial arts world that the Jiangbi Martial Arts Association is ruled by people like you. Zhu Qian was so angry that her chest heaved and she wished she could rush up and tear Lu Chuan to pieces. She looked at Lu Chuan with gritted teeth, and finally, because she had no choice, she acted like a spoiled child to Zhu Chenggen. Dad, please take care of him. Why is this guy so petty? It's just a medicinal herb. What's wrong with him giving it to me? Zhu Chenggen comforted her. Don't worry, my girl. I will definitely get this dragon beard grass for your beauty treatment today. Lu Chuan sneered and said, a woman like her who has no education at all, no matter how beautiful she is just a disaster and will only make people sick. Zhu Qian broke down instantly, biting her back teeth and shouting at Lu Chuan. Who are you talking about disgusting? Lu Chuan curled his lips. Whoever is uneducated is disgusting. Zhu Chenggen snorted coldly and said angrily, boy, do you really think I dare not touch you? Lu Chuan laughed. If you have the guts, do it to me. I also want to see how you, the president of the Martial Arts Association, bully a junior by relying on your status. Zhu Chenggen's momentum burst out again. Lu Chuan also prepared the sword raising gourd. As long as the other party really disregarded his face and took action, he would immediately let this arrogant president ascend to heaven on the spot, which could be regarded as removing a disaster for the Jiangbi martial arts world. However, Zhu Chenggen finally injured it and did not take action against Lu Chuan. Although he was used to being arrogant and domineering because of his status and strength, he still cared about his face. Once he took action against Lu Chuan, the news would spread, and it would have a great impact on his prestige in the Martial Arts Association. There was no need to be so serious about a dragon beard grass. He stared at Lu Chuan and said, you are so ignorant. You just want to get some benefits from me as the president. I have seen many profit-seeking juniors like you. Tell me, what benefits do you want in order to give this dragon beard grass to my daughter? Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, President Zhu is really good at accusing others. If I refuse to give you the dragon beard grass, does that mean I'm profit seeking? I'm also saying this today. No matter what benefits you give me, I will never give the dragon beard grass to your daughter. Zhu Chenggen frowned. Do you really want to break up with me for a dragon beard grass? Do you know what the consequences will be? Lu Chuan said neither humbly nor arrogantly, it's not that I want to break up with you, but you are going too far. President Zhu, let me tell you, even a clayman can still have some temper. If you really force me into a corner, I don't mind changing the president of the Jiangbi Martial Arts Association. Zhu Qian said angrily, why are you pretending? You dare to threaten my father? Who do you think you are? Lu Chuan glanced at Zhu Qian and said coldly, as the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart. You were born with a good appearance. If you had a little education, you would have become a goddess sought after by thousands of people. Unfortunately, you have become such an unreasonable shrew. People like you, even if you eat more dragon beard grass, Can't cover up the ugliness in your heart. Zhuqian stomped her feet in anger and wanted to refute Lu Chuan, but she couldn't think of a word. At this time, her eyes fell on the dragon beard grass on the table, and then she picked it up and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Lu Chuan didn't expect her to do this at all. When he reacted, the dragon beard grass had been swallowed by Zhuqian. Zhuqian didn't expect his daughter to come up with such a trick. After being slightly surprised, he showed an appreciative smile. After Zhuqian ate the dragon beard grass, he looked at Lu Chuan with a smug look on his face and said, "Whether you are willing to give it to me or not, I have eaten the dragon beard grass. What can you do? I just agreed to exchange it with you for a 100-year-old herb. Now I won't even give you a 100-year-old herb. I'll make you angry." Lu Chuan was really angry. He turned his head to look at Zhuqian and asked, "President Zhu, is this how you taught your daughter?" Zhuqian showed a playful smile on his face and said, "My daughter just used the right method to get what she wanted. You didn't know what was good for her and stopped her. You even insulted her. I was polite not to fight you." Lu Chuan was so angry that his veins bulged. He tried to control the flying sword several times to kill the shameless father and daughter. He never thought that there would be people in this world who were so shameless. Yu Qingfeng, who was standing by, was also a little indignant when he saw this scene, but since the dragon beard grass had already been eaten by Zhuqian, it was useless to worry about it, so he tried to mediate and said, "President Zhu, Lu Chuan had spent a lot of effort to get this dragon beard grass. Your daughter ate it, so you should give Lu Chuan some compensation, right?" Zhuqian sneered and said, "This Lu Chuan just openly provoked me and even called my daughter uneducated. Now my daughter has eaten his dragon beard grass, so the matter is even. I will not pursue him anymore, which is the best compensation for him." Zhuqian made a face at Lu Chuan and said complacently, "Lu, my father will not pursue you anymore, so you can go back and have fun." The anger in Lu Chuan's heart reached its peak. He felt that if he didn't get rid of this anger today, he might be angry and have a demon in his heart. But just when he was about to take action, a terrifying pressure descended, and his body instantly lost the ability to move. Not only him, Yu Qingfeng, Zhuqian and even Zhuqian lost their ability to move, with expressions of horror on their faces. Then a figure appeared in the private room. It was the man who had indulged himself a little too much. When Lu Chuan saw this man, his pupils shrank suddenly. He had seen this man on the news and knew that he was the flower thief who had been making a lot of noise recently. What surprised him was not the identity of this flower thief, but the pressure he released. He had only felt this terrifying feeling from the great elder, so he made a judgment at once. This flower thief is a master of the mysterious realm. The man looked at the four people in the private room calmly and asked, "Where is the dragon beard grass?" Chapter 199. Evil will be rewarded. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment. He was just wondering what this flower thief was doing here, but after hearing what this person said, he immediately understood his purpose. Dragon beard grass has the effect of nourishing the kidney and nourishing essence. Although this flower thief is strong, it can be seen that he has indulged too much, and his body is in deficit. He came to find dragon beard grass most likely to replenish his body. Zhuqian and Zhuqian's faces changed after hearing what this person said. Zhuqian quickly gave Zhuqian a look, signaling her not to let it slip. Seeing the looks of the two people, Lu Chuan showed a sneer on his face. Seeing this, Zhuqian's face was full of anxiety, and he quickly cast a pleading look at Lu Chuan, begging him not to say anything nonsense. Lu Chuan ignored Zhuqian and said, "The dragon beard grass has been eaten by this woman." Upon hearing this, the man turned his head and looked at Zhuqian. When he found that the girl was of outstanding appearance and had fair skin, his eyes lit up. "You ate the dragon beard grass?" Zhuqian's face was full of horror. She quickly shook her head and said, No, don't listen to what this guy said. He said it on purpose to cause trouble for me." Lu Chuan sneered and said, "Weren't you very imposing when you robbed it? Why don't you dare to admit it now?" Zhuqian glared at Lu Chuan and wanted to kill him. The man looked at Zhuqian, touched his chin, and said with a smile, "Robbery. TSK, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Kun. What I despise most in my life are those rich girls who bully others by relying on their family background. Generally, when I meet such people, I must punish them. Yukian was panicked and almost scared to tears. She quickly said, I'm not the kind of person who bullies others by relying on my power. I'm kind-hearted and often do good things without leaving a name. This guy is the kind of despicable and shameless villain. You should punish him. Zhao Kun smiled and said, I'm not interested in men. Tell me first, did you eat the dragon beard grass? Yukian quickly shook her head. I didn't. He slandered me. Zhao Kun said, it doesn't matter. I can feel whether you have eaten it or not. I just want to see if you are an honest girl. If you are honest, I will naturally not do anything to you today, but if you lie, then I can only let you remember it for a long time. After saying that, he reached out to Yukian and grabbed her wrist. Yukian was dumbfounded and was about to explain immediately, but a smile appeared on Zhao Kun's face, and he said, little sister, you are not honest. You obviously ate the dragon beard grass, but you lied to me that you didn't. But fortunately, I can still absorb the medicinal effects of the dragon beard grass from your body. It happens that you like to lie, rob, and bully people. You are my hunting target. Come with me. Yukian's face was full of despair. I was wrong. Please let me go. I will never lie again. She turned her head to look at Chengen and shouted, Dad, save me. Chengen was also anxious and said, brother, please show mercy. I'm the president of the Jiangxi Province Martial Arts Association. As long as you let my daughter go, I can give you any benefits you want. Zhao Kun heard this and showed a hint of surprise on his face. You are actually the president of the Jiangxi Province Martial Arts Association. Seeing this, Chengen felt that there was a chance and quickly said, yes, brother, please give me some face and let my daughter go. Zhao Kun curled his lips and said, I heard that you have a very bad character. Don't call me brother, I find it disgusting. Since you are the president of the Martial Arts Association, that's just what I want. I like to deal with the daughters of people like you who are well known and famous. What's more, your character is not good. I came to the right place today. After that, he dragged Yukian away from here, and no matter how Yukian begged for mercy, it was useless. Chengen was stunned. He never thought that revealing his identity would strengthen Zhao Kun's determination to take his daughter away. Give my daughter back. Chengen shouted hysterically. Unfortunately, Zhao Kun ignored it and soon disappeared into the restaurant with Yukian. After Zhao Kun left, the pressure in the private room also dissipated, and Lu Chuan and others also regained their ability to move. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief quietly. The Zuanjing master was still too scary for him at the moment. The feeling of having no power to resist made people desperate, but he was also somewhat thankful in his heart that the dragon beard grass was eaten by Yukian. Otherwise, if the dragon beard grass fell into his hands, Zhao Kun would come to his door and kill people for the treasure. Chengen regained his ability to move, looked at Lu Chuan with anger on his face, and shouted hysterically, you bastard, if it weren't for you, how could my daughter be taken away? I will kill you. Lu Chuan sneered and said, this is the retribution for your father and daughter's incompetence. Let me remind you that this Zhao Kun is the flower thief who has been making a lot of noise recently. The women who fell into his hands eventually became playthings. You should quickly find a way to save your daughter. Chengen's face instantly became extremely panicked when he heard this. He glanced at Lu Chuan twice, his eyes full of hatred. In the end, he just shook his sleeves fiercely and shouted, just wait for me, we will settle our accounts later. Then he hurried out of the private room and chased Zhao Kun. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, good is rewarded with good, and evil is punished with evil. It seems that this is true. Yu Qingfeng on the side nodded in agreement and said, they really deserve it. If they didn't do such robbery, they wouldn't have encountered such trouble. Lu Chuan sighed and said, but the dragon beard grass that we got with great difficulty is still gone. Yu Qingfeng said embarrassedly, it's also my fault. If I had kept it confidential, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Chuan smiled and said, that's not the case, Senior Yu. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the shameless president of the Martial Arts Association. It has nothing to do with you. Yu Qingfeng thought for a while and said, I will be transferred to the headquarters of the supervisory department soon, and I will have access to more resources. Once there is any news about the dragon beard grass, I promise to inform you as soon as possible. Lu Chuan cupped his hands. Thank you very much, Senior Yu. Although he didn't know whether he would still need the dragon beard grass by then, the two left the restaurant without saying anything more. Back at the Xuanu clinic, Lu Chuan told Mu Nanking, Liangong, and Suming about the dragon beard grass. Liangong Yi said angrily, this Zhu Chengan is too hateful. The dragon beard grass originally belonged to Big Brother Lu Chuan. Why do they snatch it? Mu Nanking followed. This father and daughter are indeed too hateful, but this can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Fortunately, that arrogant young lady ate the dragon beard grass and was targeted by that flower thief. Otherwise it would be Xiaochuan who was unlucky. Suming on the side said thoughtfully, in other words, if that Zhu Qian didn't eat the dragon beard grass, would that flower thief have picked my big brother? Lu Chuan kicked him. Did your head get hit by the door? Your flower thief is targeting men to pick them? Suming grinned. What if? After all, in today's society, everyone is under a lot of pressure, and everyone has some special hobbies. Liangong Yi glanced at Lu Chuan secretly and asked weakly, the dragon beard grass is gone, so isn't that the only way left to take away the dragon vein? Big brother Lu Chuan, you. Lu Chuan smiled and asked, why, do you really want me to use this method? Liangong Yi's face suddenly turned red, and she said embarrassedly, no, I'm just in a hurry to give the dragon vein to brother Lu Chuan. If there is really no other way, then I can only. Mu Nanking on the side looked at the two of them suspiciously, always feeling that there was something behind their words, and asked, what are you talking about? What is that method? Liangong Yi hurriedly said, it's nothing, Sister Nanking, please don't misunderstand. Yi will only like Sister Nangang. After that, she hugged Mu Nanking's arm, rubbed her head against him, and acted coquettishly. Suming was amazed at the sight. Brother, see, I said that the pressure in modern society is too great, and everyone's preferences have become a lot perverted. Isn't this an example? Liangong Yi glared at Suming and said, who are you saying is perverted? I purely like Sister Nanking. I'm not as dirty as you think. Suming grinned and said, really? I don't know who begged my sister-in-law to sleep in the same bed at night. Liangong Yi blushed and said angrily, you are shameless. You eavesdropped on my conversation with Sister Nanking. Suming said, I didn't eavesdrop, you just talked too loudly. Mu Nanking's face also blushed. Thinking of Liangong Yi's dishonest look at night, she felt ashamed. This was also because the tea she made for Lu Chuan last time was accidentally drunk by Liangong Yi. Since then, Liangong Yi acted as if he had discovered a new world. He would always sneak into her bed at night when she slept, and his hands were very naughty, which made her angry recently. Lu Chuan looked at the three funny guys with a helpless smile and said, dragon beard grass is not the only way. Dragons love water. If I want to take out the dragon veins in your body, I can actually soak it in a special medicinal liquid to allow it to be actively transferred from your body to the medicinal liquid. In this way, I will be able to absorb it. But this method is much slower, and the soaked medicinal liquid must contain abundant spiritual energy. I still have some 100-year-old medicinal materials, but the water used to refine the medicinal liquid must be a special spiritual liquid, so that it will be effective. This kind of spiritual liquid is much easier to find than dragon beard grass. I'll ask where I can find it later. Suming, who was standing aside, heard this and hurriedly asked, is the spring water that absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon and becomes somewhat special considered a spiritual liquid? Lu Chuan nodded. Of course it is. The spiritual liquid I'm talking about doesn't need to be very advanced. It just needs to be somewhat special. Suming said, then I do know a place called Moon Spring. The spring water there is very special. After drinking it, it can even strengthen your physical fitness and make you immune to all diseases. Moreover, the spring water of Moon Spring is very special. You can only get it when there is a moon at night. The water you get is spiritual. If you get it during the day, the water you get is just ordinary spring water. This Moon Spring is in the suburbs of Yancheng. I saw it in the classics of Zhuanzang. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he hurriedly said, "Tell me the specific location of this moon spring." Su Ming said it immediately. Lu Chuan glanced at the time. If he rushed to the suburbs now, he would arrive at night, and the weather forecast showed that the weather was very good at night and he could see a big moon. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan told Su Ming a few words, found a bucket more than one person tall, put it in the demon suppression tower, and then rushed to the suburbs. After a search, Lu Chuan finally found the moon spring that Su Ming mentioned at 9 o'clock in the evening, when the moon was bright. He could feel the rich spiritual energy in front of him from a distance, which was even mixed with some heaven and earth essence, which made Lu Chuan confirm that what Su Ming said was true. He passed through layers of grass and trees and finally arrived at the edge of the moon spring. The spring water was shining under the moonlight. This was exactly the spiritual liquid that Lu Chuan needed. However, before he had time to get the spring water, he saw a naked, fair-skinned, and proud woman gently wiping her body in the middle of the spring. The first time Lu Chuan saw this woman, a word popped up in his mind: rich and generous. Under the moonlight, this charming body looked even more attractive, and Lu Chuan was thirsty. Chapter 200 The Lame Woman. The woman also saw Lu Chuan. She seemed to have not expected someone to appear here in the middle of the night, and was stunned for a moment. When their eyes met, the air froze. The next second, the woman crossed her arms, but she couldn't hold them tightly, and screamed in panic. Lu Chuan quickly turned around and said loudly, sorry, I didn't know someone was taking a bath here. I really didn't mean it." The woman was panicked, and immediately lowered her body to cover her important parts, but perhaps because she was too flustered, her feet were unstable, and she fell into the water with a plop. She was not good at swimming. Although the spring water was only more than 1 meter deep, she panicked instantly when she was submerged in the water, and she could only struggle instinctively. In this situation, the more she struggled, the harder it was to get up. After a while, she felt that she was a little out of breath. The sound of splashing water rang out. Lu Chuan noticed something was wrong, turned his head, and looked at the pool behind him. When he found that the woman was struggling desperately in the water, his face changed. Without thinking too much, he immediately jumped into the spring water, swam to the woman, reached out to hug her, and swam to the shore. The smooth and soft touch made Lu Chuan feel a little uncomfortable. He could feel the woman's obvious resistance, but in order not to be choked by the water, she could only endure and let Lu Chuan take her to the shore. When they reached the shore, Lu Chuan picked up the woman in a princess hug and brought them to the shore. The woman bit her lip. Although she was very reluctant to let Lu Chuan hug her in this way, she was really scared by the fact that she almost drowned just now. She was still a little shocked and had to hug Lu Chuan's neck with an angry face. Lu Chuan glanced down and felt guilty in his heart. This woman's body was too beautiful. When the woman saw Lu Chuan looking down at her, she immediately shouted, "If you look at me again, I will dig out your eyes." Lu Chuan quickly turned his head, coughed twice, and said, "Sorry, I just want to confirm your situation." He looked around and saw clothes scattered on a stone not far away, so he carried the woman to the stone and put her down. The woman quickly picked up her clothes to cover her body, stared at Lu Chuan and said, "Turn around." Lu Chuan turned around immediately, not daring to look again. The sound of putting on clothes rustled. Soon, the woman put on her clothes and picked up a long sword not far away. Lu Chuan turned around and looked at the woman and found that she was wearing a purple gauze dress with a moving figure and a sword in her hand, looking quite like a chivalrous woman. "Girl," he wanted to explain. The woman drew out her sword and put it on Lu Chuan's neck, saying angrily, "You are such a pervert. You dare to peek at me taking a bath. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Lu Chuan looked wronged and said, "Girl, I really didn't mean to peek at you taking a bath. This is really a misunderstanding. I never thought that someone would take a bath here in the middle of the night." The woman snorted coldly and said, "If you are not here to peek at me taking a bath, then what are you doing sneaking here in the middle of the night?" Lu Chuan said, "I heard that the spring water here has magical effects. Drinking it can strengthen the body and prevent all diseases. But this water only has special effects if you come to fetch it at night. That's why I came here now. I really didn't come here to watch you take a bath." When the woman heard Lu Chuan's explanation, she believed it 80% in her heart. After all, except for her senior brother, no one else would know that she was taking a bath here. It was impossible for someone to come here specifically to watch her take a bath. But as a girl who has lived to her 20s and has never been in love and has never even held a man's hand, she was not only seen naked but also touched. This made her feel ashamed and embarrassed, so she couldn't act too generous and let this man think she had a good temper. She glared at Lu Chuan and said, "Then you have to apologize to me too. I must look very fierce. This guy will be scared to death by me." Lu Chuan looked at the woman's appearance and thought that this beautiful woman was really considerate. She just asked me to apologize and let it go. There are not many girls who are so gentle. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I should have said hello before I came." The woman snorted, then put away her sword and said, "Since you saved me just now, I will not pursue this matter, but you can't drink the spring water here." Lu Chuan was a little confused and asked, "Why?" The woman's expression became a little embarrassed, and she said, You drank the water here. Isn't it equivalent to drinking my bath water?" Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing, and after thinking about it, he said, "Girl, you see, the spring water here is always bubbling out, which means that the water here is running water. The water you took a bath in just now has flowed away, so if I go to get water, it won't be counted as drinking your bath water." The woman thought about it and felt that what Lu Chuan said made some sense, so she said, "Okay, go get the water." Lu Chuan nodded quickly, thinking that this woman was so naive and she was so easily fooled. She was such a simple woman, running to such a place in the middle of the night. Wasn't she afraid of encountering bad people? By the way, the woman called Lu Chuan again. "You are not allowed to mention what happened today to anyone. Once you dare to tell anyone, you will be like this stone." After she finished speaking, a strong momentum burst out from her body, and then she slapped the stone beside her. The stone instantly broke into pieces, and only debris was left. Lu Chuan was shocked and looked at this woman in disbelief. He didn't expect that she was so strong. Judging from the palm just now, this person's strength must have reached the 9th level of the transformation realm, and she is also a leader among the 9th level of the transformation realm. No wonder she dared to run to such a place in the middle of the night. It turned out that she relied on her strong strength and was not afraid of any bad guys. Lu Chuan felt a little fortunate in his heart. Such a strong woman was seen by him and hugged by him. It was lucky that she didn't chase him. But she was so strong. Why did she fall into the water just now and be so embarrassed? After warning Lu Chuan, the woman turned around and put on a proud look. However, it was her turning around that made Lu Chuan notice that there seemed to be something wrong with one of the woman's feet. He used his spiritual sense to observe, and indeed found that the woman's hamstring had been broken. Although it had grown again, it had not returned to its normal state, making her a little lame. Was it because of the disability in her foot that she almost drowned at that time? Such a beautiful woman, it's a pity. Lu Chuan didn't dare to ask more, for fear of touching the woman's self-esteem. What if she suddenly got angry and attacked him? He hurriedly ran a distance and came to the spring on the other side, then took out a bucket from the demon suppression tower, filled a bucket with water, and put the bucket back into the demon suppression tower. "Girl, I'm leaving," Lu Chuan said, and then left. The woman turned around and watched Lu Chuan disappear before limping to the other side. She didn't want others to know about her lameness, even a stranger who had only known her for a while. The disability on her foot has always been the most sensitive part of her heart. As a person who has been regarded as a perfect goddess since childhood, she suddenly became disabled. It is conceivable how much discussion and ridicule she would face. So in front of strangers, she would not expose her defects if she could, and try to make herself look perfect, so as to find a psychological balance. Not long after, the woman came to an open space. A fire was lit here. A handsome man was sitting cross-legged beside the fire, closing his eyes and concentrating on practicing. He seemed to have noticed the woman's arrival, opened his eyes, and smiled. "Junior sister, why didn't you use your internal energy to blow dry your hair? Your clothes seem to be a little wet, which is not in line with your usual habit of dressing appropriately." The woman blushed, thinking that she was so embarrassed at that time that she didn't even remember to dry her clothes and hair. She said perfunctorily, "It's a bit hot today, so it'll be cooler this way." The man didn't ask any more questions, and then said, "This time we are ordered by our master to kill that guy named Luchuan. Although it's not a difficult task, we still have to take it seriously. This guy killed junior brother Long Heo and embarrassed our master in public. We must make him pay the price he deserves, otherwise the prestige of my Xuanzang in the world will be greatly reduced. I have some insights during this period. If I can understand it thoroughly, my strength should be able to improve a lot. So we will stay in this Fengshu treasure land for a few days before going to Yancheng to find that Luchuan." "Yeah." The woman responded absent-mindedly, but all she could think of in her mind was the scene of Luchuan hugging her naked body at that time. I don't know if it was the first time in her life, but the touch of Luchuan hugging her lingered in her mind, and she even recalled it repeatedly. "Oh, what am I thinking about? He's just a stranger who met by chance, and he took advantage of me. What can I think of him? I'm speechless." Luchuan returned to the clinic with the spring water. Then he took out the herbs that he had prepared in advance, extracted the essence, and blended it into the spring water. After a while, the liquid medicine was refined. He called Liangong Yi and said, "You soak in this liquid medicine tonight for 1 night, and soak for 3 consecutive days. The dragon veins in your body will automatically leave your body." "Oh." Liangong Yi obeyed obediently, took off his clothes, and soaked in it after Luchuan left. The next night, Luchuan went to the moon spring again. Once the water of the moon spring leaves the spring, it can only maintain its effect for 12 hours, so Luchuan has to come here every day to get the spring water and then make it into liquid medicine for Liangong Yi to soak. This time he did not rashly run directly to the spring, but walked over there, hid behind the grass and trees that were more than 1 person tall, and secretly looked at the spring water. After confirming that no one was taking a bath, he dared to continue moving forward and planned to get water. But at this time, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis behind him and immediately turned around and planned to enter a fighting state. But soon he found that the woman who appeared behind him was the woman from last night. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Girl, how come you appear and disappear so suddenly? It's really scary." The woman's face was cold and she said, "It's understandable that you didn't know anything last night and ran into me taking a shower, but why did you come here again tonight? And you were sneaky just now. You must want to peek at me taking a shower again. You pervert. Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" Luchuan hurriedly explained, "Girl, I was afraid that you were taking a shower again, so I confirmed in advance to avoid embarrassing you again. I came here tonight because I still need to use the spring water here, and this place is so desolate. I thought you had left long ago, and I stopped to take a look just now because I was afraid that someone else would come here to take a shower to prevent the embarrassing scene like last night." The woman thought about it and felt that Luchuan was right. It seemed that this guy was still a polite person, and she had wronged him just now. "Well, go get some water. I'll take a shower after you get some." Luchuan didn't rush to get some water. Instead, he asked, "Girl, why are you staying here in the middle of nowhere?" The woman said, "This is a Fengshu treasure land. I'm practicing here. After I finish practicing, I'll go to complete the mission assigned by my master and kill someone." Luchuan was curious and asked, "Who?" The woman glanced at him and said, "This is a top secret of the sect. You can't tell anyone casually." Luchuan smiled and said, "I'm too talkative. Now we've met each other twice. Can you tell me your name, girl?" The woman hesitated for a moment, but still said her name, Zua. She looked at Luchuan and asked, "What about you? What's your name?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.